Silverton Audio presents the unabridged recording of Pack Ebon Red, The Seven Mates of Zara Wolf, Book 1. Written by C.M. Stunich. Narrated by Veronica Pace and Connor Goff. Pack Ebon Red, The Seven Mates of Zara Wolf, Book 1. I am wolf. I am human. I am neither. I am both. I am werewolf. And I have 7 alpha males as my mates, all mine to kiss and hold and touch. 7 handsome men for my bed. My boys represent the biggest packs in North America. But I am the alpha female, and I rule them all. One day, the packs might force me to choose, but my heart, it won't allow it. Things could get bloody if I have to fight for my boys. For now, 3 glittering dark courts threaten our existence with their glamorous cruelty. The vampires, the witches, and the fae. Werewolves are missing from all the packs, and my boys and I, we have to find them, or find out who's killing them. Because I'm the mistress of my men, my packs, a girl known simply as White Wolf. I've promised to protect the men I love, the family and friends I cherish. And the White Wolf always keeps her promises. Chapter 1. They were coming for me. I knew it. I could smell it. The metallic copper tang of blood came to me on the wind, like pennies and citrus, mixing with the ever-present sweetness of pine. I paused, the fingers of one bare hand brushing gently down the rough bark of a tree, the other still warmly encased in a mitten and tucked in my pocket. Except for the slow, deliberate movement of my hand, I was completely still, listening, waiting. The soft whisper of boots warned me that Nick was coming. If he hadn't wanted me to know he was behind me, I probably wouldn't.
How many? He asked,
coming to stand beside me. Close, but not too close. It didn't pay to get too close to the next alpha unless you'd been chosen. My heart sunk as I glanced over at Nick, at the proud, straight ridge of his nose, and those high, sculpted cheeks. Everything about him said ebon red, said too close to home to be chosen. I dropped my hand from the tree and curled my fingers into a fist at my side. 16, at least, I said, and then sighed, reaching into my left pocket for my phone. It was doubtful I'd get any reception out here, but it was worth a try. And they've killed something, I said, paused, pursed my lips. Recently. Nick let out a low growl that curled my fingers tight around my cell, made my throat go dry. I shouldn't let myself be so affected by him. It would only end in heartbreak and pain. I knew firsthand how dangerous it was. I was daughter to a woman who'd literally killed the man she loved most. I wouldn't find any sympathy back home.
Are they trying to cause trouble?
Nick asked, reaching up to grab the zipper on his jacket.
Or are they just too inbred to realize that Friday means Friday? Your mother,
he continued, because nobody who'd ever met the woman would call her Mom. Least of all, me.
Will probably cut them out of the ceremony altogether when she hears about this.
I shook my head, my heart fluttering with hope, and dropping just as fast. No, I said, thinking aloud, watching with a practiced detachment as Nick shrugged his coat to the forest floor and sat down on it to start taking off his boots. If I listened carefully, I could hear my professor and my fellow Intro to Wildflowers classmates chatting about a mile off. The pack, whoever they were, I didn't recognize their scent, was further off, maybe 3 or 4 miles out. If Nick and I stood here and waited, they'd be on us in minutes. She needs this alliance. We need this alliance, I said, 1,000 reprimands rolling through my head all at once. It's always us and we. Zara, not me and I. It would take a serious breach of etiquette for her to even consider cutting anyone out. I took a deep breath and tried dialing my mother's phone. No reception. Ridiculous. I kept trying to explain how important satellite phones would be for communication. Spending as much time as we did in remote wilderness, I felt like they were essential. But old habits die hard. The pack, and especially my mother, they didn't trust technology. I glanced down at Nick, shoeless, sockless, shirtless. I had to swallow hard and look away as he stood up and dropped his jeans to the moist dirt beneath our feet. Nakedness was as easy as breathing for me, for all of us. But when it came to Nick, I felt the undertones there, the unspoken things we'd both like to do to each other in the dark. It made it hard, really hard. And then to stand here and talk about the ceremony, the implications of what exactly that ceremony meant were hard to ignore. 5 suitors, 5 possible mates, 5 guys that I'd be doing things in the dark with that weren't Nick.
Yeah, well,
he said, pushing a hand through his dark red hair as I looked back at him, carefully avoiding looking at anything below his waist.
If forcing me to get naked in the middle of class doesn't count as a breach of etiquette, I don't know what does. Wait here. I'll be back.
Nick flashed a tight smile at me before taking a breath and shaking out his hands, fingers curling as the wolf reared to the surface, desperate to get out, to run, to chase, to fight. I stepped back, the nearness between us too much for me to handle. It was hard to watch anyone shift, to let them morph and meld and melt, while I was stuck standing still, encased in a single form, skin itching for release. But with Nick, it was like there was this pull between us, this irresistible urge to touch and feel, to lay my hands on his bare chest and feel the change happen beneath my fingers. I turned away fully and leaned my right shoulder against the tree, waiting for the quiet whisper of paw pads before I looked back. I only caught the tail end, quite literally, of Nick before he disappeared into the trees, his auburn fur whipping past the brown and green and blending into the shadows. He'd find this pack, whoever they were, and he'd turn them back. Or at the very least, he'd lead them somewhere safe, somewhere with reception where they could shift and he could get a hold of my mother. For now, I'd wait. If he wasn't back in 10, I'd leave his clothes here and I'd go. I leaned my back against the trunk of the ponderosa pine and stared back up the gentle slope of the mountain we were on, at the shadows of the trees and the damp earth that was still partially crystallized from last night's freeze. It was pretty here, sure, but it was hard to relax, knowing a group of 30 people was just around the corner, guidebooks open and phones snapping photos of half-dead flowers. Winter had come early this year and stayed late, messing with the spring term and the offered classes. It was hard to study wildflowers when most of them were either frozen or had yet to spring up at all. I checked the time on my phone. 2 minutes. Nick should be with the pack now, drawing their bloodied scent away from me and the classmates moving steadily in my direction. It wasn't like wolves were extinct in Oregon or anything, but a large group of really big wolves stinking of copper, mouths tinged pink with a recent kill. I did not want to see the confrontation between the two groups. I closed my eyes, listened carefully past the gentle rustle of branches overhead and the whistle of the wind in the valley. If I really concentrated, I could hear my professor's ongoing lecture, the excited perk in his voice that said he really, truly loved his job. I wished I was as big a fan of mine. Then again, my professor chose his job. I was assigned mine. It wasn't that I didn't want to be alpha, that I didn't care about my people. It was the lack of choice involved in all of it. My mother didn't sit me down one day and ask how I felt about being her heir. No, I was born into it. Instead of coming into the world with a sibling or two, a litter that could be picked and chosen from, I came alone. Okay, well, that's not exactly true. I had sisters in the womb with me, 3 of them actually, but they were all born dead. So First litter, 1 pup, 1 alpha.
Daydreaming again?
A voice asked from behind me, startling me so bad that when I spun around, I was ready to fight. I fell into a crouch and rose just as quickly, hoping that Julian wouldn't comment on the move. How the hell did he manage to sneak up on me? I wondered with no small amount of awe. It shouldn't have been possible, but there he was, 6 feet away and smiling like he had no idea the start he'd just given me. I took note of the moment, filed it away, but decided that I was too caught up in my own head, wasn't paying attention. At this point, it was the only explanation I had. "Sorry?" I asked, running my fingers through the burning brightness of my hair that was hardly unique in my pack. Ebon Red was famous for our flaming red hair and pale skin, the purple raven color of our eyes that had gotten more than one of us into an awkward situation or two, barely explained away with the mention of colored contact lenses. At least most people were just too polite to ask.
You seem to daydream a lot,
Julian said with a shrug, tucking his hands into his pockets and then glancing down at Nick's discarded pile of clothes. His black and white checkered boxers were sitting right on top. Of course they were. "Nick'll do anything for a bet," I said with a wild smile, knowing how ridiculous and unbelievable it sounded. But when you grew up in an entire community of werewolves, you learned that stupid and believable lies were better than impossible truths. Especially if it involves money, I added with a sly smile, putting my cell back in my pocket and withdrawing my loose mitten. My younger sister, Aria, knitted the pair for me as a Christmas present, passing the package to me with a nervous smile that said she loved me. She feared me just like everyone else. Julian began as I tugged the wool over my fingers and pretended to be cold, shivering and forcing my smile into a grin. I could only pray that Nick didn't come back until I'd gotten rid of Julian. He'd hear him, sure, even from several miles away, but I had this feeling that if he got a whiff of this guy and me together, he'd come charging over here, hackles raised. $50, I added with a shake of my head. If I'd learned anything over the years, it was that money can get people to believe the unbelievable. One of my aunts getting caught naked in the garden center at the hardware store? A friend bet her $1,000 to do it. Seriously, works every time. It's better than trying to claim the person you're covering for, or worse, you, is a nudist. Or that they're deranged. Or both. Honestly, I thought he'd negotiate for at least 100. I glanced over my shoulder and then shrugged, looking back at Julian's wide brown eyes and raised blonde brows.
Where did he go?
He asked with a nervous laugh, keeping his hands tucked into his pockets and attempting an unsure smile. Crap. I had a feeling he wasn't going to leave without some prompting. Who the hell knows? I said with an exaggerated eye roll. He can be weird sometimes. I kept smiling and focused my attention on Julian. I knew he had a crush on me from day one, and he was cute and all, but my life was about more than that. As an alpha, I had responsibilities, and a damn good sense of smell. Julian always had this air of mint and apples about him, this bright note weighted down with the heaviness of copper. Blood. Julian always smelt like blood. And vampires. I blinked at him and kept smiling, taking a few steps forward so I could look him right in the face, brush my breasts against his upper arm as I leaned in and wrapped the wool-covered fingers of one hand around his wrist. Obviously, Julian wasn't a vampire, or he wouldn't be walking around in bright gold midday sunshine. But he reeked of them, and I wasn't taking any chances. Let's forget about Nick and catch up with the rest of the class. We get to partner up for our final project, right? I bit my lower lip and turned Julian around, just in time to avoid the aubergine glare emanating from the shadows of a nearby pine. Sorry, Nick.
Do you have a partner yet?
Julian asked as I steered him away from Nick's clothes and back toward the sounds of the class. Nope, I said, forcing myself to keep smiling, keep walking. I could still smell the other pack, but the scent was receding. Good. Nick had done what he'd set out to do. He always did. I don't have a partner yet. and I hated that that statement was true in more ways than one. Chapter 2. My mother was waiting for me when I walked in, my book bag slung over one shoulder, slapping against my hip as I stepped up to her and paused, tilting my chin down in a show of deference. Some alphas were lax about old-school protocol and manners, gestures as arbitrary and meaningless as the human equivalent of putting elbows on the table, but my mother wasn't one of them. Nicolina Castile was a stickler for tradition. Azure Frost, she said by way of explanation, naming the pack that Nick and I had encountered in the forest. I glanced back at him, standing behind and to the left of Nicolina. Yes, he was named after her, his purple-black eyes shimmering with anger and frustration. And that was exactly why I'd had to bail on him. Nick was good at what he did, great even, but he had a tendency to escalate situations unnecessarily. I see, I replied carefully, my gaze focused on my mother's silver necklace and not on her eyes. Meeting an alpha's stare was akin to insulting them and begging to get your ass kicked. But me? I didn't need to fight my mom to take control. I'd been handed the future of the position. You don't want me to tell Grandma about this? I guessed, knowing how Nicolina usually worked. The pairing meant everything to her. Everything. If she had to drag the event into being kicking and screaming, she'd do it. No. Her voice was melodious, beautiful, like sun rays on flowers, but there was a hardness there, the firm undertones of someone who knows they're in charge and has no trouble convincing others to follow along. I focused on the rough edges of skin around the necklace, the way her graceful fingers lifted to touch it and then paused, thinking better of the action. True to popular belief, silver really does screw with werewolves. I nodded, my eyes tracing the rope-like scars on my mother's chest, the fresh droplets of blood peeking out from beneath the metal. Alphas are strong, the pillars of the pack, and they have no weaknesses. There might not be anything she could do about the silver allergy, but goddammit, my mother was immune to pain. At least she wanted everyone to think she was, and I'd never seen anything to the contrary, not even on the day my dad died. Then again, I'm not sure that she ever really loved him. The man she had loved, she'd killed before I was born. Don't mention today's incident to anyone, she said, her instructions clear. Mashka is waiting upstairs. Go see her and then head right home. Nicolina turned in a flutter of blood-red hair as I raised my gaze to watch her retreating back, Nick stepping out of the way and ducking into a small crouch until she'd completely left the room. I waited until I could hear her heels moving up the stairs in the back before I relaxed my stance and let out a sigh of relief.
I don't trust that guy,
Nick said, coming up to stand next to me as I handed over my book bag and shook out my fingers, glancing around at the meeting hall with raised brows. Wow. For an abandoned hotel, this place looks swanky. Despite Nicolina's insistence that we let the building go, surrender it back to nature, she'd allowed somebody, probably my younger siblings, to pull the weeds, polish the tile, repair the single broken glass panel in the ceiling. Vines still wrapped the crumbling columns, and birds still perched in the bare windowsills, but it looked almost civilized in here now. Who? I asked, smiling a little when Nick scowled at me. I made my way over to one of the banquet tables and ran my hand across the polished wood. In 4 days' time, this place would be crawling with members from the 5 most powerful packs in North America, as well as the most powerful pack, our pack, Ebon Red. I took a deep breath and looked up at the cool yellow slants of sunshine peeking in through the glass roof.
Julian. He reeks like blood so bad I can taste it. And whoever he is, he spends an awful lot of frickin' time with vampires.
Yeah, I know, I said, wishing I had more time to look around this place, explore the empty hallways with Nick, and take my wolf form on a tour of the scents permeating the walls. Years of human were history mixed into one derelict old place. Speaking of old, but what did you want me to do, Nick? Julian found me standing alone with a pile of your clothes, with your boxers. I sighed and shook my head, pushing aside the issue to deal with later. I have to go see Mashka, I said, trying to keep my tone light. As old as she was, my grandma could still hear us down here. And my mother? I had no doubt she was listening in. Nick nodded, his eyes flashing dark for a moment before he turned away, dragging my book bag up onto his shoulder and moving over to the stone steps to sit and wait. If I could have chosen to do anything in that moment, it would have been to spend every single second between now and Friday with Nick, savoring my last few days of freedom. After this, Nick would be taken from me and paired with whatever female my mother liked best, and we'd be nothing to one another. Nothing. Not that we were really anything right now. Even our friendship was starting to feel forced. But having him as my guard was better than not having him at all. I squared my shoulders, shook my red hair out, and tried to steal a glance at myself in the broken mirror on the wall, squinting past years of tarnish and grime at the curve of feathered bangs across my forehead. I combed them out with my fingers and reached up to tie my hair back in a loose, low ponytail. Looking presentable for Mashka was absolutely essential. She might not be the alpha anymore, but she was fierce and terrifying, and she held a terrible amount of sway over Nicolina, not to mention the rest of Ebon Red. "See you in a few," I said to Nick, breezing past him without waiting for an answer. I knew my role at the ceremony, knew it well. I'd spent hours at home practicing with Nick, making sure I knew every little nuance of every stupid ritual. Practicing in my room was a million times better, and easier, than doing it under Mashka's strict tutelage. I took the steps, 2 at a time, pausing only when I caught the strongest whiff of citrus, a bright splash of lemon and grapefruit on the back of my tongue. I paused at the first landing on the stairs and whirled to stare down the hall behind me, breath hitching as I caught sight of the silent intruder. Sharp blue eyes met mine, and a pink tongue lolled from frosty white lips lined with gray. Wolves, real wolves, don't have blue eyes past puppyhood. Werewolves do, especially those from Pack Azure Frost. I locked eyes hard and fast with the newcomer, not knowing or caring that I could very well be staring at my future mate. At least I knew this wasn't the current alpha. I was definitely looking at a male, a younger male. Couldn't be her mate either. I felt my hackles raise, skin rippling as I pushed back the change and took a step forward, keeping my expression neutral and my gaze unblinking. Would it be nice to come home from school and plop down with my laptop, text my friends, play video games with my baby brother? Oh yeah, but this? I was made for this. "What are you doing here?" I asked, trying to step up and put on my mother's shoes. If I could get even half the amount of authority she put into her voice into mine, I'd be in good shape. "I think we were clear with our invitation," I growled out as the wolf rose to his feet, shaking out his white and black fur, pelt rippling with the thickness of winter. God, he's beautiful, I thought, as a warm feeling tickled my belly and I licked my lips. On accident. Crap. Licking the lips is a show of deference in the pack, a way to demonstrate that you're not a threat. For humans, it was a flirtatious gesture. Either way, I was screwed. I kept my gaze focused and moved forward, prepared to shift and fight for my position, but this male, whoever he was, trotted forward and sunk low, flattening his ears and slinking past me up the stairs. His body language said, "I'm sorry, you're the boss," but his eyes were laughing as he disappeared from sight in a matter of seconds. Whatever. I didn't have time to dwell on it. Mashka was waiting. I followed the path the wolf had taken, but didn't see any signs of him as I moved up 3 more flights of stairs and down the hall, to the back bedroom that had been converted into an assembly room. Only my grandmother was here now, sitting naked in a chair at the end of it. Yeah, it was as creepy as it sounded. I swallowed hard and bowed my chin, moving into the room and closing the door softly behind me. "The word now does not mean different things to different people, Alpha Kai," she said, not bothering to move her lips, projecting that cold, cruel voice of hers directly into my head. She called me Alpha Kai, Alpha Daughter, the second half of the word some long diverted variation of the Croatian word for daughter, just like Mashka meant mother in Croatian. Maybe my grandma was from there, maybe not, but she spoke several languages and seemed to prefer that one. Hell if I knew. I didn't even know her real name. I didn't apologize. According to my mother, leaders never acknowledge their mistakes. I stared across the room, directly into my grandma's narrowed eyes, the flash of fury there unmistakable. She hated that we were equals now. Hated it. Still, if I wanted to get out of here in time to steal a movie and a bite to eat with Nick, I'd have to look away first. A flicker of fairy tale popped into my head, totally inappropriate and so out of place I had to jerk my face to the side to hide a smile. Oh, grandmother, what big eyes you have! All the better to stare you down and rip you apart from the inside out, my dear. Stand up straight and be proud of your bloodline, she said, her voice stern and solid, betraying the frail weakness of her body, the 137 years she'd lived on this earth. Yes, werewolves live longer than humans, age more slowly, but we're not immortal, and we're not immune to the cruelty of time. With all of those, a series of grating expletives exploded from her mouth in at least 3 or 4 different languages. Disgusting, ill-bred dogs lining our hall. You'll need to show Ebon Red's true strength. Yes, Alpha Mashka, I said, trying to be respectful as I glanced surreptitiously around the room, pretending to acquiesce to her desire for power as I checked out the place. Even this room had gone through a serious upgrade in the last few days. The walls were lined with live garland and dressed in pine cones and the last few fading blossoms of winter flowers. It was here, in this place, that I'd choose my mate. Shit. I couldn't help the shiver of fear that ate up my spine and made me quiver. Mashka noticed. Mashka noticed everything. The alpha mother of Ebon Red was a strong, proud woman, a warrior with gently curling brick-red hair, not brittled or whitened with age, still as vibrant and shining as always. I had the faintest suspicion that she dyed it, but I'd never had the courage to ask, especially not with her sitting naked in front of me, a silver crown drawing red drops of blood from her scalp. They clung to her hair like tiny ribbons, gleaming in the afternoon light. She sat like a queen rightfully should, back straight, and frail, thin fingers curled around the ends of the arms of her chair. It was how an alpha always sat, bare and beautiful in silver, and nothing else. It was how I'd sit one day. One day soon. I swallowed hard and felt my pocket buzz with an incoming call. Oh, crap. I snapped up my gaze and found Mashka's purple-black eyes boring into me. Zara, she ground out, her pursed lips curling into a scowl, pushing around the wrinkles on her fine, thin face. What is that? I reached into my pocket and saw an incoming call from Faith, my best friend, my human friend. A text immediately followed the call, popping up on the screen as my heart pounded in my chest. Seriously messed up shit happening at my place. Can you come over? My thumb pressed hard against the power button and shut the phone off. Mashka, I began, but she waved one tiny shaking hand at me. Her entire body radiated aggression, and I had no doubt that if she could, she'd challenge me right then and there, tear into me and draw blood across the broken tile at her feet. Get out, she growled, her voice more wolf than human. If you're so ready for the pairing, then leave. Her thin lips twisted back in a menacing snarl of a grin. And be prepared for the hell I've planned to rain down on you. I backed slowly out of the room, dipping my chin in respect, and then sprinted all the way down the stairs, past Nick, and into the icy air of early evening. Chapter 3.
I want to talk about Jax,
Nick said as we wound down the long drive from the meeting hall, branches slapping at the windshield, pine needles dripping against the roof like rain. I leaned back into the leather upholstery, enjoying the heated seat and raising a dark brow at Nick. Jax? He snorted and shook his head, rose-red hair falling across his forehead as he scowled. There were people in the pack who thought he was scary like that, but I wasn't one of them. I knew Nick well enough to know that a scowl from him was like a slight frown for other people. He was just expressive like that.
You'll be dating this guy by the end of the week and you don't even know his name?
Nick said, his voice cranky and stern, but sad, too. Just as aware as I was about how close we were to losing each other.
From Azure Frost.
he added as I put the pieces together in my brain.
The guy with the dough blood all over his face that shifted not a half-mile away from our professor and laughed at me when I told him to screw off.
Ah. So Blue Eyes was exactly who I thought he was. My lips felt suddenly moist, and I had to force myself to look out the passenger side window to keep my tongue from sliding across them again. I don't want to talk about Jax, I said, wondering if Nick knew I'd run into him at the meeting hall. Knowing him, he probably did. Let's talk about something else, I said as I closed my eyes, thankful to be away from Mashka and Nicolina. Whenever I was around them, I felt like I was walking on eggshells. One wrong step and everything would collapse around me. Just the simple mistake of forgetting to silence my cell phone was enough to put Mashka into a week-long rage, just long enough to last through the pairing. And be prepared for the hell I've planned to rain down on you. I had no idea what that meant, but I wasn't going to waste energy trying to figure it out. Mashka would let me know when my time had come.
I hate Faith,
he said blatantly, iterating a sentiment I'd heard a dozen times a week since junior high. Before that, during his first year as my guard when he'd still felt like just a childhood friend, he'd liked Faith as much as I had. I opened my eyes and looked over at him.
We have enough going on.
He snorted again and shook his head, risking a glance at me out of one slanted, nearly black eye, his hands tense on the wheel.
We don't have time to help her through another shitty boyfriend or another fight with her mom. Let her go, Zara. Some people need tough love to figure out how to help themselves.
She's the best friend I've ever had, I said, and then immediately regretted the words as I noticed Nick's reaction. Besides you, of course, I added, even though it was probably too late. Nick knew we weren't friends. We couldn't be. This thing between us, whatever it was, it burned too hot and hurt too much to just stay friends. And yet, anything beyond friendship was impossible. I sighed.
She isn't Pack,
Nick said tightly, his words clipped. Every day we got closer to the pairing, he got more agitated, more upset. Exactly, I replied, folding my arms over my chest and letting the warm, dry air of the heater flutter against my face. Faith wasn't Pack. Didn't even know werewolves existed. Hell, she didn't even really know me at all because, let's be honest, there was no way I could tell her. But I liked that. I liked knowing her inside and out, hearing all her secrets, listening to her complain about her mom, about her crappy part-time job, her boyfriend. If I was honest with myself, I was envious, just a little. I might not have chosen to do the things that Faith did, but at least she had that choice. Then again, maybe the last thing I should have been complaining about was choice. After all, Friday evening would mark the start of a long, drawn-out ritual with only one outcome, choice. I'd have to choose between 5 different packs, 5 different heirs. I'd be picking a mate, a partner, for life. A shiver overtook me, making my fingers curl around the edge of my seat. It was a decision cloaked with the illusion of choice. I had to participate in this ritual, whether I wanted to or not. And I had to select a mate from the males my mother had picked. That was it. End of story. Even then, she'd have a favorite or two that she'd strongly steer me towards. I hated feeling like my actions weren't my own. But then what could I do? I was part of the pack, lived for the pack, breathed the pack. I wouldn't survive without it, and that's exactly what my mother would make me do if I betrayed her.
Don't think about it,
Nick said, reaching over and taking one of my hands in his. He paused at the stop sign at the bottom of the hill and sat there for a moment, one rough thumb pad grazing the back of my hand. My breath caught at his touch, called to the wolf whispering beneath my skin. I wanted him so bad. But we'd never be. Never. I'm gonna miss you, Nick, I said, my voice low and harsh, barely audible over the blasting air of the heater. I don't know how to function without you.
You'll figure it out,
He whispered back, not looking at me, just touching, that gentle swirl of his thumb across my knuckles.
You're strong. I know you will. It's gonna be me who doesn't know how to function.
Nick dropped my hand and turned on his blinker, checking out either window before pulling onto the street. Outside, in the brown and green blur of forest, I saw a flash of white and the bright burst of blue eyes watching. Nick pulled into Faith's driveway and shut off the engine, letting the SUV tick and cool around us as the frigid evening air caressed the outside and pressed down on our heated little bubble. We hadn't spoken a word since pulling off the private gravel drive. Not one word.
You want me to wait here, don't you?
Nick asked, but that wasn't true. Not today. Yes, sometimes I made him wait in the car or take a walk, just so I could have a moment alone with Faith. She wouldn't tell me what was really going on until we had complete privacy. But today, I wanted Nick with me. You should come in, I said, staring across the car at him, at his straight nose and full lips, his deeply angled jaw, the perfect curve of his chin. In the past, in Mashka's mother's generation, I could have picked Nick as my alpha male, could have chosen him without any pomp and circumstance. But Mashka, in her unfailing wisdom, had decided that our pack was too closely related, almost too pure. And so she made it law that we'd mate only with select members of Pack Crimson Dusk for at least 6 generations. My mother had followed that rule in order to gain control of the pack. But as soon as I'd come of age, she'd broken it by announcing this alliance. An alliance that hinged completely and utterly on me.
You sure you want me in there?
He asked, but his voice was devoid of emotion at this point. Not angry, not sad either, just empty. We were both tired, needed some sleep. Preparations for the ceremony had been ongoing for months, draining every last ounce of mental and emotional strength we had. I'll make this quick, I promised, knowing that Faith could and would drag things out if I let her. Come on. I climbed out of the car, stretching my arms above my head and glancing around out of habit. I didn't expect anyone or anything to show up unexpectedly, but it happened before. Not in my time, but once. Mashka still refused to get out of a car before her guard had circled around the block at least once. Packs were fewer and far between nowadays, but there was always a threat of a rival group, some assholes with guns and silver bullets that didn't play by the rules. Of course, with night falling fast, vampires were a much bigger threat. And as Mashka always said, you only think the fairies are tails until one bites you in the ass. Nick stood on the other side of the car, scenting the air with a slight lift of his chin and a flicker of long lashes against his cheeks. When I glanced up, I saw Faith watching us both from her bedroom window, a bemused smile teasing her lips. Stop being weird and come inside, please, she insisted, pressing her face against the screen. I made some lavender hot cocoa. I want you both to try it. The window slammed shut, and I listened carefully as Faith opened her bedroom door and started down the stairs. Neither of her parents' cars were in the driveway, and I didn't hear them inside either. Good. We were alone. Dealing with Faith's mom could be interesting.
Lavender hot chocolate,
Nick said, turning to look at me across the hood of the car.
Maybe I should wait out here.
I reached up and pulled the band from my hair, letting the wind tease the flaming red tendrils around my face as I made my way over to him with a smile. Faith was a good cook, a great cook, but she liked to go heavy on spices and sauces, infusions and bold flavors. With our heightened senses, neither Nick nor I could stomach a whole lot of it. It has to be better than her strawberry jalapeno salsa, I said, wrinkling my nose. Nick didn't smile back, turning his head and running his hand down his face with a sigh. Let's just try for normal for one more night, I said, my voice firm enough that it almost sounded like a command. When Nick glanced back at me, his eyes were raw and open, emotions spilling out like the tears he'd never shed.
Yeah, sure,
he said, nodding his head, both of us painfully aware of the changes that were coming hard and fast. Unstoppable changes. Necessary changes. For Ebon Red, I reminded myself. For the pack. I turned away as the front door opened, convinced that Faith would be able to see my expression and know that something was wrong. I made myself smile as I moved through the growing shadows and paused in the golden halo of porch light by the front door. Nick and I had discussed running away. Really and truly discussed it. But it wasn't right. And it was foolish. Stupid. 2 lone wolves cast out from their packs. We'd be lucky to survive a year. And without me, without the white wolf, what would happen to Ebon Red? So I'd stand here and put a smile on my face, hang out with my best friend who'd still be my best friend when this was all over. I'd still go to school, still be the alpha daughter, still see Nick every once in a while. Things would be different, but they didn't have to be bad. They didn't have to suck. "What are you guys doing?" Faith said, tilting her head to the side, dark hair cascading over one shoulder. "It's freezing out there. Come in and have your lovers quarrel inside the house." I rolled my eyes, moving past Faith and listening for Nick's sturdy footfalls behind me. He breezed past the dining room and the kitchen, plopping down on one of Faith's overstuffed mint green couches. Without skipping a beat, he slid his phone from his pocket and texted Nicolina to let her know we were home safe. Of course, that was a lie, but it was one she'd never hear about, so it didn't matter. "Hello to you too, Nick," Faith said, slamming the door and shaking her head. However he felt about her, the feeling was mutual. "Come try this before it gets cold," she said, brown eyes sparkling as she moved into the open kitchen and gestured to a series of cups and saucers, all perfectly filled to the rim with steaming cocoa, dolloped with whipped cream. Bits of lavender speckled the white puff of cream. I could smell it from across the room, and all I could think was soap. I started with all milk chocolate, and then I experimented until I got the perfect ratio of dark in there. Not enough to overpower the delicate lavender taste, but just enough to cut the overwhelming sweetness of the milk. Faith grinned at me, her teeth bright white in a red-brown face, her dark hair braided and draping down the front of her body, past her orange t-shirt and halfway down her thigh. She was short, sure, barely 5'2", but that hair, it was still impressive, like Rapunzel or something. "Taste, taste, taste," she encouraged, waving me forward and propping a hand on her hip to watch. She always got this little twinkle in her eye when she was watching someone sample her art. "I think I really nailed it this time. Nick?"
"Yeah, one sec,"
he said, probably still in communication with my mother. I felt my hands curl into fists and had to force myself to relax them. I was still toying with the idea of asking her to leave Nick as my guard, but I doubted that would happen. Pack numbers weren't good, and they weren't headed anywhere great. Anyone of breeding age would be put to the task, raising pups for the pack, completely at odds with the very nature of our wolf sides. Alphas mate and raise pups. Betas too, if there's enough food to go around. But everyone? Unfortunately, even with 6 generations following this unnatural order, we could hardly keep our numbers from dropping. I picked up the cup and saucer, looking at Faith across the room with a forced smile. Declining numbers, missing pack members, mating pairs. I didn't want to think about any of it right now. "Where's your mom?" I asked, because it was always the first thing we talked about when I came over. Faith was a year older than me, in college, and desperate to get out, but her mom didn't want to let her go. "She's working the night shift as a float nurse," Faith said, shrugging her shoulders. "She's got her eyes on a new SUV, and she needs the hours." I tilted the cup back, trying to hold my breath, the dual scents of lavender and chocolate almost overwhelming. Holy crap, there's a lot of vanilla in there too. Hot, fragrant liquid hit my tongue, making my wolf side twitch as I struggled to swallow the pungent cocoa down my throat. It wasn't that I didn't like hot chocolate, because I did, but this, oh God, it really did feel like I'd just chugged a bottle of hand soap. "Wow," I said, as goosebumps rose on my arms and I struggled not to choke. "Definitely different." I paused and smiled as brightly as I could. but in a good way, of course. I know lavender's not everybody's favorite, but I had to give it a shot. She shrugged and pushed Nick's cup and saucer across the gray granite countertop. I had to do something to salvage the day. Faith sighed and rubbed a hand across her forehead. Her eyes, as rich and brown as the remaining cocoa in my cup, were ringed with smudged black eyeliner. Her lashes thick and clumped like she'd been crying. "Give me a second to let the dogs in and we can go upstairs," she said, smiling and raising her brows. Sometimes, when Nick and I were around, strange things happened with Faith's dogs. "Go for it," I said, lifting the cup to my lips and waiting until Faith's back was turned to pour the rest of it down the drain. I felt guilty for doing it, but another sip of this stuff and I might choke. I figured as long as she thought I liked it, then it was okay. After all, as a taste tester, I was pretty much crap. Unless, of course, Faith was planning on catering a dinner for werewolves. Faith slid the back door open and whistled, standing back for the stampede of muddy feet and wagging tails. The dogs breezed inside with a rush of cold air, heading straight for Nick before they calmed down enough to take in his scent. I watched his face, saw the slight curl of his lips and the flash of teeth. "Here they go," Faith said, throwing up her hands as the two dogs crouched down and crawled on their bellies, licking their lips and gazing up at Nick with rapturous attention. Didn't help that her dogs were about 3/4 gray wolf, 1/4 German shepherd. What were the odds that my best friend would be obsessed with wolves? Why couldn't she have gone down to the shelter and rescued a lab puppy like everyone else? It's only with you two that they do this. I'm just a strong pack leader, I guess, I said with a wide grin, earning a fast, sharp glance from Nick for the pun. As soon as they heard my voice, Notch and Mila switched their attention over to me and quite literally came to grovel at my feet. Bellies were presented, tails were tucked. "You know what Cesar Millan always says? Stay calm and assertive." Yeah, I know. I'm a terrible pack leader. Faith came back into the kitchen and knelt down, scratching the gray-brown wolf dogs on their exposed tummies. "That's why I keep you around." I looked down at the two dogs, reading their body language as easily as I read English. It was fluid, effortless. We couldn't communicate otherwise because, despite my shifting abilities, I was not a wolf. And I was most definitely not a dog. But the connection was there, and they felt it, responding to me like any member of my pack would in wolf form, if a little enthusiastically. I blamed that, and their ridiculously small attention spans, on the remaining quarter of their bloodline. "Nick, can you watch them while we're upstairs?" He shrugged one shoulder at Faith, but didn't glance up as the dog stood and stretched, moving slowly and carefully around me, before pausing at the overflowing food dish in the corner, asking permission to eat. I let the wolf ripple through me and yawned, stretching my arms above my head, a very clear invitation to go ahead. "You're not going to believe this when you see it," Faith whispered as she wrapped her hand around the banister and we started up the stairs, walking side by side. "My mom. You know how she is about drugs." I nodded, my lips slowly pulling down into a frown. Faith's mom was a nurse and uncomfortably familiar with the various types of drug users that passed through the county hospital's doors. Her hatred for them was a well-known and often celebrated source of conversation in the Cassidy household. "Well, I went into her bedroom after she left for work today. She's pulling a double," Faith explained as we hit the second floor, the soles of our shoes squeaking against the old hardwood floors. The downstairs had been redone in a brand new faux wood linoleum, but up here it was all original, scratched and stained and beautiful in a shabby chic sort of way. Anyhow, I went in there to look for some toothpaste because I was all out, and guess what I found? I didn't have to guess because Faith led me down the hall, past her bedroom door, and into her mom's room to see for myself. The scent of fabric softener and laundry detergent wafted up to me from the neatly made bed, and only the faintest whisper of her mom's smell was present, like she'd passed through here but hadn't stayed for a while. I followed Faith silently into the bathroom and froze, my hackles going up, fingers curling into fists as an icy fear laced through me. "Needles, Zara. Needles." She gestured at the box of unused syringes and the vials of black liquid next to them. If it was just this, she began, her voice clouding with tears as she flicked the flimsy cardboard box with a red fingernail, then maybe I wouldn't be so worried, but I haven't seen her in days. She just texts me or calls or leaves a note. And Friday, when she was last here, I saw track marks on her arm. She tried to tell me it was for some routine drug test at the hospital or something, but I didn't believe it for a second. I heard my friend's words, absorbed them, but all she was really doing was confirming what I had already started to guess. What is this stuff anyway? I tried looking it up online, and I guess it could be liquid heroin or something, but how do you explain this? Faith lifted up one of the vials and shook it, sending clouds of red swirling through the dark liquid until the entire vial was as bright as freshly spilled blood. Fitting, I suppose, since that's exactly what it was. I closed my eyes for a moment, taking in the smells of the bathroom, soap that smelled suspiciously like Faith's hot cocoa, a bottle of unopened tea tree oil, a small garbage can desperately in need of being emptied, and mint. Not a strange scent for a bathroom, not on its own, but that's not all that I smelled. Taking in a deep breath and tasting a mixture of mint and apples on the back of my tongue, like a fruit salad dressed in a really good mojito. Mixed in with it all was the scent of copper, of blood. There's only one thing in the world with a fruity metallic scent like that. Vampire blood. Either Faith's mom was looking to become a vampire, or she was looking to kill a werewolf. Maybe a little bit of both. Chapter 4. Moonlight slanted across the yard, silver bars falling like stripes against the dark green of the lawn. The blades were just starting to turn white at the tips, frost sliding and slithering down towards the muddy earth beneath. Come morning, the yard would sparkle and dance like it'd been coated in a layer of my little sister's glitter paint.
I think we should go to your mother with this,
Nick said, as I dropped the curtains and turned around, giving him a look with a raised brow. He was generally the last person in the pack that would ever encourage telling my mother anything.
She's still alpha, Zara. This is her problem, not yours.
I pursed my lips and shook my head, reaching up and running my hands over my scalp and down the fall of wet hair at my back. First thing I'd done when I'd gotten home was shower. I needed the time alone to think. You know what the contribution is going to be this year, don't you? I asked, as I watched his frown deepen, the muscles in his bare arms tensing as he squeezed his fingers tight, fingertips digging into his biceps. Watching him lean against the wall, dejected, burdened, depressed, arms crossed over his chest, I felt the first surge of real fear in my gut. Whoever I chose as my alpha male would be strong, determined, groomed from birth for the position, but they were always open to being challenged. What if Nick got it in his mind to fight for me? He'd be killed. Or worse. When you're part of a group like ours, inextricably entangled with friends and family, there's always a worse alternative than death. Ejection from the pack.
Yeah,
He said with a sigh.
I do.
We both tensed as the sound of churning gravel reached our ears, pebbles pinging off metal, the sound of an engine. A car. My mother was home. Or she would be soon after she'd driven up the half-mile-long stretch of driveway that led to our place. If she finds out about Faith's mom, there's no telling what she'll do. Nicolina was fiercely protective of her pack. I'd seen her destroy people with little to no evidence of wrongdoing. 4 vials of vampire blood? That was concrete proof in Nicolina's eyes. Faith's mom, maybe even Faith herself, would be dragged to a meeting of the convocation, tried, and I'd turned to my friend, looked her straight in the face, and promised I'd do whatever I could to help. I wouldn't betray that trust. The contribution this year will be assigned to look into the missing members of all the packs, Nick. We can use this lead as a starting point.
Not we.
He said, his voice a near whisper.
Just you.
A tight smile.
I won't be taking on the impossible with you this time, Zara.
Nick turned and left my room, heading downstairs to meet my mother at the door. I had 7 sisters and brothers, all of them younger than me, all of them scared of me, save one. Hugo, I said with a smile, bending down and picking up a bundle of wiry brown fur. What do you think you're doing? He flailed around in my arms, kicking his back legs and attempting to kiss my face while his tail whipped around almost as frantically as Faith's dog's. When did he shift? I asked Greer, the young woman that had taken over as the Castile family nanny last year. Our previous nanny, the Omega female of the pack, had been kicked out when she'd gotten pregnant. Ironically, Omegas are the only wolves in the pack that are explicitly forbidden from breeding. I didn't know the exact details or who the father was, but my mother's rage had been palpable and all-consuming. I still missed her, though, and I hoped she was doing okay. About halfway through the school day, Greer said, adjusting the bun on the back of her head with shaking hands. She was exhausted, overwhelmed. I could see it in the dark glaze of her eyes, the moisture resting there that she'd let fall into her pillow tonight. I heard her crying sometimes at night. It isn't easy to be the Omega. He's never going to learn to read with that attitude. She paused, fear flickering across her pixie-like face before cowering back. A strange sight to see in human form. I'm sorry, Alpha Daughter, she whispered, waiting for the blows to come. I exchanged a look with Nick, standing by the open front door and counting siblings as they appeared, moving into the warm room with breath frosting their lips and scarves wrapped around their necks. The older kids, like Avita and Moral, might pick at Greer, but I wouldn't. Nick and we didn't participate in dominance displays like that. Where's my mother? I asked instead, cuddling the wolf pup in my arms. A few of my sisters gave me looks as they slunk past, their attitudes close enough to a challenge that I should have put them in their places. If Nicolina or Majka, or God forbid, one of my mother's betas had been there, I would have. She's at the hall, Greer said, removing her winter clothes and hanging them up in the large closet near the front door. It wasn't like we needed scarves and mittens and hats to keep us warm, but when it's 42 and dropping outside, humans noticed a kid in a tank top and shorts. Nick closed the door and locked it. Once, twice, 3, 4 times. We had 2 chains, a deadbolt, and a lock on the knob. Add in the security system, the fences that surrounded the property, and the surveillance cameras, and we were fairly well protected up here in the woods. I leaned down and let Hugo rain kisses on my mouth, showing not only his love, but his sweet and submissive disposition, an attitude that would get him into trouble later in his life, no doubt. Our mother might have been the alpha of the pack, but there was only one alpha daughter, and that was me. The rest of my siblings, well, they'd have to fight for their position like everybody else. I assume everything's okay? I asked, switching Hugo to one arm so I could sneak my phone from my pocket with the other. No messages from Nicolina. Greer nodded, keeping her eyes downcast and her shoulders hunched. If she'd been in wolf form, her tail would be tucked. As she shrugged out of her coat, I noticed an alarming amount of new scrapes and bruises on her arms and shoulders, an inevitable byproduct of her position in the pack. If Greer looked this bad, then what did Emil look like? Compared to him, she was lucky. Greer and Emil might have both been Omegas, but Greer was our nanny. Emil? He was just the Omega male, a virtual punching bag for the pack, the person who took the brunt of the tension to keep the rest of the group functioning as a unit. When internal stresses ran high, Emil took a serious emotional and physical beating. It wasn't something I was proud of. It just was. Wild wolves did it, and if they were honest with themselves, humans did too. It might have been less formal than our method, but what was bullying if not seeking out an Omega? Nick and I exchanged a look, his eyes flashing purple for a moment before he turned away. I kept my eyes on Greer as she slunk from the room and headed towards the kitchen.
Crap,
he whispered, running his fingers through his red hair again.
Things must be worse with the other packs than we thought.
I nodded. I was thinking the same thing. Hugo's wet tongue made contact with my cheek, breaking the tension and making me laugh as I struggled to hold the squirming puppy. When Nick glanced back at me, even he was fighting a small smile. Let's get you something to eat, I said, knowing that no matter how big a meal Greer cooked, Hugo wouldn't get any. 4 years old, and my sisters were already asserting their dominance over him. Hugo wasn't going to have an easy life. You hungry, Nick? I asked, and he sighed, nodding his head once before following me into the kitchen. I sat Hugo on the floor, ignoring the glares of Evita and Moral as I moved to the fridge and grabbed a package of hamburger meat, tossing it onto the counter opposite the one Greer was using. Thankfully, the kitchen was huge, so she didn't have to creep around while she cooked. There was plenty of room in here for both of us. "So, Zara," Evita began, licking her lips as I glanced over my shoulder at her. She was only pretending to be submissive. I knew that as soon as Saturday rolled around, she'd be at the hall challenging me for my position. 5 days from now, I'll be wrapping my jaws around my little sister's throat and pinning her to the ground. Not a pleasant thought, but it was my reality. Even less pleasant was the idea of losing. That thought never crossed my mind. "Are you nervous for the pairing?" she asked, as Nick leaned against the counter next to me and glared daggers at her. Evita was my most wicked sister, someone who delighted in the pain of others. She'd have made a terrible alpha. Good thing I knew I was strong enough to beat her. The sheer ecstasy in her face when she talked about the pairing, when those big round eyes of hers locked onto Nick's discomfort, that drove me nuts. I had half a mind to walk over there and turn her onto her back, make her expose her belly. Somehow, though, I felt that I'd be letting her win. "Not particularly," I said, shaping up a few patties and leaving off the salt and pepper. Technically, we could eat the burgers raw and they'd still taste good, but I liked the warmth of a cooked patty. The reasons for that were decidedly morbid. A fresh kill is always warm. I turned around, a raw patty in my palm, and smiled, letting all my teeth show. "Why do you ask?" Evita narrowed her eyes at me and looked away. At 16, she'd already thought she was strong enough to beat me, but I knew her reasons for waiting. She wanted everyone to see. Our mother, Mashka, my mother's betas, the alphas from the other packs. Unfortunately, all they'd be seeing on Saturday was her continued submission. "All those guys," she said, drawing her finger across the shiny wood top of the butcher block countertops, "vying for your attention." Evita flicked her eyes back over to me for a split second. "All that pressure. Anybody who's anybody will be watching." I turned back to my burgers, setting them on a counter while I looked for a pan. I set the cast iron on the stove, turned on the burner, and added some butter. Hugo loved his burgers cooked in butter. "Good," I said, waiting for the pan to heat as I glanced over at Greer, a heaping plate of bacon-wrapped steaks in her hand. She tiptoed over to the left side of the stovetop, using the 2 burners on the other side of the griddle. I stayed as far right as I could, trying to be compassionate. Cooking in here with me was already stressing her out. I want everybody to see. I looked up at Evita, at the blood-red braid that hung over her shoulder, the defiance set to her jaw. Because all of those rumors about the white wolf? She exchanged a glance with Moral and then snapped her eyes over to mine, a flicker of fear burning in those inky black depths. "I want to show everyone that they're true." Chapter 5. My book bag hung loosely at my side, hitting my hip in a rhythmic fashion as I moved down the hallway looking for Faith. I could sense her from here, still smelling like lavender and cocoa. She'd texted me to say she was waiting in the student lounge, so I was on my way over there to meet her.
"Zara?"
I heard the voice behind me and paused, a slight growl rising up in my throat before I pushed it back. When I turned around to look at Julian, I was smiling. The last thing I want is to hang out with a guy that smells like vampires, I thought, my mind on Faith and her missing mother. According to Faith's text, she hadn't come home this morning.
"Hey."
"Hi, Julian," I said, refusing to let my irritation show. How was he supposed to know I was on my way to discuss a crisis? "What's up?" He tucked his fingers in his front pockets like he was nervous, his skin pale and his blonde hair like ice, gleaming under the harsh hallway lighting. His brown eyes searched mine for a careful moment before he took a deep breath and nodded, more to himself than to me.
"I was hoping we could talk about the final project."
Crap. I'd almost forgotten I'd offered to team up with him. The plan was always that I'd be working with Nick. Maybe this is for the best? I wondered before I let myself back out of the plan, feed Julian some excuse about not being able to work together anymore. By the time our final was due, I'd be completely and utterly embroiled in the pairing and everything that came with it. I might not have any alpha yet, but I'd be in the process of choosing one. If my mother refused to grant my request to keep Nick as my guard, he'd probably have to drop out of school anyway. It was a privilege to attend college and pack Ebon red. Speaking of Nick, I pulled my phone from my pocket and glanced at the screen. No texts from him yet. We both thought we'd smelled a wolf in the hallway near our calculus class. He'd gone to check it out. No news was good news unless you were dealing with Nick. When he'd gone after Azure Frost and Jax, he hadn't had a phone on him. He did now. I'd wait 5 more minutes and then go after him. "Can you walk with me?" I asked Julian, making a show of studying my phone's screen. "I've got a friend waiting in the lounge."
Sure thing,
he said, falling into step beside me, his backpack slung over one shoulder. He kept smiling at me, an open, friendly sort of smile. If I could have, I would have asked him about that mint and apple smell that always clung to his clothes. I knew from my first few years of homeschool that refreshingly sweet scent was a biological adaptation to hide the scent of blood. And it worked brilliantly. For humans, anyway. I'd casually asked Faith about Julian once, and she sighed, glanced over at him, and smiled. "He smells clean," she'd said. But he wasn't a vampire. Vampires can't come out during the day, not if they want their skin to stay smooth and unblemished. I'd seen my mother sentence a woman to death once, claiming the bright light of day would cleanse her wicked soul. Even in the hot golden light of a summer afternoon, it took her 3 hours to die. 3 hours to burn. Julian, he played football with his shirt off on the practice field behind the school, and I hadn't seen a single scar, scratch, or blister on him.
I was actually going to ask you if we could get together Friday night and start planning.
I glanced over at his handsome face, at the fullness of his lower lip, those big brown eyes. At least half the girls, and a few of the boys, in our wildflower class were into him. Why shouldn't they be? He was friendly, cute, helpful in class.
I know it's a little early to get started, but since it's worth half our grade...
He trailed off and grinned sheepishly, a slight flush coloring his cheeks. "Totally understandable," I said as we turned the corner and found ourselves face to face with a set of tables, some old but comfy couches, and a small snack bar. Faith was waiting for me in the corner, slouched in an armchair, a Kindle in one hand and a paper coffee cup in the other. "But I'm busy on Friday night." I turned fully towards him and switched my smile up a notch, laying a hand on his chest. "Tell you what, are you free next Tuesday?"
Sure,
he said, disappointment creeping into his voice. Still, that smile never faltered.
Next Tuesday works great. Do you want me to meet here after your class? Same time?
"I'm already looking forward to it," I said, raising my brows and wondering where the hell Nick was. "See you in class." And then I turned and made a quick beeline for Faith, kneeling down next to her and putting my hand over hers. She jumped and turned to face me, redness dotting the whites of her eyes, dark circles underneath. "You didn't sleep at all last night, did you?" I asked, and she shook her head, her thick, dark braids swaying with emotion. I let a slight frown take over my lips and stood up, surreptitiously checking my phone again. No messages, and it had been a full 5 minutes. "Wait here. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick and then grab a cup of coffee." "Okay," Faith said, voice low and laced with worry. "But hurry up. Oh, and get me a refill. If I don't stay hyped up on this crappy coffee, I'll never make it to chemistry." I squeezed her hand again, dropping my book bag into the adjacent chair and turned back to head towards the Calc classroom. As I walked, I lifted my chin up and let my hair hang loose down my back, scenting the air gently, just a slight flare of nostrils. I kept getting this whiff of cherry vanilla, like a really expensive lotion, almost edible. But underneath it all, there was the strong scent of earth and wild things, the scent of a werewolf. I steeled myself for another suitor-to-be, fully aware that curiosity didn't just kill the cat. Wares, we were kind of susceptible to it, too. I followed my nose down the hall, around the corner and straight back to a set of double doors that opened onto one of the college's inner courtyards, complete with fountain, benches, and student-run gardens. The first thing that struck me was the scent of cigarette smoke on a campus so anti-cigarette that they'd been known to lower students' final grades by an entire letter for catching them lighting up on the property. My nose twitched, and I felt a sneeze rising up in the back of my throat, but I moved forward, around the corner, and past a box of half-dead flowers, wilted and drooping from last night's frost. I smelled Nick before I saw him. He was standing with his fists clenched and his jaw tight, teeth bared, this close to letting the change ripple through him as he glared violent daggers at the alpha sun of packed obsidian gold. Silas Vedder didn't seem concerned as he glanced over at me, flashing a wicked smile, complete with a gleaming white tooth that I knew wasn't part of his human form. That wolfish leer was undeniably sexy, even with a cigarette half hanging out of his mouth. His golden eyes were like mirrors, glinting in the shadows beneath the overhang he was standing under. From here, the scar over his left eye was barely visible. I felt my pulse quicken and my blood heat, my eyes taking in the colorful tattoos that lined his right arm from shoulder to wrist, swirling bursts of brightness that drew my gaze down to the fingers stuffed in his right front pocket.
"Hey there, White Wolf,"
he said, lifting his left hand up and withdrawing the cigarette from between his lips. I was surprised he could stand to smoke it. No werewolf I'd ever met could get within 3 feet of a lit cig and not start to feel queasy. As if he could read my mind, Silas moved over to a nearby trash can and snubbed the bright cherry out on the pebbled sides before tossing it in the garbage.
"I was starting to wonder if you're going to come out and see me."
"Friday at 4:30, Silas," I told him, as those brilliant eyes of his swung over to me and took me in from head to toe, making me wish I was wearing something less practical and more for show, like him. Silas was in a pair of low-cut jeans and a tight t-shirt, a cluster of leather bracelets on his left wrist, and entirely bare feet down below. If he was trying to fit in with the rest of the students here, he was failing miserably. I knew for a fact that obsidian gold was required to wear contact lenses at all times out in public. If any of the dozen girls walking by and ogling Silas were to stop and really look him in the face, they'd know he wasn't human. "You should leave," I said, even though, somewhere deep in my belly, I didn't want him to. I couldn't lie. The human half of me was attracted to the human half of Silas. Strangely, I'd never seen him in wolf form. But I knew the stories. We all did. Hell, I was one of them.
"I heard through the grapevine that Jax paid you a visit yesterday,"
he said, moving over to me with Nick not far behind. We exchanged a look, Nick's eyes indigo swirls of rage that were just as brilliant as Silas's heavy-lidded golden shimmer.
"That's not really fair, is it?"
he added, moving close enough that his bare toes brushed the black soles of my sneakers. His tattooed hand lifted up and brushed a strand of hair away from my face. I gave him nothing, meeting his gaze head-on despite the height difference between us. A staring contest ensued, lasting long enough that people in the courtyard started to notice. Nick tried to do his job, rolling his eyes and pretending to be irritated with us, like we were just 3 normal kids in the middle of an intense argument. "This is my territory, Silas," I said, letting a growl bubble up in my throat. "Don't make me fight you for it." I flashed a grin of my own, all teeth, all wolf, and just hoped that no one noticed. If they did, well, I just hoped they'd think it was a trick of the light. Keeping humans ignorant of our existence was important. Keeping my dominance during the pairing was essential. Thankfully, Silas had some sense in him and looked away first. But like Jax, I had the feeling that he didn't really mean it. Great. 2 of my 5 possible choices were dicks. I could only hope that the other boys, the ones I hadn't met yet, wouldn't be so wild. "My friend Faith is waiting for me," I said, putting my hands on my hips and glancing over at Nick. "And I could really use a coffee, so unless you have something you came here to say, I'm going back inside." Silas moved a few steps away and leaned his head back to stare up at the sky. Near the fountain, I spotted a pair of black boots that must have been his.
"Nothing to say. I just wanted you to know that I'm in the race."
He looked back down at me and smiled wider, turning his gold eyes to Nick for a moment. I knew the moment their gazes connected because Nick's spine went ramrod straight.
And,
he continued, turning back to me, reaching up to run a finger down the scar, over his closed left eyelid and onto his cheek.
that it was worth it.
Chapter 6. The drive home was silent and tense, Nick sitting in the passenger seat looking like he was about to puke, and Faith lying down in the back, head pillowed on her hands. I thought she might be asleep, but I didn't bring up pack business, just in case. "Are you all right?" I asked Nick, my fingers tight on the steering wheel as I glanced over at him.
No.
Just one word. He turned away from me and looked out the window, resting his elbow on the door and cradling his chin in one hand. I knew he hated Silas, and I knew why, too, because of me. "Do you want to stop and pick up something fried and greasy to eat on the way home?" I grinned at him, trying to lighten the mood. Things weren't usually this rough between us. We had fun together, even if Nick had a naturally cranky disposition. He smiled, laughed, and joked around. But these past few weeks, his face had been pulled into a permanent frown, and he could hardly look me in the eye anymore. Even that tense, quiet night we talked about running away had been better. I couldn't stand to see him like this, but I didn't know what to do either. "Or I can make burgers again when we get home." He looked back at me and then glanced over his shoulder, as if to remind me that Faith was in the car with us, like I could forget. After I'd gone back to the lounge, I'd found her sobbing, arms curled around her knees, her Kindle and coffee cup on the floor. Apparently she'd called the hospital while I was gone and was told that her mom didn't work there anymore, and that she'd up and quit in the middle of a shift last week. "Sorry, guys," she said, as if she could tell Nick was irritated at her. "I didn't mean to fall asleep." Faith yawned and stretched her arms above her head, fingers brushing the roof of the car. "And thanks for letting me come over. I know how Nicolina gets with guests in the house." I pursed my lips, not at Faith, but at the reminder of what I was going to have to deal with if my mother came home tonight. She and Majka sometimes spent the night down at the hall, but if she did show up at home while Faith was there, I was going to pay for it. She could hardly stand other werewolves in the house, let alone humans. I'd met Faith on my first day of 6th grade, and my first year at a real school, and she'd spent the night at my house a total of 3 times since then. It just wasn't worth the fight in most cases. Tonight, it was. I tried to sleep last night. Really, I did. But it wasn't just my mom that I was worried about. I thought I heard her car at one point, but when I went to check out the kitchen window, there was some weird guy standing in the street staring at me. A chill went up my spine, and it took everything I had in me to hold back a growl. "Why didn't you call or text me?" I asked, fear curling tightly in my belly. Whatever Faith's mom's motives were, she was obviously dealing with vampires. Depending on which kingdom, she could be in serious trouble if her mom had failed to make arrangements to keep her daughter safe. I knew it. I should have brought her up here last night. I wouldn't make the same mistake again. Tomorrow morning, when Faith got up for school, I'd send a wolf or 2 with her. She might not be able to take on a vampire, but they could. I moved the mystery of her missing mother up my list of priorities. It was the last thing I needed to deal with before the pairing, but the first thing I'd look into. Faith might not be an actual member of my pack, but I loved her just the same. Nobody hurt a member of Pack Ebon Red without making an unspoken promise to visit with me. And the white wolf always kept her promises. When we pulled into the driveway, one of the pack's black SUVs was waiting for us, the black paint shining in a patch of light from the porch that turned the gray pebbles of the driveway a brilliant gold. Like Silas's eyes, I thought before I could stop myself, taking a deep breath of the sharp, clean forest air. It helped push back the memory of my first kiss, our first kiss, and keep my head clear. "Oh my God," Faith said, tilting her head back to take in the sheer size and grandeur of my mother's house. "I forgot how beautiful this place is. Too bad your mom's so opposed to visitors." I smiled and wished for a brief moment that I could tell her everything. But even if I could, I wouldn't. I liked having someone with no connections to the pack, someone I could sit with and talk to without wondering if I was seeing the real them. They were acting differently because of my status. "Don't be surprised if you see something weird. You know how my siblings are," I added with a shudder. just hope Mashka isn't naked. Wouldn't that be a shock to poor Faith? "We're home," I called, even though I normally wouldn't bother. "Faith's here." Hopefully they'd listen to me and mind their manners. At least my mother's scent was absent from the house, but Mashka's was there. Crap. "Grandma?" I said cheerfully, moving through the entryway and into the first sitting room on the right. Mashka was there, fully clothed, thank God, with a cup of tea perched on the gold and white coffee table in front of her. The little metal spoon inside was stirring of its own accord. Without skipping a beat, I walked across the marble floor and paused, leaning down and placing my hand against the spoon's handle. Mashka sneered up at me and snarled some Croatian curse words into my head. "Stupid girl, useless girl, why'd you bring a human here?" She pulled her knees up to her chest, the emerald green fabric of her dress rippling as she wrapped her thin arms around her legs and clutched her bony hands together. Behind me, I could hear Nick pulling Faith out of the entryway and towards the kitchen. "She's a friend of mine," I said aloud, letting go of the spoon and sighing as it started its twirling dance through the creamy swirl of Mashka's tea. She needed a place to stay tonight. I got a grunt in response as my grandma stared up at me with those angry eyes of hers, the colors so dark they were almost black. Her silver crown was still perched on her head. I wasn't sure if she ever took it off. On her ankle, there'd be another piece of silver. It was customary for all alphas to wear 2 pieces of silver to prove their strength. It was almost my turn, and I hadn't even given my joy a thought yet. "They have homeless shelters in town still, don't they?" Mashka growled in that commanding voice of hers, unclasping her hands to gesture angrily at her teacup. "Take her to one of them, why don't you? And while you're there, why don't you stay too? You and your mother are useless heirs, not a lick of magic in either one of you." I smiled tightly, used to this rant. Both Nicolina and I had heard it 1,000 times already. How disappointing we were because we'd been born without magic. It wasn't our fault, though. Not a single werewolf had been born with power like that since my grandmother, and Nicolina was convinced that none would in the future. Right now, I didn't have the time or leisure to debate on it. "And don't think I've forgotten that slight from yesterday," she snapped as I stood up, bowed my chin respectfully, and left the room. "Meet me outside tonight." I stared down at the mysterious text on my phone and felt my lips purse. The number was unfamiliar, but I recognized the area code. Someone close to home, then? I ran through a mental list of the 5 alpha sons that I'd be courting and shook my head. Could be any of them, really, using a local number. "I'm never going to pass my classes at this rate," Faith said, meandering around my bedroom and running her fingers across my desk, my bookshelf, the vanity table near the bathroom door. I was already struggling with the course load, and now Mom's... Her voice trailed off as she turned to face me. The pale peach color of her pajamas a stark contrast against her red-brown skin. I was dressed as her polar opposite, but still in contrast. Midnight blue PJs against skin as white as snow. I made myself smile. "You'll pass your classes," I assured her, knowing that all she really needed right now was some encouragement. "And we'll find your mom." I looked her right in those big brown eyes of hers. "I promise." And I meant that, too, because even if I hadn't had an interest in helping Faith as a friend, whatever her mom was doing messing around with vampire blood was important to the pack. It wasn't like we hadn't thought about a kingdom connection to our missing pack members. 12 members in 6 months. I felt my blood chill. "Let's talk about Owen instead," I offered, broaching the subject of Faith's boyfriend with a slight grimace. I was almost positive I heard Nick sigh through the open door of his bedroom. Mine might have been closed, but that wouldn't stop him from listening in on us either. Faith sighed and sat down on the stool in front of my vanity, flicking on the lights and smiling briefly at her reflection in the mirror. I watched as those long, delicate fingers of hers deftly removed the band at the bottom of her braid. "He disappeared for 2 whole days," she said, combing her fingers through her hair. The round rosebud shape of her mouth pursed tightly enough that the skin on either side turned pale for a moment. I felt my phone vibrate in my fingers, but ignored it for the time being. Whoever was texting me would have to wait. 2 disappearances related to my best friend in the same week. Not good. "And you decided not to tell me about this either?" I asked, knowing I was getting cranky with her but unable to help myself. Faith cringed and at least had the good grace not to snap back at me. I probably should have, yeah, but he's been hanging out with some old friends of his. I rolled my eyes. This was typical Owen behavior, even though Faith liked to pretend it was always surprising when he screwed up. He was 21 and had already spent an entire year in prison for theft. Not a good sign. I'd practically begged her not to go out with him, but what could I really do? Honestly, knowing the state of my own life, I didn't have much room to talk. I figured he was just busy catching up or something. Faith sighed and dropped her chin into her palm. But he really wasn't, was he? Probably not, I answered, trying to be as sympathetic as I could. What I really needed to know was, but is he back now? It wasn't likely that Dia, Faith's mom, and Owen's disappearances were connected, but you never knew until you asked. Faith shook her head. Not yet. Well, crap. But he texted me finally, she said, her hair fully unbraided and lying in gentle waves over her shoulder. She flipped the thick, dark mane over her back and stood up, moving to the pink book bag in the corner and yanking at her phone. I love you more than anything, babe, and I want you to know that I'm thinking of you every day, Faith read. This time, I could definitely hear Nick sighing, dramatically. I'll stop by your place on Friday night. Until then, here's a playlist to keep you busy. Faith looked up with a strained expression on her face that told me she thought his texts were at least half as stupid as I did. Then there's a whole row of smiley faces. He disappears randomly and then sends you a playlist? I couldn't keep the judgment out of my voice. Come on, Faith. I know, she said, plopping back down on the stool. But there are good things about him. She glanced over at me, cheeks reddening slightly. Really good things. I wrinkled my nose, smelling the heady scent of pheromones in the air. So Faith was talking about sex. If it was powerful enough, intense enough, to put that dreamy look on her face and blind her to all of Owen's faults, well, then I was just glad I was still a virgin. Not for long, though, my thoughts whispered, drawing a warm chill up my spine. Not for long. I refused to admit that I was excited about that. What are you doing here? I asked Silas, my rain boots squelching across the empty grass. I crossed my arms over my chest and tried to look the part of the alpha in my silky PJ pants and tank top. His gold gaze took me in from head to toe, eyes resting on my collarbone and drawing goosebumps on my skin. It was cold out, but it wasn't that cold. I kept my expression neutral and refused to let him see that he was getting to me.
I wanted to talk to you,
he said, pausing and glancing up at Nick's window with narrowed eyes.
In private.
Yeah, okay, I said, watching him as he moved in a slow circle around me, the moonlight slanting through the trees behind his head. 3 days left until the full moon, until the ceremony, the pairing. When my mother had first announced that she'd begun preparations, that day seemed like it'd never come, in a good way. But now, I felt like I was standing on the tracks, waiting for the devastating collision with the train. But you know you're not supposed to be here. If my mother were home, or if your father finds out, that'd be even worse for him. I couldn't keep myself from looking at Silas's scar, tracing the ragged wound with my eyes. I'd say it was half my fault that he had it, but I didn't agree with the way some alphas controlled their packs. That's why I was doing this, giving up any chance I ever had at being free. This alliance, it would give me control of all the North American packs, including Pack Obsidian Gold. I could change things, ensure that people like Silas weren't torn apart for something as simple as a curious teenage kiss. If I catch you doing anything like this again, I'll take the eye. No, you know what, son? I'll take both eyes. I shivered at the memory of Silas's father's voice.
Are you sure your boyfriend's gonna be able to survive this?
Silas asked casually, running his tattooed fingers through the espresso brown color of his hair. He was wearing the same clothes from earlier, still barefoot and beautiful. Since he was dressed, I had to wonder how he managed to get up here. I hadn't heard any cars. I ignored the question. Did you run all the way up here? I asked, as his lips twisted into a smile, and he made his way a few steps closer. I watched Silas pinch the front of his shirt with a grin.
What do you think? I can barely fit into these pants as it is. Think I could keep him on in fuzzy form?
He chuckled and shook his head.
Nah, your mom's letting my dad and me stay in the guest cottage.
Silas nodded his chin in the direction of the little carriage house. Silas, I hissed, unable to stop myself, taking a step forward and wrapping my fingers around his upper arm, right across the orange and black stripes of a snarling tiger tattoo. Your dad, your alpha, is in the carriage house and you're here talking to me?
It's not like that anymore,
he said, reaching up and grabbing my wrist, taking a step closer.
He wanted me to come over here. Hell, he practically forced me to.
There was a bite of fear in his voice, an understandable emotion considering the things his dad had done in the past. Attacking your son, practically blinding him in his left eye, all for kissing a girl? Not okay.
Zara, I'm afraid of what he's going to do if you don't pick me.
I jerked back, pulling my wrist from Silas's grasp. Are you kidding me? I asked, shaking my head and turning to go back into the house. He called me out here to guilt-trip me into choosing him? Seriously? That's pretty low, even for you, Silas.
Zara!
He growled, making me stop short and glance over my shoulder to look at him. I'd never seen Silas's skin so white, his golden eyes so wide.
Think about it. All my dad ever wanted from me is to be alpha. And now? God, Zara, I didn't come up here to bullshit you. You think I want you to pick me out of pity?
Silas growled again, the sound tightening muscles low in my belly. I turned to face him, one step up on the back deck. I didn't move as he came closer, hardly drew in a single breath.
I wanted you to pick me, for me,
he said, shaking his head and drawing a cigarette out of his pocket.
But...
Silas trailed off and turned away, the grass turning to frost and crunching beneath his bare feet.
Never mind. You know what? Forget it.
No matter what happens, Silas, I won't let him hurt you, I promised, curling my hands into fists by my sides. He wasn't listening anymore, lighting his cigarette and tilting his head back to stare up at the sky. Besides, I tried to smile. I bet you could take him on anyway, if you really tried. Silas snorted and pulled his smoke from his lips with 2 fingers. On the back of his hand there was a wolf tattoo looking back at me with yellow eyes.
I could take him on, one-on-one, maybe, but...
Silas trailed off again, his voice caught in the icy breeze blowing in from the north. I could smell pine trees and dirt and... snow. Our April would be a cold one. Winter's hold, long and lingering. Whatever you're hiding, Silas, I can't help you if I don't know.
I'm not afraid of anyone.
Silas snarled, throwing his cigarette to the ground and crushing it with his bare foot.
Not of him.
He glanced over at me.
And not of you.
Before I could think of a response, Silas was jerking his shirt over his head and unbuttoning his pants. In a few seconds, I was staring starstruck at his naked body, at the ripples of fur sliding across his flesh. In the span of a blink, he dropped to all fours, throwing a gold-eyed glare back at me. I didn't bother calling out to him as he disappeared into the trees. Chapter 7.
What did you and Silas talk about last night?
Nick asked me in the morning, standing on the other side of the breakfast bar and narrowing a set of inky black eyes, no hint of purple in them. He was pissed. I pretended not to notice and shrugged, pouring myself a bowl of cereal and wondering if I should wake Faith up for class. She was beat, though, and well deserving of a day off. I'd intercepted a text message from Owen this morning, asking if she could put some money on his prepaid debit card. Ugh. Besides, I wasn't going to class today, and I didn't want her asking why. He's worried about his dad. I replied honestly, pushing the cereal box to the side and drowning the flakes in milk. I didn't bother asking how Nick knew I'd been outside with Silas. He was my guard. It was his job. Even when I didn't do mine by letting him know I was sneaking out. A growl slipped past Nick's lips and he ran a hand through his hair.
Some ploy,
he whispered roughly, shaking his head and turning around to lean against the clean, quiet stove.
You don't actually believe that crap, do you? Silas Vetter only has one thing in mind, and that's becoming the alpha male of this pack, of all the packs.
Nick said quietly, jealousy and fear both evident in his voice. This was a big move. A big change, not just for me and him, but for all the packs involved.
I know you'll still technically be the one and only boss, but I still don't want a douche in place as the puppet king.
I couldn't keep a smile off my lips. It faded just as quick, though, as I glanced toward the windows along the back of the house and the fall of sunshine across the trees. Morning. I'd never been so unhappy to see a sunrise. It was Wednesday now. Close. So close. "Who are you partnering up for the final project in Wildflowers?" I asked, trying to distract Nick from the current subject. He might not like Silas, but then again, he didn't like Jax either. He probably wouldn't like any of my potential mates. Because they weren't him.
"After the pairing, I won't be going to class anymore, Zara,"
Nick said, his voice a gloomy fog that seemed to fill the kitchen. I stopped with my spoon halfway to my lips and looked up at him. That didn't sound like speculation. It sounded like an order. I felt my hackles go up. "Did Nicolina say something to you?" I asked. It was one thing to speculate on what my mother might do. It was a whole lot worse to hear that my predictions were coming true.
"Thursday will be my last day of class,"
Nick said, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. When he opened them again, they were blazing with fury. That scared me almost as much as whatever it was that the Alpha might have said to him. I did not want him challenging one of the Alpha sons. I wouldn't let him risk himself like that. Nick opened his eyes back up, but they were still blazing, angry, full of frustration.
"Your mother doesn't think you'll need a guard with 5 suitors around. She said she'll see about assigning a new one once you've chosen."
I see. What else was I supposed to say to that? As Nick and I stared at each other across the kitchen island, something seemed to snap inside of him. His carefully crafted facade crumpled to the ground at his slippered feet.
"Zara,"
he began, and I noticed that his hands were shaking slightly. I dropped my spoon into the bowl and came around the island so that we were facing each other.
"I don't know if I can do this,"
he whispered as I reached out and ran a thumb across his lower lip. He followed it with his tongue and made this low, sad sound in his throat that broke my heart into pieces. Even though I knew I was just torturing us both, I leaned forward and put my cheek up against his. Nick even smelled like Ebon Red, like home, that pine tree and honeysuckle scent that all members of our pack gave off. We stood there for a few seconds, our cheeks pressed together, our hands held carefully at our sides. If we were caught touching, even in such a minor way as this, there would be hard consequences, mostly for Nick. I thought of Silas's scar and pulled away before Mashka walked in on us. If she did, she'd sick Nicolina on him, coerce my mother to mete out the justice she was no longer physically capable of. I pulled away just as my phone buzzed in the pocket of my pajama pants, giving me a plausible excuse to step back and check my texts. Crimson Dusk has arrived. I stared at the words for a moment before looking back up at Nick again. All of that vulnerability I'd just seen in him was gone, replaced with the mildly pissed-off bodyguard look that he wore most of the time.
"Is it time?"
he asked, blinking through the fury. "It's time," I said, straightening my shoulders and taking a deep breath. Time to meet with Pack Crimson Dusk. While the other 4 packs were officially scheduled to present their alpha sons to me on Friday at precisely 4:30 Pacific Standard Time, at the hall, during the official pairing ceremony, my mother had arranged for Pack Crimson Dusk to have a private meeting. It was a bone she had little choice but to throw them, pun intended, since this new arrangement of hers was screwing them out of a guaranteed position of power. When Mashka became the alpha female of Ebon Red, she'd chosen a mate from the ranks of Crimson Dusk, and then simultaneously declared that for at least 6 generations, our people would be forced to do the same. For the last 100 years or so, that had been the status quo. My father was from Crimson Dusk, and it was assumed by everyone that my mate would be too, until Nicolina changed the rules. "I knew I should have stayed alpha," Mashka would sometimes complain, "until after you'd picked a mate." But we both knew that was wishful thinking. My grandmother didn't willingly give up her crown. Not exactly. If Mashka hadn't declared that her reign was over and accepted my mother as alpha female, Nicolina probably would have killed her. It was this story she told in the SUV on the way to the hall. What a mistake it was for Nicolina to turn her back on the alpha mother's decree. There were also several choice Croatian curse words thrown in there for flavor, colorful phrases that translated to things like full of dick and vagina smoke that I didn't particularly understand. This all stopped, of course, when we arrived at the hall and she spotted some of her in-laws. "If you know what's good for you, Alpha Chi, you'll follow the orders your mother so stubbornly defies," she told me, wagging a long crooked finger in my direction before tottering off and dropping her royal blue dress to the cracked tile floor of the hall. As Nick and I ascended the steps, she shifted with an ease unmarred by age and allowed my great-aunt to greet her with a few respectful licks on the muzzle. We didn't talk as we passed through a small gathering of werewolves, in both human and wolf form, most of whom shared the blue-black hair and maroon eyes that were unique to Pack Crimson Dusk. Every pack had their own signature, a certain pattern of hair and eye pigmentation that seemed like it had little to do with genetics. Majka liked to say it was the old magic that still traced the veins of our people, staining the hair and eyes of each pack's offspring with a unique signature. Nobody knew for sure. Maybe we never would. As we passed through the nearly unrecognizable lobby of the old hotel, all eyes turned to me, flicking away rapidly if I dared glance in their direction. I saw respect and curiosity etched into most of their faces. Hope. They were pinning their dreams, their wishes, their futures onto my back. Restore the old magic, unite the packs, track down the missing. I exhaled slowly, quiet enough that only Nick would hear me. He slid his dark eyes over to mine, but only for a moment before he refocused them on the cracked stairs that led to the second floor. Right now, he wasn't the broken-hearted childhood friend, but Nick Hallett, the bodyguard for the alpha daughter of Pack Ebon Red. Even if the nearness of our bare arms made my skin ache for his touch, I wouldn't show my feelings either. Nick might be the bodyguard, but I was the future alpha, the only female born into the next generation of leaders, the heir to the most powerful pack in North America. I was the white wolf, and I had to lead them all. We followed the same path I'd taken on Monday to see Majka, pausing outside the assembly room on the 4th floor so Nick could open the door for me. Here goes nothing, I thought as I lifted my chin and stepped inside. At the end of the room, in the same chair my grandmother had occupied the other day, I found my mother. She, too, was naked, but where my grandmother's skin had wrinkled and gone paper-thin, Nicolina was still supple and smooth. At the age of 74, she had the appearance of a human woman in her mid to late 30s, with waist-length hair falling in a red sheet over one shoulder. It hid her right breast, but did nothing to obscure the silver ring pierced through her left nipple. A single droplet of blood ran down the ring and dripped onto the pale white color of her thigh. "Zara, of Ebon Red," I announced as I stepped into the room and dipped my chin. Nick took his place behind and to the left of me as I raised my face back up and straightened my shoulders. I was dressed in a loose black gown with a pair of hook and eye clasps on the front and white fur trim on the edges. The skirt had a slit up the center that hit me at mid-thigh, and the top plunged down to my belly button, leaving most of my midsection exposed. If I were to pull the two clasps apart, the entire thing would fall to the floor, giving me the freedom to shift without worrying about my clothes. Since this was a formal meeting and I was not yet alpha, I had to wait for my mother to acknowledge me before I could move to take a seat, or even speak to the other guests in the room. This was an act that could take a while, depending on how keen my mother was on proving her dominance. Usually, she was a fanatic about it, but I guess today she was more interested in getting down to business. "Zara Wolf," she said in that voice of hers, the color of a summer evening with the faintest rumble of thunder in the distance. If she'd said my name without the title of Wolf after, I would have been required by pack law to leave the room and lick my wounds. Being denied as a wolf was the greatest insult one were could throw at another. It was the human equivalent of saying, "Fuck you and everything you stand for." "Alpha," I greeted carefully, my nose twitching at the sultry fragrance hanging heavy in the air. It was thick with the ripe scent of blooming gardenias and jasmine, and it radiated from the men and women on the left side of the room, the highest-ranking members of Pack Crimson Dusk. I saw the alpha female, her mate, her betas, and her son. My eyes stopped on the crimson stare of a boy named after a god. Anubis Rothberg crinkled his eyes at the edges and whipped me with a wicked sensual smile that made me forget for a second how ridiculous his name was. At the same time, he averted his gaze respectfully and tilted his chin down, essentially acquiescing to me as his superior. I walked forward, my bare feet whispering across faded burgundy carpet as the skirt of my dress trailed behind me, like ripples in a lake of black satin. "Hey," I said as I paused in front of Anubis, drawing his eyes back to my face. He was still exceedingly careful about meeting my gaze, focusing instead on my left cheek. I was using an extremely informal greeting with him, just to see how he'd react.
"Hello, Zara Wolf,"
he said, which was close enough to normal that I relaxed my shoulders slightly. I gave him another once-over, taking in his navy black hair, spiked up on one side and smoothed down on the other. Nice and modern, a little edgy. His eyes were cardinal red, his skin several shades darker than mine, the same color I turned after a few hours in the sun. Another point in his favor, he was wearing jeans. They were certainly a bitch to shift in, but I loved a guy in denim. I gave a small smile, one that I quickly wiped off my face before turning and approaching my mother. I took my seat on the floor near her feet and fanned my skirt out around me. Inside my chest, my heart was racing, but on the outside, I was as calm as the surface of a lake on a summer day. No ripples. There was no doubt in my mind that Nicolina would pick up on my anxiety, but I couldn't help my inner feelings. All I could do was control my actions. This meeting, this was the start of it all, the beginning of the end of an era. Nick met my eyes from across the room and then quickly looked away. "Zara and Anubis will be officially introduced at the pairing, but as a courtesy to our sister pack, I invite Crimson Dusk to present their alpha son now," Nicolina said, her voice as smooth as always, liquid commands spilling from her lips like rain. The alpha of Pack Crimson Dusk rose to her feet from the sun-weathered bench she was reclining on, its old slats wound through with twisting tendrils of morning glories, their white and blue flowers open and reaching up to kiss the sunshine peeking through the hole in the roof. "We appreciate the courtesy," she said, a long blue-black braid hanging over her shoulder. She, too, was completely naked. I spotted a glint of silver on either wrist along with ropey scars that told the story of her bracelets, sliding up and down her skin and leaving their poisoned marks. And I firmly believe that with the Alpha Mother's blessing, we could seal the union now. Of course, we'll continue with the ceremonial aspects of the pairing, but Crimson Dusk would like an answer today. There's no reason we can't put on a show for the other packs and still honor the promises that were made in the past. I didn't bother to look up at my mother. I knew exactly what she thought of that idea. "This is an introduction, not a convocation," my mother said, using the formal title that the pack leaders used when they assembled to discuss business. The convocation was made up of the alphas from all the North American and South American packs, their mates, and their betas. They were not a group you wanted to piss off. Their power was rivaled only by the convocation that ruled Europe, Asia, and Africa. The Crimson Dusk Alpha hesitated for the briefest of moments, before dropping her hand to the black and white head of her mate, digging her fingers into his fur, and then gesturing with her chin for her son to approach the dais at the end of the room. No sooner had Anubis knelt before my mother and me than we all paused at the sounds and sense of agitation emanating from downstairs. The walls and ceiling of the old hotel were crumbling, so sound echoed in a way that even a human could hear it. We all paused, our guards taking up their spaces near the door. I stayed tense, my fingers curled in the satin of my skirt. If something were to happen, I'd ditch protocol and ritual to help Nick in a second. It wasn't even something I had to think about. It was instinct. There was a tentative knock on the door at about the same moment that the smell hit us, like fresh-cut grass and roses. Underneath it all, the scent of werewolves. "Open the door," Nicolina commanded, her voice smooth, almost bored. If she was at all perturbed by the sudden intrusion of strangers, she didn't let on. My mother's guard moved forward to do as she asked, pulling the door wide to reveal another member of Crimson Dusk with two strangers behind her. My hackles raised automatically at the sight and smell of unfamiliar wolves in our territory. How they'd gotten all the way to the hall without running into a patrol was beyond me. Shit. No wonder so many pack members were going missing. If security was lax enough to allow these two into our borders, what else was getting in? The Crimson Dusk Wolf stepped aside, and a boy entered with a small girl on his right, clutching his hand for dear life. They were both fair-skinned, with shock white hair and green eyes. My heart stuttered in my chest, and for a moment, I forgot to be the Alpha's heir, letting my lips part in shock. Even before he announced himself, I knew where they were from.
Montgomery of Ivory Emerald,
he announced, bowing his head slightly, chest heaving and face bloodied. The red smears across his cheeks and lips were hard to ignore as he stood there, trembling, completely naked, his skin marred with cuts and bruises, feet dirty and stained with mud. Montgomery Wolf, Nicolina said, her voice colored with just a drop of surprise. At least I'm not the only one. My mother leaned forward in her chair, dark eyes taking in the boy and the small naked girl by his side. Where's the rest of your pack? Nobody had seen or heard from a ranking member of Pack Ivory Emerald in weeks. In fact, it was as if Canada's largest pack had lost their entire ruling class without a trace. Scouts were sent to sniff them out, check their homes and businesses, but not a single missing wolf could be located. At first, the convocation had believed they'd gone rogue, retreated into the wilderness, or fled to another continent to avoid being drafted into the pairing. But then, more wolves from other packs started going missing. Entire groups wiped out and erased as if they'd never been. And now, even members of Pack Ebon Red were being spirited away.
I don't know,
Montgomery acknowledged, his head hanging low, less like he was trying to show respect, and more like he just couldn't hold it up anymore.
One night on our way here, we stopped in a hotel, and the next, I woke up in a cage. The last thing I remember is being thrown from the back of a truck and then nothing.
His voice came out in a scratchy whisper, and his ribs showed through his skin, like he hadn't eaten in a long time.
As far as I know,
he continued, finally lifting his head, sweat beads popping up on the sides of his neck with the effort.
We're the last members of my family that are still alive.
The room went silent, but I could feel the slight charge in the air that said several people in the room were communicating privately with one another, using that last trace of magic in their blood to speak through thought and thought alone. Wolf speak. Nicolina cast her purple dark gaze over the others in the room, and the charge dissipated, the telepathic equivalent of shutting the hell up. I stayed on my feet, facing down Montgomery Graves, the boy who was supposed to be the sixth potential mate in the pairing, the one that had vanished into thin air. His green eyes swung straight to mine, and in them, there was a quiet, desperate sort of determination, a request that wasn't quite needy enough to be a plea.
I'm here to take Ivory Emerald's rightful place in the pairing ceremony.
That was the last thing he said before his eyes rolled back in his head, and he collapsed to the floor at my feet. Chapter 8.
This is a disaster,
Nick growled as he paced the width of the driveway outside of the hall. I waited on the steps, my legs folded to one side, my red hair hanging like streamers over one shoulder, tracing a pattern in the dirt that covered the stone. One night, I went to bed as usual, and the next, I woke up in a cage. That was the first solid piece of evidence we'd had since the disappearances started, and there was no doubt in my mind that as soon as Montgomery was awake, I'd be sent in to speak with him. Every time there was a pairing, the joining of a new alpha and their chosen mate, there was a contribution that had to be paid to the pack. Sometimes it involved acquiring money or purchasing land or getting a pack member out of jail. Other times it was more involved. With the unprecedented joining of the North American packs, a larger than usual contribution would be expected. There was no doubt in my mind that this job, finding the missing werewolves, would fall to me. I raised my head, watching Nick's erratic, angry movements, the way he swept his fingers through his red hair and kicked at the loose gravel with his sneakers. "Are you upset about the disappearances?" I asked, paused, studied the tightness of his shoulders, or the reappearance.
Both,
he replied honestly, pausing as the crunch of gravel sounded in the distance. Someone was coming up the long driveway that led to the hall. Considering this property was nearly 16,000 acres of pack-owned land, that either meant wolves or trouble. I stood up and waited, scenting the air. "Obsidian gold," I said, as I recognized the distinct cherry vanilla scent of Silas's pack. Nicolina probably invited them. Nick growled low and menacing under his breath, but took a spot behind and to the left of me anyway, waiting patiently as 3 GMC Yukon SUVs pulled around the corner, all of them in black, all of them belonging to Pack Ebon Red. The alpha male of Obsidian Gold, Silas's father, climbed out behind his guard, followed by his mate's guard, his mate, and the alpha son.
"Zara Wolf,"
Silas's father greeted, gold eyes flashing as he passed by me and headed up the steps to attend an emergency convocation meeting. Until I was mated, I wouldn't be allowed in the room to participate in the discussion, but the proceedings would be passed along to me. "Alpha," I replied cautiously, careful to maintain my formal stance until everyone but Silas and his guard disappeared into the hall.
"Montgomery Graves, huh?"
Silas asked, as he paused next to me and nodded his chin in greeting toward Nick. All he got back was another growl, but he took it in stride, letting his lips curl into a cocky little smile and ruffling up his chocolate-brown hair with a tattooed hand.
"Think they'll let him take part in the pairing?"
Silas was clearly talking to me, but Nick stepped up on my left side and crossed his arms over his broad chest. The two boys stared each other down as Nick answered with a clipped, angry growl.
"The point of this pairing is to bring the packs together. Obviously, whatever happened to Ivory Emerald needs to be investigated. But if he no longer has an alpha, then it doesn't matter that Montgomery is an alpha son." "Sure it does,"
said Silas, barefoot and wearing a pair of tight jeans and a t-shirt with some sort of band logo on the front of it. His arms were decorated with leather bracelets and tattoos, and his gold eyes were shimmering in the early afternoon sun. That small bite of fear that I'd thought I'd heard in his voice last night was gone, but the scar remained, a jagged white line cutting through the left side of his face.
"Don't you think so, Zara?"
he asked coyly. I hated to disagree with Nick, but Silas was right. Just because we don't know where Pack Ivory Emerald alphas are, that doesn't make their status any less important. Nick balked at me, his dark eyes flashing with frustration. I looked over, but he wouldn't meet my eyes, instead turning and stalking to the edge of the woods to take a deep breath. Montgomery's appearance meant that instead of courting 5 males, I'd be dating 6. And I knew Nick Hallett would give anything, do anything, to become the 7th. The sudden and shocking disappearance of the alpha son for Pack Ivory Emerald turned the usual protocol and ritual of the pairing on its side. Now that word had spread amongst the packs that he was here, everyone had an opinion they felt needed sharing. Azure Frost and Obsidian Gold were now at the hall. Crimson Dusk refused to leave, and Violet Shadow and Amber Ash were promising to arrive no later than tomorrow. So much for getting any homework done tonight, I thought, as I moved down a long hallway draped with the spiked, creeping tendrils of blackberry bushes. This entire part of the hall smelled like them too, and as I walked, I picked off a plump purple berry and popped it between my lips. Technically, it wasn't the right time of year for the plant to be producing fruit, but wild-growing things had a strange way of reacting when this many werewolves were gathered in one place. Nick paused outside a set of white double doors leading into what used to be a ballroom, a place where weddings and conventions were held, where hotel guests danced and laughed and sipped champagne, picked food off silver trays carried by waiters in suits. Now the roof was caving in and the room was a thing of derelict beauty, succumbing to blackberries, honeysuckle, and wild roses. The part of me that was human mourned the loss of the historic old building, but the part that was wolf rejoiced in nature's violent reclamation. The part of me that was still a teenager, however, was already trying to think up a way to answer one of the 32 text messages I'd received from Faith. I'd essentially left her trapped alone in the countryside with nothing but her phone for company, and she was pissed. Montgomery Graves had certainly thrown a wrench in everyone's plans. With a nod from me, Nick opened the doors, and I stepped inside to find all of the alphas waiting. There were 2 from each pack, save my mother, who ruled alone, as well as their heirs, 1 pup from each alpha's firstborn litter, whichever was the strongest. It just so happened that I was the only female. Unlike humans, werewolves didn't participate in sexism. Power was based on strength, intelligence, cunning, and numbers. Ebon Red was the largest pack. I was the strongest heir. The alpha sons would need to win my favor if they wanted to rule. Inside the pocket of my dress, my phone vibrated yet again, and I ignored it. First, I'd deal with this, then I'd get Faith, and we'd do some digging into her mother's disappearance. I hadn't forgotten those vials of vampire blood in the upstairs bathroom. Whatever dye I was using them for, it was nothing good. For my people, vampire blood was pure poison. Obviously, I wasn't going to jump to conclusions and start claiming my best friend's mom was out murdering werewolves. More likely, she was using the blood on herself, taking daily injections to start the process of becoming a vampire, but I wasn't going to rule the idea out either. In my world, there was no such thing as coincidence. I glanced over my shoulder, met Nick's eyes, and then waited as he closed the door behind me. "Zara," Nicolina said informally, as I turned back toward the room and tried to ignore all of the eyes focused on me. 4 sets of eyes in particular, making that extremely difficult. On my left was Silas, and on my right, Anubis. Standing not a dozen feet away from him was Jax, the alpha son of Pakazor Frost, that I'd run into the other day. He was fair-haired and blue-eyed and not smiling at me in a bemused sort of way that made my fingers curl into fists. I could feel each one of them like they were on a radar inside my head, these bright blips of sound and color that were almost impossible to ignore. But I did. I focused on Nicolina as she waved me forward, and I paused next to the 4th boy, Montgomery, of Pack Ivory Emerald. He looked much better now, a slight pink tinge to his cheeks that wasn't there before. That, and he was standing on his own, which was always a good sign. I let myself smile and noticed that, despite everything, he smiled back. And Montgomery Graves, he had a nice smile. It was nothing at all like the wicked curve that took over Silas's lips, or the sensual shape of Anubis. Maybe my wanting him to take part in the pairing was partially personal. It'd be nice to have at least one choice for a mate that wasn't a serious a-hole. As far as I could tell, Jax, Silas, and Anubis all fit that particular bill. Montgomery had an open, unguarded expression that drew me in, made me feel like there was a chance I could actually relax around him. If he'd been a guy I met at school, I might have actually asked him out. "Clearly this entire meeting goes against the traditional rules of a pairing," Nicolina began, still naked and proud, and dressed in silver jewelry and red hair. Her words explained why we were here in the 2nd-floor ballroom instead of the assembly hall. If there was one thing the older generations cherished, it was tradition. Circumstances might have required them to step outside their comfort zone, but they'd be damned if they'd hold a non-traditional meeting in a room steeped in ritual. But obviously, time is of the essence. We're granting you permission to take your mates and begin assessing the situation regarding Ivory Emerald. Nicolina paused and looked the boy over, dressed in a robe and nothing else, his white hair braided down his back, and his eyes the color of the forest. My mother flicked her gaze in my direction. "For this year's contribution, you're to find the source of, and put a stop to, the disappearances of the North American pack members. The convocation has agreed that anything you get accomplished in the next few days will be considered part of the usual pairing ritual." I nodded my chin, as if that was some sort of gift that they were letting me fix all their problems a few days ahead of schedule. But really, it was kind of a big deal. The packs were old and slow to change, and they liked things done the way they had always been done. Unfortunately, the world around us was changing, and if we didn't change with it, it'd move on and leave us behind for good. I wouldn't let that happen. "Take the alpha son of Ivory Emerald with you," Nicolina added, giving him a once-over that said the convocation had already discussed and agreed to include him in the pairing, as was originally planned. A good portion of his pack might be missing, but out of the 35,000 werewolves living in Canada, about half of them belonged to Ivory Emerald. Whether we found his family or not, he was still the heir to an important throne. "Yes, Alpha," I said carefully, nodding my chin in acquiescence. As I turned to go, I noticed the other boys following along behind me. "And Zara," Nicolina called, just as Nick was opening the door to let us out. "The contribution is the only part of the pairing that has been extended." I looked back briefly and met her eyes, but only for a second. We both knew exactly what she was talking about. No kissing, no touching, no intimacy whatsoever. It would have been an easy directive to follow if the person I planned on breaking it with was a part of the pairing at all. A strange sort of silence descended as the six of us walked down the hall together, under clusters of hanging berries and thorny green arms. We were all well aware that our parents' collective hearing abilities extended throughout the hall. Although I wasn't surprised by the convocation's decision, I wasn't exactly prepared either, and I didn't know quite what to say yet. Nick stood closer to me than he probably should have, but I wanted him there, as near to me as he could get. I knew what he was thinking. We both were having the same thoughts. Our last 2 days together gone, ruined, wasted, stolen. I headed straight for the front doors, moving down the lobby steps with the 4 alpha suns fanning out behind me. My skirt swept across the stones as we passed curious faces, both human and wolf, and exited the building in a hushed, tense silence. The air hung heavy with expectations and pine, and I breathed a huge sigh of relief once my bare toes were digging into the wet earth outside. As soon as I closed my eyes, I realized my heart was pounding furiously in my chest. I couldn't tell if it was trepidation or excitement. I spun around near the door to one of the SUVs, red hair flying, my dress fluttering like a sea of satin butterflies around my ankles. "Zara Castile," I said, even though I knew the boys were well aware of who I was. But keeping things as normal as possible was one of my goals for the pairing. There was no way in hell that I was spending an entire year dancing around obscure rituals and lupine power plays with these guys. "This is Nick Collette, my guard."
"You won't be needing a guard anymore,"
said a voice I didn't recognize. I shifted my eyes to the right and managed to catch Jax's blue-eyed stare, the same one he'd given me when I encountered him in the hallway the other day. That same laughing, mocking sort of look etched his features and made my lips turn down at the corners. He was testing me, and I didn't like it. Still, I couldn't keep my heart from skipping a few beats when he smiled at me. "I'll decide when or if I might need a guard," I said, taking advantage of the fact that my mother had neglected to mention Nick entirely. She was the one that had thrown that ominous parting line my direction, essentially telling me that what happened in the pairing stayed in the pairing. Nick would remain my guard until I was forced to give him up.
"Yes, Alpha,"
Jax said, but his eyes were crinkling at the edges as he spoke. Cheeky bastard, I thought, as he glanced away from me and toward the patches of gold light filtering through the trees to the forest floor.
"Jackson Kid,"
he added after a moment, looking back toward the other boys. The other 3 introduced themselves in turn, but they didn't shake hands. Instead, they took turns staring each other down. The looks didn't last long, and thankfully the dominance displays didn't escalate. Maybe because they all knew it didn't matter right now? Whoever I picked would become the alpha male, not just of Ebon Red, and his own pack, but of all the packs. At that point, if they wanted to challenge him for his position, they could, but they'd have to get past whoever I chose as my betas first. It had been almost 50 years since the last successful attempt. Let's just say the odds of that happening were slim to none. Getting past one beta? Maybe. But both? You'd have to be ridiculously confident to take on a task like that. Or ridiculously stupid. My phone buzzed again and I sighed, reaching into my pocket to grab it, and sending off a quick text. "Sorry, crazy fam emergency. Stay put. Be right there." I was going to have to make up a good lie to get out of this one, especially considering that now that I'd been given the boys, I'd be expected to keep them. Dumping them to run off with Faith wasn't something that was likely to happen anytime soon. For the next year, I'd be with these guys nearly every day, living with them, hunting with them, sleeping with them. Deep breath, Zara. While it was unusual for a pairing to take place with more than one possible mate, it had happened in the past. A long time ago. But still, it wasn't something that was forbidden or even discouraged in either our oral or written history. Unfortunately for the, losers, they would no longer have their alpha status once the choice had been made. They'd be absorbed into the pack as high-ranking officers, maybe even as betas. My decision was bound to piss a lot of people off, including my best friend. "Emergency? Are you okay?" she texted back, and I felt instantly guilty. Faith was way too trusting, too sweet to be involved with someone like me. Sometimes I wondered if I really loved her. Would I let her go? She'd probably be safer that way. But she was the only friend I had that I knew for sure saw me as plain old Zara Castile, and not as an alpha, not as a stepping stone, a challenge. I was too selfish to give her up. "Climb in, boys," I said as I grabbed the handle of the front passenger side door of the Yukon and yanked it open. "We'll talk on the way, and maybe one of you can help me come up with a plausible reason why you'll all be dogging my steps for the next 12 months. Usually, I was pretty good with puzzles. This one, it had me totally stumped. I probably should have just had Nick take Faith home and drop her off, put some distance between us, and hoped there wasn't enough contact with her to even facilitate a need to explain the 4 slightly unusual-looking guys that piled out of the SUV. "Your suitors?" Faith asked, chewing on the end of her long, dark braid. That was a bad sign. She stopped doing that the summer between junior high and high school. The only time she ever regressed was when something truly disturbed her. I guess hearing that my mother was trying to marry me off to another well-to-do family was as creepy as learning our 10th grade science teacher had a foot fetish by finding a stack of photos of his wife's bare feet on his desk. Zara? Isn't that a little medieval?" It was. I totally agreed with her. Hell, one of our favorite pastimes was getting together and talking about how unfair it was that Daya kept trying to set up arranged marriages with nice Indian boys for Faith. Her mother often said marrying Faith's dad had been a mistake, and she wished she'd taken the boy her parents had picked out for her instead of running away from home to marry Craig. "Totally," I agreed as Nick scoffed and paced just outside the front door, the other boys milling around behind him. Well, when I say milling, I mean Silas was leaning against the SUV smoking a cigarette, Jax was playing with his phone, Anubis was sitting in the front passenger seat browsing satellite radio stations, and Montgomery was staring off into the distance with a drawn, tired expression. As soon as I dealt with Faith, I needed to hear his recollection of what had happened all over again. Maybe a dozen more times, 100, whatever it took until we could come up with some sort of lead, some place to start our search. Of course, the convocation would be running an investigation of their own simultaneously, but if I wanted the packs and their current alphas to take me and the boys seriously, we needed to make more progress than they did. As a matter of fact, my becoming alpha at all depended on it. "So, if you agree with me, then why are you doing this?" she asked, looking at me with an expression that cut right to the core. Faith was looking at me like she had no idea who I was right now, like an alien had taken over my mouth and was making me tell her that I was entertaining 6 suitors of my mother's choosing. I was trying to stay as close to the truth as I could, but now I was starting to wonder if that had been a mistake. I started, but how do I explain the culture of an entire species to Faith when she doesn't even know we existed? She was human. I was werewolf. This yawning gap seemed to open up between us all of a sudden, one that I desperately wanted to close. "Besides, isn't Loverboy going to blow a serious gasket over this?" she asked, casting a sympathetic glance in Nick's direction that surprised me. Maybe she didn't hate him quite as much as I'd thought. The question made me smile. It was a sad, resigned sort of a smile, though. Nick was blowing a gasket over this. Faith was right. But what were either of us supposed to do about it? "I thought you two were like soulmates or something," He's been in love with you since 6th grade, Zara. I closed my eyes for a moment, running my suddenly sweaty palms down the front of my jeans. At least Nick and I always had a duffel bag, each full of clothes, in the back of the SUV for wardrobe emergencies. The dress I was wearing earlier would not have been easy to explain to Faith. The robe Montgomery had been wearing would have been even worse. Look, I said, taking a deep breath and trying to ignore the hurt in Faith's eyes. I knew she looked up to me, and this, thinking that I was succumbing to some whim of Nicolina's to marry into money, was not at all in line with my true personality. It's not quite as black and white as it seems, okay? It seems like you're letting your mom auction you off like chattel to the highest bidder, Faith said, her cheeks reddening slightly as she glanced through the front windows at the guys. Wait until she found out that there were 2 more. Zara, you're 18 years old. You're an adult. You don't have to do what your mother says anymore. Move out. Leave. You can stay with me for a while. This time, my smile was more genuine. If Faith only knew that it was the guys that were the chattel. I wasn't the commodity here. They were. But Faith had grown up human, so sexism, racism, homophobia, those were unfortunate realities in her world. It probably really did look like I was being auctioned off. In the world of werewolves, however, those things didn't exist. Gender, skin color, sexual orientation, unimportant. We dealt with different rules. Speed, strength, tooth and claw. That's how pack hierarchy was determined. I'll make you a deal. Let's just hang out with them while they're in town, and if you don't like any of these guys, I'll tell Nicolina to go to hell. Faith eyed me suspiciously, like she didn't believe a word that was coming out of my mouth. The thing was, I was telling the truth. Well, sort of. While they were in town was a bit of a misnomer, considering they'd be hanging around for an entire year. But I was serious. If Faith didn't like a single one of the alpha sons, I would turn them all down. The tricksy part of this equation was that I knew Faith Cassidy all too well. She liked everybody. Honestly, Faith was almost too trusting, generous to a fault sometimes. If it turned out that she really didn't like any of the guys, then I was in trouble, because she always let her boyfriends get away with murder. After a moment, she sighed, the wariness draining from her face like it was never there. Faith released the death grip on her braid and swung the long hair over one shoulder. See what I mean? Too trusting. Fine. Let me grab my stuff and you can introduce me to your suitors. She turned and headed up the steps to my room to grab her things while I stepped outside and surveyed the alpha sons and their slightly unnatural pigmentations. Jack's was just a little too blue-eyed. Montgomery's hair, slightly too pale. Silas's eyes were clearly not natural, and Anubis? His blue-black hair and crimson eyes were definitely not human. Normally, wigs or contacts would be in order before the boys would be allowed to have contact with humans, but I didn't want the divide between my old life and my new one to get any bigger than it already was. Colored contacts and hair dye should do the trick, at least when it came to Faith. You know, the whole trusting thing again. Faith will be out in just a minute, I said, stopping Nick's pacing and drawing all eyes to me. I'd already explained the situation on the way over, told them about my relationship with Faith, about the vampire blood I'd discovered in her mother's bathroom. Although the guys had yet to take their official oaths yet, I knew I could trust them not to relay any of this information to the alphas. They all wanted to be my mate. They'd stay loyal if they wanted any chance at power.
You really think there's a kingdom connection in all of this?
Jax asked, slipping his phone back in his pocket and turning to face me. He met my eyes and then looked away briefly before reconnecting his gaze, acknowledging my dominance over him while still maintaining a wry sort of disinterest in the whole ritual. He was so going to give me trouble.
If the vampires were coming after the packs, they wouldn't be giving their blood to humans to do the deed. No offense to your friend or anything, but her mom's probably just another eternity chaser.
I felt my lips purse and took a deep breath to keep my calm. An eternity chaser was a human who had somehow managed to discover that the world wasn't quite as narrow as they'd been led to believe, and was now seeking some sort of power or immortality from a non-human species. For whatever reason, Most people thought that not only was it easy to become a vampire, but also that somehow that meant they'd live forever. We can smell a vampire from a mile away. How often do you come in contact with humans and pay them little to no attention? Every day at school? Every time you stop at a grocery store? Go to a movie?
Who says I ever do any of those things?
Jax asked coolly, tilting his head to the side. The way he was looking at me now, he was clearly more wolf than human. I could only hope that Faith, like most people, was too oblivious to notice. I paused and waited as I heard her feet coming down the steps and echoing through the house. "I'm here," she said, stepping up beside me and crossing her arms over her chest. "Introduce me." Faith had on her toughest, take-no-shit look, which, if I was being honest, wasn't really all that intimidating. I smiled again. "Guys, this is my best friend, Faith Cassidy," I started, noticing my friend's expression change from irritation to mildly pleased confusion. She looked between the four guys and then over at me, reaching up to grab the sleeve of the blue shirt I'd thrown on in the SUV on the way over. "They're all—" Faith paused, like she was desperately searching her brain for the right word. "Hot." This last part was whispered carefully in my ear. "Hot?" I asked, slightly bewildered as I glanced back at the guys, catching Nick's pursed lips and flashing eyes. We were all of 15 minutes into the pairing, and he was hating every second of it. Faith did, however, have a point. They were all hot. Yay for me. "Shh," Faith hissed, standing up straight and taking a deep breath. "So, are you going to introduce me or what?" "This is Jax, Montgomery, Silas, and Anubis." Faith didn't bat an eye at the name, the eyes, or the hair. Like I said, totally non-judgmental. "Silas," she repeated after a second, giving him a closer look. "Love the contacts, by the way."
"Gee, thanks,"
he drawled, flicking his cigarette into the wet pine needles with a hiss. I wrinkled my nose at the smell as he stalked his way over to us and slipped the fingers of his tattooed hands into his front pockets. "Do I know you?" she asked, as she studied his much taller frame. Faith was 5'3" on a good day, while Silas was pretty close to topping off at 6.
"Pretty sure I'd remember a girl as pretty as you,"
he said, lifting his eyes up to give me a look.
"You said be nice to her, didn't you?"
he teased inside my head, his lips curling up into a smile.
"I'd have to argue that when Zara asked us to treat her friend with respect, she meant we should act like gentlemen."
Anubis growled low under his breath, and Silas smirked, making me wonder how the hell I was supposed to deal with this crap for an entire year. "Silas," Faith said again, snapping her fingers and looking up at me with innocent brown eyes. "This is the guy you had your first kiss with, right?" A ripple effect seemed to travel through the boys, and I swear I could see hackles going up, even in human form. "All right, time to get in the SUV," I said as I met Silas's gaze, watched as the sun caught on the scar across his eye. He turned away suddenly as Nick stalked angrily over to the driver's side door and got in, slamming it shut behind him. "Isn't this the guy?" Faith asked innocently, as I hustled her into the front seat and decided it'd be best if she sat in the middle, just in case. Anubis looked like he was getting ready to take Silas's head off his shoulders. I sat between the two of them while Jax and Montgomery settled into the back. Good thing my mother filled the Pax fleet with 9-seater SUVs. I'd need one just to transport me, my best friend, and my new boyfriends. Chapter 9. The vials of vampire blood and the syringes were gone when we got back to the house. So was Faith's mom.
"How many vials were there?"
Jax asked me, kneeling down in front of the bathroom cabinet and closing his blue eyes, breathing deep to try and catch Daya's scent. "At least a dozen," I told him, crossing my arms over my chest and leaning against the door jamb as I watched him work. If I scented the air, I could just barely catch the faint apple and mint smell clinging to the room. I considered taking them with me, but I didn't want anyone to know I'd been here. "Do you think you could follow the scent?" If he couldn't, I could. But I wanted to get to know these guys, see what kind of talents they possessed. For better or worse, these boys, plus the alpha sons of Violet Shadow and Amber Ash that I hadn't met yet, were like my own miniature pack. I needed to know exactly what they were capable of.
Sure,
Jax said, standing up and yanking his white t-shirt up and over his head. He tossed it to me, and I caught it easily, my eyes taking in the smooth, muscular contours of his chest. He noticed me looking and quirked up the right side of his mouth in a bemused half-smile.
I walk well on a leash, too,
he added with a wink, kicking off his blue and white chucks and dropping his jeans to the floor. He wasn't wearing any underwear. Not surprising. Most werewolves didn't. Well, except for Nick. He sure loved his boxers. I felt this hot little thrill run through me at the sight of Jax's naked body. This sensation that made my skin feel tight and achy all at once. I sucked in a deep breath, surprised at my reaction, watching as he melted forward into a seamless shift. I suppose that for someone who'd never seen a werewolf change before, it might look a little weird. The entire body seemed to go completely liquid, like the molecules were no longer bonded together, flowing in a loose wave until they reached their newly desired shape. It wasn't painful or messy or loud. It was who we were. Something we could do as early as the start of the second trimester. Werewolf pups shifted in the womb. Sometimes they were born looking like human babies, and sometimes like wolf cubs. Jax stood before me in a thick white gold winter coat, teased through with streaks of brown and gray, his blue eyes bright in his pale face. He was huge, too, like all werewolves, the same weight he'd have been in human form. It's all conservation of mass, people. I waited as he took in Daya's scent, hoping like hell that Nick had faith in her dogs under control downstairs. I did not want to have to explain why I was holding Jax's clothes in my arms and following a gargantuan white wolf through her mother's bedroom.
I'm not picking up any vampire scent,
Jax said inside my mind, using the tight connection of pack to communicate with me. It wasn't English he was speaking, although I sort of naturally translated it in my head. It was hard to explain exactly what it was, but even if they didn't speak the same language in human form, two werewolves could communicate with each other in this silent speech.
And only 3 humans.
Faith, her mom, and her dad, I said aloud with a slight nod, watching as Jax squeezed his way out of the bathroom and toward the bedroom, pausing a few times to sniff at one of Daya's dirty t-shirts I'd dug out of the hamper. It was kind of gross, I know, but in order to isolate her smell from the others, he needed a reference point that was clearly Daya's scent. I opened the bedroom door for Jax, tempted to reach down and run my fingers through his fur. It was thick and lush, like sunlight over snow, the shadows of trees making the dark splotches across his back. I managed to keep my hands to myself, but there was no doubt in my mind that Jax, and all the other boys, would be able to smell the pheromones radiating from me. Great. I'm sure Nick would be thrilled about that.
They're still outside,
Silas said from the bottom of the stairs, posted there as my lookout. As soon as we'd shown up here and found that Daya still wasn't home, Faith had had a sort of blubbery breakdown and raced into the backyard to call her dad, who was out of town on business. I'd tasked Nick with making sure she stayed outside, sending Anubis and Montgomery with him as backup. If they managed to get Faith talking, they could probably keep her out there indefinitely.
She's on the phone with her boyfriend now. Sounds like a total douche.
I paused and listened carefully, wishing I was in wolf form so I could tilt my ears in the right direction without having to turn my whole head. When are you coming home, baby? I miss you. Things aren't good here. My mom's missing.
Come on, Faith. I'm sure she's fine. She's a grown-ass woman, and so are you. You don't need me there to hold your hand. Don't be ridiculous.
I pursed my lips. Yep, total douche. Jax did a round of the upstairs bedrooms and then headed down the steps, nails clicking across the wood floor. I motioned for Silas to join me and grabbed one of Faith's leashes from the hook near the door, looping it around Jax's neck, and then letting it trail on the ground next to him. You'd be surprised at how much easier it was to get people to relax around a dog that's wearing a pink leash, even if he was just dragging it along behind him.
What are you expecting to find?
Silas asked me as Jackson did a round on the driveway, stopping where Daya usually parked her car. That was what I'd been afraid of. Finding out that her trail ended at her vehicle, leaving me with 0 leads. But then Jax's ears perked up and he lifted his head, staring out towards the street. Faith had said she looked out her window the night before and saw a strange man staring at her from the road. I waited as Jax made his way onto the pavement and paused, nose to the ground.
Vampire.
He confirmed before I had a chance to answer Silas's question.
And something else.
He continued as he inhaled, tail wagging slightly as he edged along the road with his nose pressed to the cement. He looked wildly out of place in the middle of suburbia, a thick-coated snow beast with long legs and lean muscles sliding beneath his winter-thick fur.
Werewolf.
A chill chased down my spine and I felt my hands curl into fists at my sides. Without bothering to wonder how it might look, I strode forward and squatted down next to Jax, running my fingers along the cement and lifting them to my face. I closed my eyes and breathed in deep, the smell of oil and grease and car exhaust almost obliterating the sweet mixture of pine and honeysuckle, just barely clinging to the spot. Ebon read. That scent, that was from one of my pack members. I rose to my feet and glanced over at Silas, finally answering his question. His gold eyes met mine and held there as I dug my fingernails into my palms, the dual edges of excitement and anger crashing over me. I was looking for a clue, I told him as I realized what this meant. I had 2 choices, keep the matter quiet and try to investigate under the radar, or I had to make an appointment with a vampire queen. I sat on the floor of Nick's bedroom and played tug-of-war with Hugo, shaking the fuzzy little lamb toy back and forth as he growled at me and wagged his tail in such a rapid fashion that it was nothing but a brown-gray blur. Despite the circumstances, I couldn't quite keep the smile off my face. Hugo was pure innocence and joy, completely unaware of pack hierarchy or dominance displays or ancient rituals. He just was. He lived in the moment, and that's the thing I liked best about him.
We're basically on the edge of 2 major vampire territories,
Nick was saying, enjoying our brief moment away from the Alpha Sons. Even with such a morbid topic of conversation, it was almost like we'd managed to steal a few moments back from the pairing, sitting together in a room across the hall from mine, the one Nick had been living in since he was 11 years old and assigned as my guard for our first year of public school together. I crinkled my brows as I looked up, our matching slow-eyed gazes meeting, sending a hot spark zinging through me. It was followed by a heap of guilt. Guilt for putting Nick through this, for checking out Jax earlier today, for kissing Silas when I was 16. I relinquished the toy to Hugo and leaned back, putting my palms flat on the floor behind me. Faith's house is firmly Ironbound's turf, I said, trying to ignore the thoughts of romantic entanglement. That was less important than this, even if it felt twice as urgent. He was already shaking his head, raking his fingers through dark red hair, and kneeling down on the floor beside me. Nick put a map between the open V of my spread legs, his knuckles accidentally brushing against the inside of my right thigh. My breath caught, and we both froze, looking at each other. Our faces were close enough to kiss. Hugo yipped and tapped his front paws on the floor, inviting us to play. Nick sighed and sat back hard on his ass, scrubbing a hand down his face.
Look at the map,
he instructed, keeping his gaze on my little brother, purposely avoiding my eyes. Whether he looked at me or not didn't matter. Our bare upper arms were touching just below the shirt sleeves of our tees, and neither of us had the heart to pull away. I took a deep breath and pushed strands of loose hair back from my face, studying the fraying old map between my knees. It showed the state of Oregon, divided into 36 counties and washed in 2 different shades of red. The darker crimson color was, according to the map's key, representative of Ironbound territory, while the pale, pinkish tinge was indicative of Crown Aurora. The last time I'd looked at this map, Ironbound had nearly 3/4 of the state under their control. Now, Lane County, the seat of Pac Ebonred's power, was bisected right down the middle. The map itself was a treasure whose origins were steeped in mystery, a rare and valuable vampiric artifact that once used old magic to keep track of the vampire kingdoms and their current boundaries. Since the last Oregon County, Deschutes, was established in 1916, I knew the map had to have been made sometime after that. But Majka refused to discuss how she'd come across it. In order to make something like this, royal blood from both kingdoms would have to be shed and imbued into the paper. And if either ruler died, their people's color would fade from the map, regardless of territory. This meant that not only were the current heads of either Vampire Kingdom, Ironbound, and Crown Aurora still alive, but that they'd been in power when this map was made. I imagined that Majka had stolen it once upon a time, but whenever I brought it up, she simply started to curse at me in Croatian until I got tired of being berated in a language I didn't understand. Ironbound's lost a lot of territory, and they're losing it fast, I said, as I trailed a finger across the surface of the map. The fact that it pictured the state of Oregon and its counties at all was curious to me. My people paid as much attention to human-drawn boundaries as vampires did. It simply didn't matter to us what they thought of the world. Their world and ours were two different places. I sighed and sat back, looking up at the skylight in Nick's ceiling. Through it, I could see the distant twinkle of stars. So not only do we have possible blood involvement, I began, using the term that vampires preferred for themselves, but also a turf war.
Still want to contact the Ironbound Blood Queen?
He asked me as I closed my eyes and took a long, deep breath to calm myself. If I let it, the anxiety and the expectation would wash over me, and I'd choke on it. No fucking way that was going to happen. I was the white wolf, the next alpha. I could do this. I don't know, I admitted, because Nick and Hugo were the only people in the world I could admit that to. What do you think? I asked, tilting my head to look at him. After all his angry words and his fits, his knowledge that no matter what, he'd never be my mate. Here he was, trying to figure out how to help me with the contribution.
I think that if the vampires are the ones kidnapping our people, then letting them know we're onto them would be a pretty terrible idea. Besides, at this point, we don't know which kingdom is responsible. Revealing the fact that we're letting wolves get pulled away from the pack right under our noses to the wrong group could be devastating.
I nodded. I'd been thinking the same thing. But if I could come up with a ruse to meet with each kingdom separately, then maybe I could pick up on something. A werewolf has 3 times as many olfactory receptors as a vampire. In short, no matter how hard they'd try to clean up, if they'd been in recent contact with one of our people, I'd be able to smell it.
What about Julian?
Nick asked after a moment, turning to face me. Julian? I asked, blinking myself out of my thoughts to look at him. From our wildflowers class?
Like I said, I don't trust that guy. He reeks of vampires, and yet he doesn't smell like he's been bitten.
Nick was right. Vampire saliva had a way of making a human being smell like they'd been dipped in peppermint schnapps for about 3 days afterward. If Julian had been bitten any time soon, we'd be able to tell. And if he was injecting himself, we'd have scented that too, I added, working through Nick's idea out loud.
Exactly. Since when does a blood ever let a human just hang out around them? They're either food or eternity chasers. And think about it, Zara. When's the last time any member of Ebon Red's had contact with a vamp, let alone the next alpha? It's too big of a coincidence that Julian's in our class. Faith's mom has vials of vampire blood in her bathroom, and there was blood scent all over the road in front of your best friend's house.
So, we go to class on Monday and we follow Julian afterward, I said, feeling this little break in the clouds of my anxiety. There was life after the pairing, right? I'd still have a final project due for my wildflowers class, still have late calculus homework to turn in, still have an online anthropology class that I needed to pass to fulfill my gen ed requirements, but I wouldn't have Nick there beside me. This time, he didn't say anything, didn't remind me that the word we no longer included him. We now meant me, Silas, Jax, Montgomery, Anubis, and the 2 alpha sons I had yet to meet. Neither of us mentioned any of this aloud. We'd been talking the pairing to death for weeks, and now that we had so little time left, I felt sick to my stomach at the idea of bringing it up again.
Play a game with me?
Nick asked, grabbing a video game controller off the top of a half-filled cardboard moving box. I could barely even look at it, could barely imagine him moving out and back into his parents' house, at least until my mother paired him with a mate. Then he'd be moving in with her. Sure, I said, forcing my lips into a smile as I crossed my legs and tugged Hugo's wiggly, warm little body into my lap. Loser has to take Hugo outside to go pee, or try to get him to shift so he can use the toilet. Nick tried to smile at me, but only one half of his mouth quirked in an upward direction at all. The rest of it was just sad and droopy and hard to look at, but I did anyway. I stared at Nick Hallett's face, and I tried to memorize every single inch of it. Chapter 10. What an awful fate you find yourself subjected to, Alpha Chi, Mashka said loudly as she ambled in the front door a few hours later, baring her teeth at Montgomery Graves and smoothing her wrinkled old hands down the front of a royal blue dress. Such a weak alpha scene you must tolerate. She spit at him, but to his credit, Montgomery simply stood there and bowed his chin respectfully. Alpha scene, pronounced alpha scene, was what my grandmother called the alpha sons. Once again, I think the word was somehow related to Croatian. How do you lose track of your own alpha? What a pathetic boy, she continued, throwing some mumbled curse words in there as Greer closed and locked the front door behind her. Once again, it looked like my mother would be spending the night at the hall. Personally, I was relieved. Mashka was bad enough, but having Nicolina here too, I just needed a moment to breathe. I should never have encouraged mating outside of Ebon Red. Maybe then your fool mother wouldn't have gotten this idea into her head. My heir, mating with such weak sons. It's a dishonor to us all. I bowed my head as she walked by, listening to her continued rant echoing through the foyer. When my younger siblings saw her coming, they crouched to the floor. Some of them even showed their bellies. Mashka might have been old, but she was fierce, and still pretty goddamn dangerous. One flick of her knotted old finger could send a wolf across the room and into a wall. Why should my pack have to split the power we've worked so hard for? She muttered, as she rounded the corner at the end of the front hall. If you don't want crimson dusk, Zara, she shouted, her voice carrying back to me, then you'd best just pick a strong ebon red male. I paused, waiting for the distinct sound of double doors opening, slamming closed, locking. And then Greer's kitten heels clicked back across the marble floor, and I knew Mashka was safely ensconced in her suite. It was doubtful we'd see her again for the rest of the night. Sorry about that, I told Montgomery, studying him in his long black trench and boots. His white hair made him look a little like Dante from the Devil May Cry games, which made me smile. Our alpha mother is a little old-fashioned. I shivered as I recalled her promise to rain hurt down on me. Mashka never made idle threats. Come Friday, there'd be some unwanted surprise waiting for me.
My alpha mother.
Montgomery started, and then paused abruptly, like something had just occurred to him. His slight smile turned into a deep frown as he turned to face me, his white braid hanging over one shoulder.
Is missing,
he whispered, clenching his hands into fists at his sides. I noticed he was wearing fingerless leather gloves and a pair of swords strapped to his back. Swords. Uh-oh. One was clearly iron, and the other was made of polished wood. Standard equipment for hunting fae and vampires. Montgomery even had a set of knives in his belt. If I had to guess, I'd say they were made of bone, ivory, and silver. Perfect for witches, demons, and werewolves. Pretty ballsy to carry a blade designed to kill our own people. I'd heard rumors that Pack Ivory Emerald was old school, but wow, maybe Mashka wasn't much of a shock to his system? Clearly he held some of her same values. As in, if it's not Pack, it's not our problem unless it becomes a problem. I crossed my arms over my chest and nodded at the weaponry strapped all over his body. I'd originally come downstairs to make dinner for Faith, something appetizing enough to knock her out of her funk, curled up and crying mascara-colored tears on my bed. But I'd seen Montgomery standing in my living room and decided to check up on him. Now I was really glad that I did. Is that why you're all geared up? Planning on going somewhere?
I was hoping you were,
he said, His voice low, even, but just barely masking a brimming sense of violence. Montgomery's eyes really were the color of emeralds, this deep, rich green that mimicked the lush fullness of a healthy forest. He stepped toward me, the leather of his jacket rustling, and carrying with it his pack's unique scent, fresh-cut grass and roses.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I came here because I knew the contribution would be focused on finding the missing pack members.
Montgomery paused and sighed, reaching up to push loose strands of white hair from his face.
I don't expect you to pick me as your mate,
he continued, looking up from beneath lashes the color of snow.
But I do trust you to find the missing, or at least figure out what happened to them and why. If you're going to be an alpha, the alpha for an entire continent, you owe us this. If there is even the slightest chance that vampires are involved.
He dropped his right hand to the wooden sword and tapped it with nicked and bruised fingers.
We need to make our move now, before they take more people.
Montgomery ran his tongue over his lower lip and averted his eyes.
Or kill the ones they already have.
He stepped around me, boots squeaking on the marble floor, and headed for the staircase. I waited just a second before turning and calling out to him. "Tell me again where you were staying when you were captured," I said, and Montgomery paused at the base of the stairs.
We were staying in a hotel just outside of Winnipeg,
he told me, wrinkling his brows slightly.
We'd been on the road for days, and my dad, he just wanted a hot shower.
Montgomery put his hands on his hips and glanced back at me.
Why?
Like most packs, Ivory Emerald had been making their way to the pairing on foot, traveling in wolf form through national parks and sparsely populated areas. To get from Thunder Bay, Ontario, all the way down to Ebon Red's lands just outside of Eugene, Oregon, they would have had to leave weeks ago, which, as far as we all knew, they had. And then one day, they were just gone without a trace. "Do you know which kingdom holds that territory?" I asked, wishing I had more blood maps to pore over, some way to pinpoint each missing wolf and what kingdom ruled the area they disappeared from. But to get that information, I'd have to ask a vampire personally.
I'm not sure,
Montgomery said, and I could tell it frustrated him that he didn't know. He dropped his hand from the newel post and walked back over to stand in front of me, just as Nick let himself in the back door with Hugo. As usual, I'd completely kicked his ass during our game and had been relieved from potty duty. My little brother had refused to shift, and thus a quick trip out to the backyard had been in order.
But you're thinking that maybe it's the same kingdom that holds this territory?
He whispered, leaning over to put his mouth ridiculously close to my ear. His breath stirred my hair and sent a wave of goosebumps over my skin. I was surprised to find that I actually liked his nearness. It felt accidentally sensual, like he had no clue what he was doing with his long, lean body, or the fullness of his mouth. "If it is," I began, as Montgomery straightened slightly and looked straight at me, "then that would give us more than just a coincidence or a hunch to work off of." Whoa! We both paused and glanced over at Faith as she descended the stairs in her peach-colored PJs. I'd been so engrossed in my conversation with Montgomery that I hadn't registered the sound of her footsteps coming down the stairs. "This is some major cosplaying," she said, walking over to stand next to us. As soon as she noticed how closely the two of us were standing, I got a look, one that said she didn't like it. "Montgomery, right?"
You can call me Monty,
he said with a slight smile, looking down at Faith's fingers as she reached up and tugged at the leather lapel of his jacket. "Who are you cosplaying as?" she asked, giving the swords and knives strapped to the Alpha Son's body a critical look. "And how the hell do you get your hair to bleach that white? I had a friend once that tried it, and he practically melted his hair right off." Montgomery blinked his green eyes a few times and then cast a glance in my direction, looking for help. I just smiled back at him and crossed my arms over my chest. He might say he didn't expect me to pick him as my mate, but if I was seeing this through, then I was going to do it right and give everyone a fair chance. Let's see how he dealt with my best friend. That'd be test number 1 for all the guys in the pairing.
Friend? You mean your loser boyfriend?
Nick asked from behind her, leaning his body against the ornate wood casing of the archway between the foyer and the kitchen area. As Faith turned a brown-eyed glare in his direction, I realized that that was one test Nick Hallett would probably fail. "I meant Owen, yes," Faith said with an eye roll, bringing her attention back to Montgomery. "My boyfriend wanted to go as Dante from Devil May Cry for Halloween last year, and he melted his hair so bad with the bleach that he had to shave it all off. There. That's the full story. Are you happy now, Nick?
I'd be happier if you broke up with him,
he called out, and I found myself smiling. I'm glad I wasn't the only one that noticed the resemblance to Dante, I said, and Faith grinned at me. So, is that who you're cosplaying as? Because, Dante wears a red coat. Monty's his own original character, I said, stepping in and putting a hand on Montgomery's shoulder. I noticed him tense slightly at the touch, his green eyes swinging over to meet mine. His nostrils flared slightly, and I knew he was scenting me, that special blend of pine and honeysuckle that marked me as Ebon Red. He's a werewolf prince, I continued, and noticed Monty's eyes opening in surprise. See, sometimes the truth was just so ridiculous that it made a really good lie. Seriously? Faith asked, stepping back to study him. Zara's obsessed with werewolves. You didn't make this character up just to get in her pants, did you? Okay, Faith. Thank you, I said, dropping my hand from Montgomery's shoulder and grabbing her by the arm. It was nice to see that she'd snapped out of her funk, but I so did not need her defending my honor. Why don't we go into the kitchen and I'll cook you something for once? You never use any spices, she complained as I dragged her away toward the kitchen. Not even salt and pepper. Sorry, Zara Castile, but your food is bland. If I let you cook, will you promise to stay here until your dad gets back in town? I asked as sweetly as I could. Truth be told, I wasn't letting her go home even if she did say no. It was too dangerous. I just figured I'd try the begging and pleading route first. You're not even going to be here on Friday, she said with a pout, eyeing me with a certain amount of disbelief. I'd told her weeks ago that Mashka had some big, important doctor's appointment in Portland, and that I'd be taking her there and staying the night so that the hospital could run several days' worth of tests. She'd told me that Mashka was healthier and more spry than she was, and that it didn't look like she needed any tests. I had no idea how to argue that, so I said nothing. You want me to stay in your house with your mom who hates visitors without you here? No thanks. Nicolina won't be here, I said. No one would. They'd all be at the pairing. Well, except for Greer, Emil, and some of the youngest pack members. Nobody wanted squalling babies or crying toddlers disturbing their favorite ritual. The Omegas would be stuck here caring for anyone under the age of 5 whose parents wanted to attend the pairing, i.e., anyone that was lucky enough to receive an invitation. And I'd feel a hell of a lot better going out of town knowing that you were safe here. What if that creepy guy comes back? Look, we don't know exactly what your mom's gotten into, but if it is drugs, then he could be seriously bad news. Okay, Faith said as she paused in front of the stainless steel doors of our industrial-sized fridge with a romantic-sounding sigh. Just let me use your beautiful kitchen while I'm here, and I'll stay. Deal, I said as I slipped onto a stool at the kitchen island and raised my brows in surprise as Montgomery took the one next to me. Nick paused on my other side looking pissed, and then finally sat down with a dramatic sigh. The three of us sat together while Faith raced up the stairs to grab her bag and all the spices she'd stuffed into it when we'd stopped by her place earlier.
You know,
Montgomery began quietly, drawing my attention over to him.
If we want to know what kingdoms rule which territories, but we don't want to let the vampires know we're suspicious, there's always another option.
Which is? I asked as he drew out the bone knife and placed it on the stone surface of the countertop.
Magic,
he said quietly, and I felt a small chill chase down my spine. Witches, I confirmed, just as Faith bounded back down the stairs behind me. Witches and vampires. Talk about a rock in a hard place. The next morning, I managed to drag my werewolf ass out of bed and pretend to be a normal college student. I got a groaning Faith up and into the shower, pulled on the most average-looking outfit I could find, and let myself fantasize for all of about 3 seconds that this was real life. Except, then I got downstairs and found my naked 137-year-old grandmother standing in the open doors that led to the backyard. Alpha Mashka, I said respectfully, hoping that Faith was still half asleep and snoring against the wall of the shower. May I fetch you a robe? You may not, she said, tilting her head back and letting the early morning sun play across her wrinkled face. "But what you can do," she continued, switching that hard, stern voice from inside my head to out. It was intimidating either way. "Is tell me this. Have you given much thought to your silver?" The crown on Mashka's head shifted slightly to the side, as if it, too, was curious to hear my answer. "Of course," I lied, even though I hadn't the faintest clue what to pick. Whatever I chose would not only stay with me for life, but it would also bleed me, scar me. It would hurt. There was the coward's choice, something small and easy to hide like a silver stud in the ear, and there was the warrior's choice, something ostentatious and painful like my grandmother's crown. Neither option held much appeal for me. "Well," she said, this deeply smug superiority taking over her voice as she turned to glare at me with narrowed purple-black eyes. "You'd best keep thinking, then. After much careful research in some of the old texts, I found a portion of the pairing that cannot be overlooked." "Of course not, Mashka," I said with a slight dip of my head, hoping like hell I could finish this conversation and get her back into her room or into some clothing before Faith came downstairs. "Do you want to know what it is?" she asked me, lifting her chin, her spine straight, and her smile wicked sharp. I had a feeling she was going to tell me whether I wanted to know or not. "Yes, Mashka." A tooth appeared in that horrible smile of hers, peeking over her thin lower lip. In the past, if an Alpha Chi or an Alpha Scene had more than one mate, they wore more than one piece of silver. I felt the blood drain from my face. Each Alpha wore 2 pieces of silver jewelry, one for themselves and one for their mate. I had 6 possible mates. "Mashka," I began, but she was already waving me off and heading back toward her first-floor suite, a series of rooms and a small kitchenette, where she spent most of her time when she was at the house. "7 silvers for Zara," she said with a cackling laugh, pausing at the door to her rooms to point her finger at me again. Blood dripped from the silver anklet on her leg and onto the floor in ruby-red droplets. "Next time you think to choose human technology over your own Alpha Mashka, remember that." She stepped inside the room and without lifting a finger managed to slam both of the large wooden doors behind her, hard enough that a picture rattled and fell off the wall.
"What was that about?"
Nick asked from the top of the staircase. "That was Mashka," I said with a tight pursing of my lips. "Raining hell." Sitting in calculus with Nick was bittersweet agony. Everything was so fucking normal and easy, our elbows brushing as we took notes. He was left-handed and I was right-handed, that it was almost impossible to believe that this was his last day. There was no need for a guard to attend college. That's something I'm going to change, I thought, as we packed our stuff and headed for the door. Any pack member that wants to attend school can and should.
7 pieces of silver?
Nick said as we walked down the hall to find Faith. As long as she was on campus with me and Nick, she was safe. If a vampire set foot anywhere near this building, I'd know about it.
Zara, that's practically torture.
It's only for a year, I said with a tired-sounding sigh. Once I choose a mate, I can stop wearing the extra pieces.
I still don't like it,
he said, raking a hand through his mahogany hair, fingers tangling in the deep red strands. They were mussy and unkempt, just like they were most mornings that we struggled to make it to class on time. Somehow, that thought made me feel like a complete shit. And sad. Really, really sad.
What are you going to do, put loops in your ears?
That's the coward's choice, I told him, but he already knew that. Just like he knew I was too stubborn to take the easy way out. I'm piercing my lip. Nick groaned.
Ugh, a piercing? Only the craziest alphas go that route. You are aware that every time you take it out, it'll heal, and you'll have to pierce it all over again.
I gave him a wolfy smile as we rounded the corner and found Faith waiting for us with a coffee in one hand and her phone in the other. As usual, she was texting Owen with a seriously fast thumb and letting autocorrect misspell every other word. On the other side of the table, Anubis waited in a black wife-beater and jeans, his blue-black hair spiked up, his red eyes covered with brown contact lenses. He told Faith that he'd taken his red lenses out for his trip to tour the college's campus. "You okay?" I asked Faith as we paused next to her table, and I lifted my gaze up briefly to find the ebon red wolf I'd assigned as my friend's personal guard for the day. With a slight lift of my lip and a flash of purple in my eyes, I told her in no uncertain terms that if anything happened to this human, it'd be her head. I watched as she licked her lips in submission. "Absolutely," Faith said, handing me her phone and then tossing back the black coffee in her cup like it was hard alcohol. "Read that." I scanned Owen's almost indecipherable texts and managed to glean that he was planning on coming back into town tomorrow. And, of course, he wanted to get together. "Faith, you promised," I said, feeling a small flash of panic. I didn't want her getting with Owen until I could sniff him out and make sure he wasn't involved in any of this. I was almost positive he was just your average, everyday douchebag, but I wouldn't risk my only friend on a bet. Yes, I could leave the guard with her, but if either Owen or Daya really was mixed up in blood politics, they could kill them both before I ever had a chance to find out about it. "I know, but if Owen's there," she started, and I reached down to grab her chair and pull it away from the table. The way she was looking at me, I was sure she thought I was a crazy person, but I couldn't help it. I was genuinely worried about her. "Faith, if Owen really loves you, then he will be perfectly okay with waiting until Saturday to hang out." I swallowed hard and pushed some bright red strands of hair back from my face. The pairing rituals, combat, and ceremonies would take all weekend, but there was a slim chance I could slip away on Saturday to check him out. "Pretty please? I don't want to have to cancel my grandma's doctor's appointment to stay here and yell at Owen for you." Faith's mouth twitched slightly. She knew how hypocritical she was when it came to guys. With me, she expected nothing but the absolute gold standard of behavior. All intentions in writing beforehand and no touching below the belt for at least 6 months. When it came to her own personal life, she let her boyfriends get away with complete and utter bullshit. I didn't get it.
If it were me and my boyfriend had run off to sell drugs and then come back and basically demanded we get together for a booty call.
Faith gasped and flicked her long, dark braid over one shoulder. "That was not a booty call," she said indignantly, grimacing as Nick reached around me and grabbed the phone to look for himself.
Yeah, that's a booty call,"
he said, and then handed it to Anubis. Faith paled a little, but gestured angrily in his direction anyway. "Well, go on," she said with a sigh. "Tell me what you think. I figure since you're a stranger and we just met, that you at least will be impartial." Anubis looked down at the screen for about half a second and then smiled tightly, his eyes crinkling at the edges as he glanced back up and returned the phone with his "Eat healthy, live long" case back to its owner.
"It's a booty call,"
he confirmed, almost apologetically. "Make him wait a day and make me feel better," I said, and finally, I got a sigh of defeat. "Yeah, okay, fine, Zara. You win. Now can I please go to chemistry and wallow in the fact that I won't be getting laid for at least 48 hours? I smiled. "You may." I held out a hand to indicate her path to the chem lab, and she slapped my palm, flicking her braid in my face before disappearing down the hall in a sea of students with book bags slapping against their hips and backpacks flopping as they ran. And now, I was going to walk out of these doors, climb in the SUV, and head off to a meeting with Coven Triad. If that went well, meaning I didn't die, then I'd have the privilege of heading to the hall to meet the last 2 alpha sons. I almost envied Faith and her douchey boyfriend troubles. Almost. Chapter 11. In our corner of the world, there was only one circle of witches that might have the power to spy on kingdom territory lines without getting caught. Coven Triad. When I'd called to ask for a meeting, the witches were much more comfortable using technology than my people were. I'd been told to limit myself to 2 guards. Nick I had picked for obvious reasons, and Anubis had volunteered for the 2nd spot. I'd only known the guy for about a day, but I needed to start putting these men into tough situations so I could see how they'd react. Now was as good a time as any. And besides, There was no way I was bringing Montgomery in with all those weapons strapped to his body before I had good reason to think we'd need a blade made out of bone to cut down a witch. After we'd pulled the SUV into the gravel parking lot of the Triad Historical Society, Nick and Anubis had stripped their clothes and contacts and shifted into wolf form. Nick was as beautiful as always, the majestic lines of his face accented in washes of color. His muzzle was red-brown, cheeks white, speckled black above his eyes, and 2 little slashes of cream that looked like eyebrows. Anubis, on the other hand, was clearly from Pack Crimson Dusk. His fur was a glossy blue-black, like a raven's feathers, and dashed with patches of gray and white, like he'd been dusted by the skilled fingers of a cosmic hand. When he hopped from the back of the Yukon onto the sun-dappled pavement and shook out his thick coat, I felt a small surge of warmth in my belly, my wolf responding to his, and she liked what she saw. I curled my fingers in Nick's fur and pretended not to notice. He growled at me anyway.
All these cars out here,
he started, lifting his muzzle and scenting the air.
And there's barely any scent at all, human or otherwise.
I lifted my own head up and flared my nostrils, trying to catch a hint of something other than car exhaust and oil from the crowded parking lot. But Nick was right. There was nothing.
Witch hazel,
Anubis said, sitting down at my feet as I studied the purple and black Queen Anne towering above me. There was a tower with a conical roof on the left side and a wide, welcoming porch on the right. The parking lot was off to the side, with a small black metal gate that opened into the meticulously landscaped yard.
They enchant it and use it to scrub their scent.
I raised a red brow as we made our way over to the gate, unlatching the door and stepping through with both boys at my heels, weaving our way through a garden that was cultivated for more than just looks. I recognized a lot of the plants as having magical properties. Lavender for love spells, garden angelica for exorcising ghosts, hyssop for purification. A pair of hazelnut trees flanked the front porch steps, and I knew that not only could the nuts be powdered and used in healing spells, but also in a bind, a witch could snap off a branch and draw a circle of protection around herself. But I'd never heard the bit about witch hazel and hiding scents. "Where'd you learn that one?" I asked, careful to keep our conversations safe from prying ears. In the bushes, just past the curve in the path that led to the front door, I saw a slender gray tabby cat, its black and brown stripes making it nearly impossible to see in the shadows. When I met its green eyes, I bared my teeth and it slunk away. If it hadn't wanted me to see it, I probably wouldn't have. Coven Triad was letting me know that they were aware of our arrival.
My alpha father,
he said, referring to his grandpa, a position in the pack that Majka called Alpha Otak. My Otak was long gone, killed by a rival pack almost 40 years before I was born, a pack that no longer existed. Picking on Ebon Red had been the last mistake they'd ever made.
He used to buy it from a local coven back home, to mask our scent from other packs.
I didn't ask why Crimson Dusk might want to hide from other werewolves. It was rumored that the eyes of all their future offspring would forever be tainted red from all the blood the pack had spilled during Anubis's great-grandfather's reign as Alpha. It was why Majka had chosen them to breed into Ebon Red. They weren't just fierce, but fearless, too. We moved up the front steps as a unit, ignoring the closed sign hanging in the front window, and stepped inside the front door to the sound of a jangling bell. The foyer of the old house had been converted into a lobby for the Historical Society museum that the Coven ran, showcasing artifacts pertaining to both real and imagined witchcraft. Of course, most humans didn't much know the difference, or believe it anyway, so the Triad hosted tea parties in the beautiful old Victorian, gave tours, and sold cheap pentagram necklaces on top of a glass case filled with werewolf tales. And yes, they were real. I gave a low growl and scared a cat. A real cat, I think, from its hiding place on the floor behind a large vase of curly willow branches. I heard movement before I spotted the girl coming around the corner, dressed just as casually as I was, in a pair of jeans and a purple tank top that read, Triad Historical Society on the front. The Coven's crest, the connected shapes of a waxing, full, and waning moon, was hidden in plain sight, disguised as a decorative logo on the shirt. I knew better. There was power in that design. "Don't let those bother you," the witch said, approaching the front counter and tapping a finger against the glass of the display case. The almost overwhelming stink of incense she stirred up as she moved through the room made my nostrils flare. They were harvested almost 600 years ago, somewhere in Eastern Europe. They come from Pack Ebon Red, I said, my own fingers dancing across the display. I could tell from the auburn color of the fur, the striations of white and black and gray, that even if they really were 6 centuries old, they still belonged to my pack. With a slight smile, I smashed my fist into the glass and shattered it, collecting the tails from the case without apologizing or explaining myself. The witch sighed as both boys raised their hackles and lifted their heads, tails up, ready to fight. Ugh, she scoffed, turning and shaking her long red hair out with both hands, threading her fingers through it as she made her way toward a doorway marked employees only. This is why I can't stand wolves. She paused, with one hand holding the long purple curtain back, and gestured with her chin. Well, are you coming or not? It isn't every day that the 3 hold a formal meeting on a werewolf's request. The fingers of my right hand curled tight around the old tails. The 3 arranged a meeting for me? That didn't make any sense at all. When I'd made that phone call, I'd expected to see someone like this girl, a young, low-ranking member of the coven with no title and just enough training to make sure we didn't get the upper hand during our meeting. Cold chills danced across my skin, like curls of Arctic wind freezing me to the bone. You informed the Alpha of this meeting? I asked Nick, even though I already knew the answer to that question.
Of course,
he said, pressing his nose into the palm of my left hand. Anubis stiffened slightly at the familiar gesture, but he didn't say anything. At this point, I didn't care if he saw something more between me and Nick than should be between an alpha daughter and her guard. Today was the last day before the official pairing ceremony, and I intended to spend every last second with Nick that I could, even while negotiating inside a witch's lair. I stepped forward and grabbed hold of the curtain, following the girl through a dusty storage room filled with empty boxes, broken brooms, of the non-magical variety, and a series of artifacts stored on shelves against one wall. It was so humdrum and dull that it was probably fairly rare that someone ever stumbled through the clutter and around the corner, past a half-open bathroom door and utility closet, over to a small, thin, multi-paneled old door, painted the same color as the wall. The girl magicked a key into her palm, or else she was an expert at sleight of hand because suddenly it was just there, and inserted it into the lock. Go on in and follow the candles, she said with a snide smile, and I gestured for Nick to precede me down a steep flight of steps. Before the witch closed and locked the door behind us, I saw that they were made of books. Candles were stuck at random intervals on sconces or on the steps themselves, bleeding white wax down the walls and across the floor, but they did little to illuminate the space. Fortunately, my people were blessed with incredible night vision.
Too bad they don't use witch hazel down here,
Anubis said, and even though he wasn't speaking aloud, I could almost hear the huskiness of his voice as he tried not to choke. Not only did it smell like old books, that heady mixture of ink and paper, but also mildew, smoke, dragon's blood incense, and the sweet scent of cats. Underneath it all was the stink of magic and witch, almost indiscernible from one another. It was a difficult scent to describe, sharp, almost metallic, but with this organic softness to it that reminded me of flowers, although I couldn't pinpoint exactly what sort of flowers those might be. And trust me, I could identify floral scents as easily as I could pick out letters in the alphabet. Nick snorted to clear his nose of the scent, and then paused at the bottom of the stairs to let out a warning growl. As soon as I stepped down next to him, my feet scuffing against the old wood floors, I could see why. On either side of us, creating a narrow winding path through the center of the room, were stacks of books piled all the way to the ceiling, stack after stack after stack, broken up here and there by shelves with artifacts that were either too valuable or too disturbing to keep in the museum. And amongst it all were hundreds of pairs of eyes. They reflected the light of the candles back like mirrors, flashing silver gold as they bobbed their heads and craned their necks to get a better look at us. No matter where I looked, there was another set of eyes, attached to a black cat here or an orange tabby up there. As I moved forward, one of them hissed at me from a nearby shelf and batted at me with a paw. "Familiars," I said to both Nick and Anubis, and we carried on. I knew that the entire coven was watching us from those eyes, using their magical bonds with the cats to spy on us as we made our way through the rambling basement of the old house and to a set of doors in the back. They opened entirely on their own. "Here goes nothing," I told myself as I strode into the room with my chin high and my expression neutral. Making a mistake here could cost not only my life, but Nick's and Anubis's as well. No doubt the packs would come down on Coven Triad like a hammer, but their vengeance wouldn't bring us back to life, now would it? "Zara Wolf," I announced as the boys moved forward with me and simultaneously shifted back into their human forms. "Of Ebon Red."
"Anubis Wolf of Crimson Dusk,"
came the slow, sensual voice to my right.
"Nikolai Wolf of Ebon Red."
From my left, Nick going last to indicate his ranking in pack hierarchy. The three of us were standing in the center of a circular room with a heavy black chandelier above our heads, and more haphazard stacks of books strewn about at random intervals. The old wood floor beneath our feet was blanketed in overlapping rugs, and the air was hazy with incense smoke and tobacco from the pipe one of the three was smoking. I kept my eyes straight ahead, but I didn't look at Coven Triad's leaders. I wasn't ready to see the crone just yet. A pentagram was painted on the ceiling above us, and I knew without a doubt that there'd be one under the rugs beneath our feet. One wrong move, and the three could cast a spell and trap us in this circle with little more than a look. Abruptly, both Anubis and Nick shifted back into wolf form, and I knew they'd seen her. "Zara Wolf of Ebon Red," the mother said, sitting in the center of a long curved desk. It was made from a single piece of carved, polished wood. From the reddish color, I imagined it had come from an ancient sequoia, one of the monstrous old trees that grows on the northern California coast. It was doubtful that there were many other tree species that held that much power. "We were surprised to get this request from you so close to the pairing." I dropped my gaze from the back wall and allowed myself to look at her face. It was soft and kind, a gentle smile curving across generous pink lips. A few crinkles danced at the edges of her eyes, lending the expression some credibility. Thank God, she looked almost normal, considering I knew for a fact that at least one of the three was anything but. That was reassuring. "I'd like to purchase something from you," I said, getting right down to business. A meeting like this wasn't intended to last long. Each second that we stayed here, there was a chance that something could go wrong. "Purchase?" the mother asked, leaning back in the green velvet chair she was sitting in. I guess it was more like a throne, towering over her head and making the lavender color of her hair and the snow white of her skin pop. On her head sat a crooked black hat, tall and pointed, and wicked as a winter night. It was nothing like the black hats Halloween stores sold for trick-or-treaters. Instead, it stood almost 2 feet tall, charms, little bones, and bundles of herbs sewn into the fabric, ready to be used at a moment's notice. What kind of something? I flicked my eyes to the maiden sitting at the far right of the desk and looking at me with unmasked curiosity, her dark brown eyes hooded with white feather lashes, her ebony skin decorated with tiny jewels and bits of silver and iron that I knew were pierced straight through her flesh. She too wore a hat, but it was shorter than the mother's, jet black and empty of spells. She was a new addition to the three for sure. It happened a lot. The frequent rotation of the maiden. To hold that position, she'd not only have to remain a Vestal virgin, but also abstain from taking life or inflicting physical harm on others. As far as sex went, that was the mother's area of expertise. And for the latter 2 items, those belonged to the crone. "I want a map," I began, taking long, slow breaths and trying not to choke on the thick heaviness of the tobacco smoke from the crone's pipe. "One that will show me the borders of the blood territories in North America." A cackle from the far left of the desk made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. "What does a wolf want with vampires?" the crone grated, her voice like broken glass and needles. I felt my nails extend into claws, my skin rippling with the change. I took a deep breath and forced myself to stay human. I knew for a fact that the crone would be dipped in spells for fear and confusion and frustration. But I also knew that as a werewolf, I had a natural immunity to it. Whatever I was feeling now, it was all in my head. It took more than just ambient magic to affect a werewolf. I don't have to explain my reasons to you, I said, straightening my spine and dropping a hand to either of the boys' heads. Anubis turned his muzzle slightly and gently took the tails from my sweaty grip, holding them in his mouth so I could dig my fingers into the thickness of his coat. Just like Nick, he felt like Pack to me, safe and grounded and comfortable. I used the two of them as anchors. I was the next alpha, and not just of Ebon Red, of all the packs. In North America, there were currently 500,000 werewolves. At the end of this year, I'd be in line to rule them all. I needed to show Coven Triad that I meant business, and that I wouldn't be pushed around. A cat mewed from somewhere in the shadows, and several sets of glowing eyes blinked, and then disappeared. I turned my face to look at the crone and felt my throat get tight, and my heart begin to hammer.
If you don't intend to share your reasons, then you'd best have something good to name as our price.
She leaned forward in her chair, bringing with her the scent of long-dead things and mildew, the sweetness of rotting vegetation, and the emptiness of decay. I choked involuntarily, lifting my hands up to blanket my throat. But as soon as I did that, I lost contact with the boys and collapsed to my knees. They pressed in close to me on either side, giving me strength, reminding me that even if I was looking at the face of death and decay, I was still very much alive. My eyes met with two orbs of perfect black, no whiteness to be seen, and curls of what was probably once beautiful red hair, cascading down in thick tangled snarls around a cragged face and a nose as big as my skull. Thin lips stretched back over rotten teeth as the crone grinned at me and smoked her pipe, her fingers nothing but rotted skin over bone. Spiders crawled across her broken, bleeding flesh, and her witch's hat was drooping and ragged, threadbare and wilting. This is what became of witches who took life and didn't pay the universe back in turn, who reaped magic and sowed pain. The crone did not, as some humans believed, represent repose and compassion, and the witch who took this spot in the three did not have to be old. Instead, this was the ultimate punishment, to sit as head of the coven and impart hard-won advice to those foolish enough to follow in her footsteps. She made the difficult choices for the group and exacted punishments and retribution, waiting to see if another witch would make the same mistakes as she did and one day take her place. As long as Mashka had been alive, there'd only ever been one crone. I stayed on my knees, but I kept my head raised and held my males close on either side of me, fingers once again twisted in their thick fur, my nose filled with their wild scents. I suddenly yearned for the pack, for the hall, for the forest around it. Maybe this meeting was a good thing. Sitting here in front of these three women, I didn't quite dread the pairing as much as I had. You'd have the good graces and the favor of Pack Ebon Red, I said, and was met with the crone's raucous laughter. The sound was enough to make a human's ears bleed. Good thing I wasn't human.
Are you hungry?
The crone asked, and I felt my stomach lurch painfully. That question, coming from her, took on a whole new meaning, one that I really didn't like.
Because I am,
she continued, leaning back in her chair, still smoking that pipe and grinning at me with a mouthful of soft black teeth and bleeding gums.
In fact,
the crone said, as a side door opened and the young witch in the tank top appeared, a silver tray and several goblets floating along behind her.
I'm downright famished.
She reached out and wrapped her bony fingers around the handle of an old broom, sitting with its bristles facing up and its handle turned down. There were more charms, more bones, woven through them that jingled as she wrapped the broom on the floor.
I'm so hungry that I'm willing to make you a deal.
The crone grinned, lips stretching back beneath the gargantuan monstrosity of her nose, like a giant beak that almost took up her entire face.
For flesh.
Flesh? I echoed, as 3 of the silver, actual silver and not just shiny metal, goblets floated our direction and hovered near my face. My guards are not to eat or drink while on duty, I said airily, even though that wasn't necessarily true. But I wouldn't subject Nick or Anubis to whatever was in those cups. 2 of the goblets crashed on the floor and rolled across the rugs, spilling liquid everywhere. With a considerable amount of effort, I released my grip on Anubis's fur and used my right hand to grab the 3rd. As soon as my fingers curled around the silver, they began to burn, blood oozing up through my pores and draining down my hand in fat, red droplets. Catch them, I projected to the boys, and Anubis crawled forward to catch the blood on his tongue, dropping the old tails to the floor. There was no way in hell that I was leaving a single drip here for the coven to use against me. Blood magic was harsh and unforgiving. It was devastating, and I would not have any of that cast on me. I forced the cup to my lips as Nick growled from beside me, bristling with violence as I felt hot heat and pain take over my mouth, blood oozing down the sides of my chin as I took a drink. Nick was right there, licking my mouth, cleaning the metallic copper taste away. At least the wine I'd been given was sweet, like pears and pomegranates.
Screw these witches,
Nick said to me, and I smiled, using my shirt to clean off the last of the blood from the silver and setting the goblet aside.
They're clearly sadists.
Clearly, I agreed. But whatever this was, it was some kind of test, and I was determined to pass it. What kind of flesh? I asked, as the crone selected an item from the tray with her bone-white fingertips and pushed it between her rotten lips.
Wolf flesh,
she told me, and I felt my entire body go cold.
Bring it to me before the sun goes down and we'll start work on your map.
The silver tray floated to the mother and then the maiden, before coming over to rest in front of me. It looked like a meat and cheese tray from the supermarket, but it didn't smell like anything. That frightened me, as did the fact that in the same breath that she'd mentioned werewolf flesh, the crone had offered me this food.
We can have it done in 3 days, she continued, clearly waiting for me to select something off the tray.
I took a piece of what looked like cheddar cheese and lifted it to my lips. There was no way in hell that I was touching the carefully rolled pieces of red meat arranged in a decorative half circle. Promise me and my pack members protection until the night after we come to pick up the map, I said as Nick pushed his body hard against my left side.
Zara, what are you doing? We can't bring them fucking wolf meat. Are you crazy?
That shouldn't be a problem,
the crone continued as the tray returned to her and she picked up several rolled pieces of what looked like pastrami, sliding them one after another into a rancid pus-filled mouth.
As long as you bring enough werewolf flesh to make a meal.
Her grin was rictus and awful to look at, like a smiling corpse with nostrils big enough to swallow my head. Can it be from more than one wolf? I asked carefully.
Irrelevant,
the crone said, waving her hand so fiercely that a candle snuffed out at the edge of the desk. The mother and the maiden sat quiet and patient, their eyes focused on me, both their faces stuck in an expression somewhere between pity and sorrow. Then it's a deal, I said, knowing that I was taking a huge risk here. There'd be a contract involved, one signed in blood and sealed in magic. If I'd been in a Fae court, I wouldn't even have attempted to come to any sort of agreement. There was always one key rule when working with fairies. Never bargain with them. The crone waved her hand, and a scroll slipped off a nearby shelf, revealing a crouching cat behind it. The calico flattened its ears against its skull, opened its mouth in a pink-tongued hiss, and then leapt off the shelf in a flurry of scattered papers and tumbling books. I couldn't tell exactly where it had disappeared to. I grabbed the scroll and unrolled it in front of me, reading the words printed in scrawling black ink across the page. It was exactly what we'd discussed. No more, no less. A meal's worth of werewolf flesh, in exchange for a map that showed the North American vampire territories.
Zara,
Nick warned, but I knew what I was doing. I used the still bloody pad of one of my fingers to sign the document, and watched as it floated over to the crone so she could do the same. She dipped the pointed tip of her bony finger in her mouth, teased some red-black blood from her moldy gums, and signed below my name. Zara Wolf. At least I knew that blood used in a contract couldn't be used in magic against me. A swirl of ink lifted off the page and floated down to me, wrapping around my wrist in a series of interlocking moon shapes, just like the ones I'd seen on the girl's tank top. The pattern repeated all the way around, making a sort of tattooed bracelet on my skin. As soon as I fulfilled my end of the deal, it would break and disappear. The same mark appeared on the maiden's wrist. The crone may have made the deal, but if Coven Triad's end wasn't fulfilled, it was the youngest of the three who would pay the price. I slipped the piece of cheese between my lips and felt a sudden wave of horror pass over me. As soon as it touched my tongue, the cheese was not cheese at all. It was meat. My skin rippled with goosebumps, and a surge of nausea washed over me as my eyes flicked back up to the crone's. She was smiling.
Eat it, Alpha,
she challenged, leaning back in her chair and grinning wildly at me.
Zara, what's wrong?
Nick asked, as Anubis pushed his big head under my hand and tried to get me to look at him. I couldn't look at anyone but the crone, as the taste of pack filled my mouth. It was the taste of blood licked from a pack member's wound, from an out-of-control scuffle, something I'd experienced few times but would never forget. Wolf, family, pack. And not just pack, but Ebon Red. There was a piece of one of my missing pack members inside of my mouth.
Eat it, Alpha,
the crone repeated, leaning forward in her chair and looking me straight in the eyes. My hands trembling and tears running down my face, I swallowed and then lurched to my feet. I took the old tails from Anubis's mouth after he picked them up and threw them at the crone's feet. Werewolf flesh, I told her with a snarl, my skin rippling as my body fought desperately to shift. Once again, I pushed it back. Enough for a meal. The crone narrowed her solid black eyes on me, as greasy and grimy as used oil.
That is not a meal,
she said, but I felt myself smiling, even through the tears. I just took a bite half the size of one of those tails, I told her, lifting my chin up in defiance. And I couldn't possibly stomach another. I'm full. And the meal? I had to stop and take a deep breath. Is over. The tattoo I'd just gotten on my wrist shattered, and the yowling of angry cats followed us all the way upstairs and onto the street. Chapter 12. I made it about 2 feet outside the fenced area of the Triad Historical Society before I threw myself over a metal garbage can and threw up. Despite the fact that we were in the middle of town, Nick and Anubis both shifted into human form and stood naked beside me. Nick pulled my hair away from my face and rubbed my lower back as my stomach seized again and again and again. I didn't stop until I was sure I saw the piece of cheese laying at the bottom of the can. And then I forced myself to keep throwing up. As gross as it sounds, when wolf pups are ready to start eating meat, their pack will make a kill and return to the den to regurgitate the food for them to eat. Werewolves had the same lucky little skill, the ability to puke on command like that. I was making sure to take full advantage of it.
Zara, what the fuck is going on?
Nick asked, cursing more than usual, even for him. Before I could think twice about it, I stumbled back to the SUV, opened the dash, and tore a doggy waste bag from a blue roll. I know, it seemed ridiculous for werewolves to care about, well, wolf shit, but it happens, and the last thing we needed when venturing into an urban area was to get a ticket for leaving waste somewhere. I jogged back to the garbage can and reached inside, retrieving let's just keep calling it cheese, and wrapping it up inside the bag. Dry heaves took over then, and I had to hold on to Nick's naked body to stay standing upright. It's them, I said, lifting my head to look up at a small keyhole-shaped window near the roofline. A cat sat there and stared at me from unblinking green eyes.
Them?
Anubis asked more calmly, putting a hand on my shoulder and drawing my attention over to the crimson color of his eyes. I think my freaking out was making Nick freak out, but Anubis just stood there and looked at me, waiting for an answer. the place where his fingertips touched, leaving little metaphorical scorch marks that I was too upset to think much about. The witches, or at least Coven Triad. I managed to get out, letting the touch of both boys soothe me now, the way they had inside the house. Overhead, the leaves of a large oak tree rustled in the breeze, decorating Anubis's bronze skin with patterns of light and shadow. I forced myself to take a deep breath and noticed a few college kids across the street, smoking joints and snapping pictures with their phones. I growled and the sound seemed to cut the air in half. I don't know how they heard me. They were just humans after all. But the four of them made a quick retreat up the steps of their house and disappeared inside.
Zara,
Nick said aloud, drawing my attention back to his face, to the eggplant color of his eyes, so familiar, so beloved. I wanted to kiss him right then and there, take his face in my hands and press our mouths together, taste home and safety and comfort written all over his lips. He smelled like pine and honeysuckle, like ebon red, like destiny. The witches, I continued, pulling the plastic-wrapped item against my stomach and curling my fingers around it. I closed my eyes, knowing we should get in the SUV and book it out of here, but I had bartered for protection until after collecting the map. The Coven would have to honor that, even if I'd pissed them off, and I wasn't going anywhere until I'd said it. They fed me flesh. Pack flesh. Both Anubis and Nick tensed up, and then suddenly, Nick was tearing the bag from my hand and lifting it to his nose. His eyes went wide, and he dropped it on the cement, backing up a full step as Anubis bent to grab it, rising to his feet.
Ebon red,
Nick whispered, looking at me with horror and concern lacing his features. I tried really goddamn hard not to think about the fact that I'd swallowed it. I'd had to. That had been yet another test. And besides, if I hadn't eaten it, I couldn't have manipulated the language of the spell or taken it with me. I wasn't about to leave a piece of one of my missing pack members, no matter how small, here to be eaten by the crone. My mind conjured up images of the tray, of those carefully rolled pieces of meat, the squares of cheese, the crackers. Was it all flesh? Was it all my missing ebon red pack members the crone was gobbling up as an afternoon snack? I leaned over the can again and threw up stomach bile.
So Coven Triad is not only responsible for kidnapping wolves,
Anubis began, looking a little green around the gills himself.
But they also don't care that we know they're involved, or that they're killing them.
Who says they're dead? I whispered aloud as a terrifying chill swept over me, my eyes lifting up to meet those of a tortoiseshell cat, sitting perched on the black metal fence surrounding the property. Her eyes were the same lavender color as the mother's hair, or that they're working alone. I slammed the door of the Yukon and started up the steps of the hall, all the while knowing and hating the fact that there was a piece of one of my pack members wrapped in plastic and hidden in the Cassidy's backyard shed. I couldn't risk anyone here or at home sniffing it out, and I knew that even if the vampires, or the witches, went to Faith's house, they wouldn't be able to find it. Only a werewolf could sniff out something that small with any success.
We need to tell the Alpha about this,
Nick said, broadcasting his voice so that only I could hear it. I'd been listening to him repeat the same thing over and over again on the way here.
This is above your head, Zara. This is way bigger than the contribution.
I ignored Nick and moved inside with Anubis on my right. Both boys were in human form still, and thankfully had gotten dressed inside the SUV. In the lobby, lounging around in various spots, were the other Alpha Sons, sitting on crumbling stone steps or trailing fingers through the water of a broken fountain.
You smell like witches and fear,
Jack said inside my head, his white and cream paws crossed as he laid like a statue across the top of one of the banquet tables. For now, I ignored him. There'd be no way to hide either the fact that I'd been to see the Coven, or that I was scared, disgusted, pissed off. Anyone that came in contact with me would know right away. Too bad I don't have witch hazel, I thought, as I realized the food must have been covered in the stuff. Otherwise, I would have known right away that what I held between my fingers was not an innocent square of cheddar cheese. That must also have been how the witches had kept me from picking up any werewolf scent whatsoever while I was there. For all I knew, our missing members were right behind that side door the tank top girl had walked in through. I lifted my right hand to my lips and chewed absently at my thumbnail. In the distance, a chorus of wolf howls rose like a song into the slowly darkening winter sky. I'm here, and I'm alive, and I'm with my people, they said, sending another quiet chill down my spine. If I didn't figure this shit out, some of them might not be any of those things for long. But if I told Nicolina, she'd organize every wolf within 100 miles and storm the Triad Historical Society. I knew her too well to believe she'd do anything else. Casualties would be heavy. A war might ensue. We could be going up against other covens, maybe even the local vampire kingdom. I understood where Nick was coming from, but I wouldn't let that happen.
What's going on?
Montgomery asked, weapons clinking as he caught up to me and matched my stride, his black leather jacket sweeping back behind him. I flicked my purple-black eyes to his green ones, but I didn't know what to say. His mother and father, his grandparents, aunts and uncles, cousins, and little siblings, they were all missing. I had a vision of that little girl he'd dragged into the assembly room with him, chained up while witches cut pieces of her living flesh so they could make a party platter. Nausea roiled, but I kept my spine straight and my head held high. I was late for my meeting with Pack Violet Shadow. Tell you later, I whispered, and then I hit the assembly room doors with both palms, Nick and the guys following along behind me. Zara of Ebon Red, I announced, not sure if the boys should be doing the same. Nick was my guard, so he wasn't required or permitted to speak, but as of right that second, the Alpha Sons were still technically princes, just as worthy as announcing themselves as I was. Zara Wolf, Nicolina said, rising naked from her throne to peer down at me as I came into the room. I noticed right away how conspicuously empty it was, populated only with my mother, Mashka, their guards, and the Ebon Red Betas, Relia and Charlene. As soon as I glanced their way, Relia bared her teeth at me, and I bared mine right back. Pack Violet Shadow was nowhere to be seen, but I could smell them. Like bergamot oil, lavender, and vanilla. The room was thick with their scent. Apparently I was later than I'd thought. You stink of witches, Nicolina snarled with a small scowl, digging her nails into her palm and drawing blood. My mother hated witches as much as she hated vampires, maybe more. I was asking Coven Triad for a favor to assist us in the contribution, I stated simply, even though I knew she was already aware of that. I gave her a cool, empty sort of look before glancing away to acknowledge her higher rank within the pack. I'm sorry for being late. Nicolina was not happy. Her lips tightly pursed as she examined my still sore and healing mouth. In the good old days, as Mashka liked to reminisce, a wolf could get hit with a silver bullet, use magic to push it out of her body, and be healed within minutes. Now, with magic virtually non-existent within the packs, it took hours to heal that kind of injury. Where are the packs? I asked, keeping my shoulders down and my head turned away, an extremely submissive position. I just didn't want to have to stand there while Nicolina schemed ways to put me in my place, assure herself that for now, she was still the alpha female of Pack Ebon Red. I sent Violet Shadow to settle in at the guest cottages, my mother said, referencing the numerous little cabins and cottages that dotted our 16,000-acre holding. Once upon a time, it had been a cattle ranch. Now it was a haven for werewolves. Most of Pack Ebon Red lived directly on the property. They were not pleased that you neglected to show up and meet their alpha son. I nodded, but I didn't have anything to say to that. The meeting had taken a lot longer than I'd thought. Afterward, I'd made Nick drive around the city until I felt like I'd calmed down enough to face my mother. And then, we still had to stop by Faith's to hide the evidence. Nicolina sighed and reached out a hand to lift my chin, forcing me to meet her eyes. As she studied me, I wondered if that was genuine concern in her face, or just simple curiosity. For years, I'd wondered whether my mother actually loved me or not. It was a question that was still up for debate. Pack Amber Ash has been delayed, she told me, tilting her head to the side, nostrils working as she took in my scent. I knew she'd smell evidence that I'd thrown up. I could only hope she didn't figure out why. I suppose you'll meet them both tomorrow, at the ceremony. Nicolina sighed and released my chin. It's as it should be anyway. I hope at the very least these extra days have assisted in locating the missing members of Ivory Emerald. The taste of home, searing my tongue, the raw flesh of ebon red, pine, and honeysuckle. My stomach heaved, but I refused to let any evidence of that show on my face. "We're making progress," I told her honestly, and then waited to be dismissed. Mashka made a huffing sound from her chair at my mother's right. "What a useless air," she scolded for what was probably the millionth time. "Can't even bother to show up on time. Maybe you really do deserve all these useless males." I ignored her, as politely and respectfully as I could. I felt tired, drained, overwhelmed, sick to my stomach. I just wanted to go home and take a shower, listen to Faith complain about Owen, and pretend my life wasn't so fucked up that I'd had to swallow a piece of werewolf flesh to make a deal that was probably going to backfire on me anyway. Whatever they could do to sabotage the map, Coven Triad would indeed do. "Go home," Nicolina said finally, waving me away. "We'll likely be here making preparations for the rest of the evening. Will you at least attempt to be on time for your own pairing?" It took a lot of energy for me to answer without sarcasm and an eye roll. "Yes, Alpha." "Good. Then take your males and go." I made my way toward the doors, past Merlia and Charlene. My mother's betas gave me looks that I really didn't like, as if they were already looking forward to challenging me in the old amphitheater this weekend. Once upon a time, it had been used to put on shows for hotel guests that wanted a piece of the untouched West, flocking into the mountains for a little peace and quiet. A lot of famous plays, operas, and symphonies passed through here back in the day. Because the spectacular views from the windows on the second story overlooked the water, it was called the Coyote Creek Theater. In an ironic sort of way, most of Pac Ebon Red simply referred to it as Coyote Creek. Pairing ceremonies were held there, challenges to the alpha or beta positions, general sparring, and education for young wolves. As far as the coyote part of the equation, most werewolves despised coyote shifters. If they came across them during a hunt, most likely they'd tear them to pieces. That was where the irony of the name came in. Our pack's most important rituals took place in an arena named Coyote Creek. The two women stared at me with a disrespectful level of intensity until I made it out of the room and around the corner. If I hadn't felt as crappy as I did, I would have put them in their places. But that was okay. I'd do exactly that on Saturday. The two betas had been my mother's underlings for as long as I could remember, an all-female breeding pair that wasn't as rare as you might think. Although traditionally, males and females each had their own distinct lines of hierarchy and dominance in the packs, forming heterosexual pairs to take the place of alphas or betas. There were plenty of same-sex couples too, especially nowadays, although our people had never cared to seek out or abuse anyone on the basis of sexual orientation. Same-sex couples either used donated sperm or surrogates to make their own pups, or they sought the help of witches and used spells to make their own children together. In the past, before breeding had been so wildly encouraged, almost mandated, nobody had cared if they had their own litters or not. The whole pack took care of the alphas and betas' litters, regardless of their own status.
"They're gunning for you,"
Nick told me with a grim face, and I nodded. They were, and so were a lot of other people. During the pairing, I'd have to fend off not only my own sisters, but any other female that thought she had what it took to be alpha, my mother's betas, and Nicolina herself. At the end of the pairing, the end of the 12-month cycle, whatever male I picked as my mate would have to do the same, fight off other males. "I know," I said, with a tight press of my lips, listening to the 4 sets of footsteps following along behind me. 4 of the 6 males I'd be living with, fighting with, sleeping with for the next year. I shivered and breathed out a long sigh. But that's tomorrow's problem. Right now, I just need a shower, some dinner, and some sleep. Nick nodded, but I knew he was thinking the same thing I was. Tonight was our last night together. The shower water was hot enough to burn, but I didn't care. I washed my hair and scrubbed my skin until it hurt, brushed my teeth until my gums bled, and spent several minutes just leaning against the wall with my eyes closed, trying to make sense of everything. When I got out, I was disappointed to find that Faith was already asleep, curled up on my bed, with her phone clutched in her hand, a soft smile on her face. I stood there for a moment and watched her sleeping before reaching down and carefully extracting the cell. Since I already knew her password, it was easy to get in and check her messages. There was one from her dad, letting her know that he'd be back on Saturday, but nothing from Faith's mom. I squeezed the phone a little tighter, knowing I had to get down to the bottom of Daya's disappearance and involvement with the vampires, regardless of their connection to the missing pack members. Something in my gut told me, however, that they were just as involved as Coven Triad. Jax and I had both smelt Ebon Red, mixed with that vampire scent on the road after all. I navigated over to Faith's text conversation with Owen, feeling slightly guilty for spying on her, but knowing that this could literally be a life and death scenario for my friend. "Miss you, baby. See you on Saturday," was the last thing she'd sent to him. Owen had yet to reply, but scrolling up, I noticed that although they'd gotten into a small argument, Faith had remained tough and upheld her end of the deal not to meet with him until Saturday. Thank God. I set the phone on my nightstand and turned off the lights, padding across the hall to Nick's room. The other Alpha Sons each had their own guest room to use for the night, but tomorrow we'd all be moving into the pairing house together, a large cabin on pack property where all Alpha heirs stayed during the year-long ritual. I didn't bother to knock, pushing open the door to find Nick seated at his desk, laptop open next to him, an old tome sitting in his lap, and the map weighted down at the corners with a can of soda, a half-eaten granola bar, and 2 pairs of rolled socks. A small smile lit my lips as I closed the door behind me and locked it. At the sound of the lock, he lifted his head up, dark red hair bleeding across his forehead, as he chewed on the end of a pencil and watched me carefully.
"You're not going to tell Nicolina anything, are you?"
"Not unless I've got a for sure lead that requires the full power of the pack." He sighed and let his lids slide shut, closing the leather-bound tome with a loud snap.
"I can't believe I won't be there to see you through this. There's just so much to this whole thing, Zara. If this is a conspiracy between the witches and the vampires, we're going to have a hard time fighting back."
"Not if it's just one coven in one kingdom," I said, thinking of how much stronger our people would stand united. Instead of 1,000 small, scattered packs littering the continent, we'd make up a single force, a super pack. I couldn't see any of the other numinous, non-human, non-animal species doing the same. The witches, the vampires, the fae, any of the various races of demon, they didn't have this need for closeness, for bonding, for pack, built into their DNA. Nick set the tome aside, and before I could stop myself, I was sitting in his lap, putting my arms around his neck. All the places our skin touched set me on fire.
"Zara."
He started to protest, but I leaned forward and hovered my mouth over his lips, silencing him with my breaths, warm air feathering across his skin. Nick settled his hands on my hips, fingers digging gently into my navy blue satin PJs. For several minutes, we just sat there like that, almost kissing, but not quite. Our breaths mingled, and his tasted so sweet, so much like honeysuckle in summer that I wanted to just die right there, collapse in his arms with his last floral-scented breath hovering in my lungs. God. I knew my duties. I wanted to perform them. I was the white wolf, for fuck's sake. But I needed Nikolai Hallett in my life, too. There had to be some way for me to get him into the pairing. I knew I'd never be allowed to choose him at the end of it. The other packs might decide to buck the alliance if 2 Ebon Red alphas held the throne, so to speak. 1 more year together wasn't too much to ask, though, was it? "I love you," I told him firmly, because I did. I had for years, and it was now or never.
"Zara,"
he whispered, eyes sliding shut like his lids were just too damn heavy to hold up.
"You know I love you too. I always have. Always."
While his eyes were still closed, I did the impossible. I did the forbidden. I closed the distance between us and kissed his hot mouth, took it with my own. Claws shifted involuntarily from Nick's fingers, cutting into my pajamas, digging into my skin. The pain was sharp and immediate, putting this violent edge on the moment, perfuming the air with the bright copper scent of blood. If we were caught by someone like Nikolina or Mashka, Charlene or Malaya, they would try to kill him. And I knew without a single doubt that I would defend him with my life, even if it meant killing one of my own. Desire bloomed between us like a rose, satiny red petals unfolding, silken and sensual. But underneath it all were thorns. I parted Nick's lips with my tongue and curled my fingers around his shoulders, my own claws dipping into his flesh. He groaned with both pleasure and pain, helping me shift my body so that I was straddling his jeans, teasing the hard bulge beneath the denim with the wild heat between my thighs. I should stop, I thought. But the day had been such an awful mess, a nightmare really, and the delicious sweetness of Nick's lips banished any residual memories of the crone's parting gift from my mouth. All I could taste, see, smell, hear, touch was Nick Hallett, my bodyguard, my friend, my male. He had to be mine. Had to. If I took him now, then there was nothing anyone could do. Werewolves mated for life. Once a mate had been chosen, there was no breaking up or getting divorced. The only way for a wolf to select a new mate was if their current lover died or lost in a battle for an alpha or beta position. And in the latter case, most wolves simply chose to abandon their position or form, a new pack with their current mate. With the exception of, very rare, pairing ceremonies like mine, werewolves did not often sleep with more than one other werewolf. Nick, I could claim him right here, right now. I dropped my hands to the buttons on my top and started to undo them.
Zara, no.
Nick growled, his voice more wolf than human.
If we go any further, they'll know. They'll all know.
Panting, I stared down at him, at the same aubergine eyes that I had, and I knew without a doubt that he was right. Even with just this level of kissing and touching, we risked other wolves smelling our mingled scents. If we had sex of any kind, there would be absolutely no denying it. I could scrub my skin until it bled, and I wouldn't be able to get Nick's smell off of me. I continued undoing the buttons until I reached the hem of the shirt, and Nick, it was like his hands were possessed, sliding the dark blue satin off my shoulders and letting it fall to the floor. With each panting breath, my chest rose and fell, breasts bare and exposed to his gaze. It might seem logical to think that after literally hundreds, maybe thousands of times seeing each other nude, that it would be impossible to turn a simple act of nakedness into an erotic act. But it wasn't. No, being naked and sexual and wanting under Nick's gaze seemed as natural as shifting, as breathing, as running through the forest on a dark night. It was a part of who I was, who he was, and even a ritual as ancient and respected as the pairing couldn't change that. Nick dropped his lips to my left breast with some encouragement from my fingers, digging into the dark mahogany color of his hair and pulling him forward. But as soon as his mouth touched my skin, all bets were off. With another growl, Nick took my nipple between his lips, suckling it and sending waves of hot, aching pleasure ricocheting through me. My body felt like it was coming apart at the molecular level. Individual elements, individual atoms, liquefying the same way they did during a shift. I melted in his arms, letting my hair fall back, the red strands tickling my lower back as I squeezed Nick's head to my chest and let instinct take over, guiding us both, egging us on. He kissed and sucked and teased his way over both breasts and the skin between them, above them, below them, covering my chest and belly with his lips, flicking his tongue into my navel. Abruptly, Nick stood and took me with him, carrying me to his bed and laying my body across a bedspread sprinkled with stars. They mimicked the ones I could see above him, through the skylight in the ceiling. Nick tore his shirt over his head, flashing me a chest and belly made up of lean muscles that rippled and danced beneath his skin as he moved to turn off the light and shut the top on his computer, plunging us into blackness. After just a few seconds, my wolf eyes adjusted to the light, and I could see Nick perfectly, albeit in shades of black and gray. As he passed under the skylight, beams of silver moonlight streamed over his face, reminding us that tomorrow night, the night of the pairing, was the full moon. Nick climbed on the bed and knelt between my legs as I sat up to undo the button on his jeans, pull down his fly. We locked eyes as he reached his hands down and pushed the denim and his boxers out of the way, revealing a thick, hard curve of his shaft. I'd seen this part of his body before, but usually it wasn't like this, proud and stiff and ready for me. "Take them all the way off," I instructed as he licked his lips, both submitting to me and flirting at the same time.
"Yes, Alpha."
I watched as Nick stood back up and dropped his jeans and underwear to the floor, standing there just as naked as he was in the parking lot that afternoon, but infinitely more beautiful somehow. I pushed my own pants down and kicked them off the bed, reaching a hand out to grab his wrist. Since Nick and I were both virgins, and both werewolves with naturally advanced healing abilities, we didn't have to worry about protection from STDs. As far as birth control, I'd been taking crushed buttercup, the only plant or medicine known to man that could block a werewolf's reproductive abilities, for weeks to get in the habit for the pairing. There was nothing stopping us from going through with this. I dragged Nick down to the bed next to me, turning so he could pull me into his arms and kiss me again, our skin pressed together in all the right places, searing my flesh with sensations that I would never forget, not even if I was lucky enough to live 137 years, like Mashka. I savored his taste, his smell, let the flavors linger on the back of my tongue as my hands roved, exploring his body the same way he was exploring mine. When he finally made it to my ass, squeezing the soft flesh with his clawed fingers, I rolled and he rolled with me, settling between my thighs, aligning our bodies. My own hands dug small grooves down his back as we continued kissing, breaking apart only once the heat was too much to bear, like standing too close to the sun. We locked eyes as I reached between us and guided Nick to the warmth blooming between my thighs, the liquid desire staining my skin with need. We were still staring at each other when he thrust his hips forward, filling my body with his, in a single motion. There was this moment there where we both went very still, acclimating to the idea of being lovers, being mates, of breaking years of desperate feeling and want into pieces. I could feel his cock carefully cradled inside of me, feel his breath stirring my hair. It wasn't painful, just different, new, the sensations unfamiliar. But Nick, he was about as familiar could get. He felt like home, and that was exactly what I needed tonight. As soon as we'd settled into that feeling, adjusted to the idea of what we'd just done, there was nothing holding us back. Our slow moment of sensuality broke into an animalistic frenzy, controlled more by our wolf sides than our human ones. Growls and groans both slipped from our lips as I dug my clawed fingers into Nick's ass, thrusting my pelvis up to meet his. Our bodies joined, separated, came together again. When I closed my eyes and threw my head back, arching my spine and curving my body against Nick's, I felt this strange energy in the air around us. It had a familiar zing, a charge that I recognized from somewhere, but I was too caught up in the warmth and hardness of Nick's body, the frantic beat of his heart inside his chest, the wild whispers of pleasure crossing his lips. I kissed those sounds right off his mouth, encouraged his left hand to knead the tender flesh of my breast, bright red spots of blood appearing where his claws penetrated my skin. Lines of fire seemed to erupt from my breast, straight down to my core, lighting me up into a blaze that burned too hot, drawing sweat down the sides of my face, teasing little beads of perspiration on Nick's upper lip. Sneaking my hand between our undulating bodies, I found the hardened nub of my clit and used the slickness stirred up by our lovemaking to tease it in small, tight circles. That extra bit of sensation was enough to push me over the edge, and I found myself curling forward with a violent gasp, my body clamping down on Nick's with a tremendous amount of force. The orgasm crashed over me like a heat wave, stealing one from Nick in the process. Together we groaned and shuddered and rubbed our cheeks together. And then the wall exploded behind us and blew out all the power in the house. Both Nick and I were up and ready to fight in a split second, him in wolf form and me in human. I suddenly wished I had one of Montgomery's swords on me. Didn't matter, though. I was a werewolf. A living weapon. Teeth and claws out. I looked around for a witch, a vampire, a rival pack, maybe someone that wasn't happy with the terms of the pairing. But there was nobody, and nothing. A second later, Nick's door was kicked in, and there was Montgomery, wielding those swords I had just been lusting after, his boot crushing the heavy paneled door as he raced over it, trench coat billowing out behind him. He spun the iron and wood swords around in his hands and looked to me for direction.
"What happened?"
he asked, as the dust settled and pieces of drywall and framing lumber crashed over each other and tumbled to the floor at my feet. I was standing in a sea of broken glass from the lights in Nick's ceiling, and it hurt. "I have no idea," I said, my body thrumming and my heart racing. I felt tender between my thighs, but sated in a way I'd never experienced before. My body felt like it was tattooed in all the places Nick had touched me, and down the inside of my thigh, I felt a warm trickle of liquid. The wall just exploded. Dropping my fighting stance, I moved over to stand next to Nick, looking out over the backyard and the pieces of broken siding, the shattered glass. Monty moved up next to us, his white braids snaking over his shoulder as he leaned over and tried to get a good look at the debris. Swallowing hard, I glanced surreptitiously in his direction. The fact that I was naked meant literally nothing to a werewolf, but the semen on the inside of my thigh, my own lubrication, the mingling scents of Nick's and my sweat. As soon as Montgomery recovered from the shock of the moment, as soon as more of the dust settled, he'd smell it. Everyone would. My fingers curled in Nick's fur so tight that he let out a small growl.
"Who the hell did this?"
he asked, lifting his nose up to scent the air as the other 3 alpha sons stumbled into the room behind us. I glanced over my shoulder and found Jax in wolf form, Silas with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth, and Anubis looking at me with a horrified expression that said it all. He knew. He knew. He knew. Without a word, he moved forward and reached out as if he were going to grab me by the arm. Nick turned on Anubis right away, snapping at him with a muzzle full of glistening white teeth, lips curled back in a snarl.
"Get your fucking hands off of her,"
he said, but only so the alpha son of Pack Crimson Dusk could hear him.
"I'm only trying to help,"
Anubis said in a hushed whisper, dressed in a black wife-beater and sweatpants. He was sweating almost as badly as I was, his blue-black hair sticking up in all sorts of crazy directions. My skin felt almost too achy, too sensitive to be touched, and I carefully stepped out of reach of his grip.
"The Alphas are all in the forest just a few miles from here. I heard their howls. If you don't come with me right now, they'll all find out what happened in here." "What the hell are you talking about?"
Silas asked, turning his golden eyes over to me and then going completely stiff, his cigarette tumbling from his lips. Lifting his head up, he scented the air, and I closed my eyes because I just needed a goddamn second. I'd just had my first time, lost my virginity, mated with Nick. And then the wall had exploded? I was so confused. I opened my eyes and took a deep breath.
"You slept with him?"
Silas screamed, and Montgomery immediately grabbed him from behind and clamped a hand over his mouth.
"Shut up,"
he snarled, his green eyes flashing with frustration and anger. I couldn't decide if the expression was for me, and Nick, or Silas.
"What difference will it make if she comes with you?"
Monty asked Anubis. His nostrils flared wide and his lips pursed tight.
Ugh.
Anubis groaned, putting his face in his hands and then dropping them to his sides before he turned and left the room at a run. Jax simply climbed up on Nick's bed and sat there with his pink tongue lolling from his mouth.
"The Alphas are going to kill him when they find out,"
Montgomery told me, his face grave and his voice mournful, like he was already grieving Nick's death. "I won't let them touch him," I said firmly, dropping my palm to Nick's big head to calm him down. As soon as our bodies made contact, electricity seemed to shoot between us, and Nick's computer short-circuited, sparks flying out as the silver top cracked right in half. I jerked my hand away, eyes flying wide as I felt it there in the room with us, as distinct as a fingerprint. Magic. This isn't possible, I whispered as Montgomery dropped his hand from Silas's gaping mouth, and they both stared at me in a state of complete and utter shock.
Shit, you guys are making it really difficult for me to help you,
Anubis said, crunching back over the battered door with the glass bottle in his hand. I could barely look at him as I lifted my palm up and just stared at it. The sex, the explosion, the magic. It was in the air, as heavy and pungent as it had been in the hidden room at the Triad Historical Society, but with different undertones. It was earthy and wild and feral, curling through the air like a pack of wolves on the prowl, paws crunching over snow, muzzles lifted in haunting melancholic song. Before I could question the wisdom of it, I dropped my palm to Nick's head again, and the leftover debris in the room, including Nick's desk and everything on it, was blasted into the backyard in a violent gust of wind, red hair whipping around my face and stinging my lips. I peeled it away with my fingers as the gust died down as suddenly as it had come. Magic, I said aloud, and then we all went completely still as howls of alarm broke the quiet winter night into pieces. Cold wind, real wind this time, not supernatural, swirled around my body and turned my skin into goose flesh.
Forget the magic for now,
Anubis said, reaching out to take my hand. The flat-screen TV on the dresser behind me exploded outward in a sea of glass, hitting my back with such a force that I immediately felt blood oozing down my ass and the backs of my thighs. My wide, frightened eyes met Anubis's crimson ones, and he very carefully drew back his hand.
This is enchanted witch hazel,
he told me, offering the bottle of clear liquid instead.
If you get in the shower, wash off, and then douse yourself with this, you'll have no smell, both of you.
Vaguely, I recognized the sound of whimpering from behind my closed bedroom door, and realized the explosion had probably scared the shit out of Faith. Will you go make sure my friend's okay? I asked the 4 thoroughly confused alpha sons.
Yes,
Anubis growled, holding out his arm to indicate Nick's bathroom door.
Now go, and hurry.
Nick shifted back into human form just as I heard Greer's questioning voice from the stairwell.
I've got her,
Montgomery promised, as he and Anubis headed for the hallway. Meanwhile, Silas just stood there looking like I'd kicked him in the balls. He was pissed. And hurt, too, I think. Silas, I started to say, but Jax gave a sharp warning bark that made my ears ring.
They're nearly here,
he said to me, and I got my ass in motion, being very careful not to touch Nick as we squeezed into the bathroom and shut the cracked and splintered door behind us. The mirror and the glass shower door were both broken, but I turned it on anyway and hopped in, ignoring the cuts on my feet. I was leaving footprints of blood everywhere, but it didn't matter. Wounds that small would heal in 15 minutes or less.
Zara,
Nick said, looking at me with this aching tenderness in his eyes, like he'd already resigned himself to die and was missing me already. I sprayed myself off as I glared at him. Don't, I snarled, as he curled his fingers into his red hair and then sputtered when I sprayed him with a removable shower head. Wash yourself off and let's spray each other with this fucking witch hazel.
You don't think at least one of those assholes is going to tell your mother?
Nick yelled, gesturing at the door. I got pissed at him all of a sudden, but then felt bad when I realized there was more than just water running down his face. Nick was crying.
I'm going to miss you, Zara,
he whispered, my hands trembling as I dropped the shower head to the tiled floor and climbed back out to wrap him in my arms, pressing my quivering lip to his ear. I won't let them hurt you, Nick. I promise, I promise, I promise. I kissed the side of his face several times before I pulled away and cupped his cheek with my right hand. The white wolf always keeps her promises. A second later, Silas was pushing the door open and glaring at us.
Nobody's gonna say a fucking thing,
he snarled, running a finger along the scar that covered his left eye.
So get washed up and come up with a damn good lie to explain this shit. You have minutes at most.
Nick and I looked at each other for a moment, and then in a frenzy, we both soaked up and rinsed, taking turns spraying the other person's body with the witch hazel. When we came out of the bathroom, Nick went straight for his dresser and snatched out a t-shirt and some boxers. Nakedness didn't matter to werewolves, but it would matter to Faith. Fortunately, Anubis had thought ahead and was waiting with a stack of clothing for me that he must have grabbed from my room. I was grateful until I noticed a pink lacy thong sitting on top with a matching bra. Both items had tags on them, gifts from Faith that I had wrinkled my nose at and stuffed as deeply as I could into my bra and underwear drawer. You went through my panties? I snarled. And I think at that point I was almost hysterical. I'd faced down the crone, eaten and then thrown up a piece of Ebon Red brand werewolf meat, lost my virginity, and then discovered that, wow, after decades of being completely magic-less, power was mysteriously being bestowed on me at the moment of orgasm, and simultaneously blowing up part of my mother's house.
Only trying to be helpful,
Anubis said, and if he hadn't brought me that witch hazel, I might have torn his throat out. Instead, I pulled on the clothes as quickly as I could to let Jax, Silas, and Anubis all sniff me and Nick both, vigorously.
Nothing,
Anubis said as he stepped back and Silas nodded his head in agreement.
You don't smell like a damn thing.
Good, I said as I took a deep breath and prepared myself to face Nicolina. Not 20 seconds later, a pack of wolves exploded from the forest outside the crumbled wall and came to a confused and stumbling halt at the pile of unexpected debris. Leading them all, of course, was a glossy red-coated female with a black stripe down her back. I watched as she took a few steps back and then raced forward, launching herself at the second story and landing with a crash in the center of Nick's debris-strewn bedroom. "Zara Wolf," she said in warning, before her mouth was even fully shifted, her body sliding back into the sleek, svelte curves of my mother's naked human form. "Alpha," I said respectfully, and as if on cue, all the boys around me took a knee. Certainly they could tell how agitated Nicolina was. Her anxiety, fear, and battle-ready rage swirled through the room like a storm, almost palpable on the back of my tongue. But even that couldn't blot out the heavy, almost metallic scent of magic. My mother's black eyes widened in surprise as she scented the room, and I realized with a wild, panicked fear that I'd forgotten to spray the bed with witch hazel. "Anubis, the bed," I whispered, so only he could hear.
Already taken care of, Alpha,
he replied, and I relaxed slightly. "Magic," Nicolina said, staring at me with an expression of complete and utter bafflement on her beautiful face. "But it doesn't smell like witches." "It's not," I said, and paused, switching my voice to a private link between me, the boys, and my mother. "I need to show you something. Just you. Then you can decide how to tell the others." Nicolina took a step toward me and narrowed her eyes. Before I could question the wisdom of what I was about to do, I reached out and grabbed hold of Nick's shoulder. Although it wasn't nearly as powerful as it had been, a gust of wind swirled through the room and tore the closet doors from their hinges, leaving them hanging at awkward angles. The alpha female of Pack Ebon Red stared at me then, in a way that said that even though she couldn't smell it on us, she knew anyway. Why should Ebon Red be mandated to give up half our power to take on the other packs? We're the largest and the most powerful. We should have a male in the pairing too, particularly one that might be able to wake our sleeping magics. Nicolina curled her lips back from her teeth, and I very quickly dropped to one knee. For several moments, nobody moved. Because our magic is so rare and so missed, and because of this recent and entirely random development, she said with an angry bite of sarcasm, "I'm adding Nikolai Hallett to the pairing to fight for Pack Ebon Red." I had to work really hard not to smile in that moment. That task was made easier by Nicolina grabbing me by the hair and dragging me to my feet. I heard several of the boys growl, but they knew better than to move from their positions. Although it hurt like hell, I didn't make a single sound. You best hope none of the other alphas find out you fucked your guard before the pairing. If they do, I'll give them my permission to rip him limb from limb in Coyote Creek. "Yes, Alpha," I replied calmly, letting her throw me to the floor and climb over me, pinning me with my belly exposed. Every single molecule in my body rallied against the act of submission, but I was fighting for something bigger here, and I knew how to choose my battles. "And you will mate with one of the others after the bonding ritual is complete, and ensure that his identity becomes common knowledge through the packs. If you're a smart girl, you'll make it Crimson Dusk or Violet Shadow." Nicolina shifted while she was on top of me, and put her mouth to my throat, teeth against the wildly throbbing heartbeat of my pulse. Because I had a few good choices in the matter, I shifted too. I tucked my tail between my legs, but that was as far as I'd take it. Normally, in a situation like this, the subordinate wolf would urinate to show complete submission. I wasn't going to do that. "Maybe you're not such a useless heir after all," I heard Mashka say, and then Nicolina was moving away and letting me up as my grandmother's hearty laughter echoed inside my skull. I shook out my snow-white pelt, a strange anomaly amongst pack ebon red, and kept my head down, the blood red and black speckles that striped my spine and trickled down my sides, making me easily recognizable. I didn't look like anyone in my pack, or any other when I was in wolf form. That was how I'd gotten my nickname, White Wolf. There were plenty of white wolves, Jax and Montgomery for example, but none in pack ebon red, and none with markings like mine. "Now," my mother continued, as I slunk low and crouched with my belly touching the floor, "I hated every second of it, but on Saturday, I'd get the chance to fight her. Right now, I needed to placate her instead." I watched as she lifted her nose and scented the air again. "Can someone please explain to me why there's a human girl inside my house?" Well, crap. Chapter 13. After reassuring Faith that the massive explosion she'd heard was just Nick's bookshelf toppling over, I couldn't very well tell her that we'd had sex and blown his room to smithereens with werewolf magic, now could I? I climbed into bed with her and tried to force myself to fall asleep. I get Nick. I get to keep Nick. I curled into a ball and let Faith snuggle against my back, a smile taking over my mouth as I thought of Nick's hands on my breasts, the heat of his lips, the force of his pelvis as he thrust into me. And then I thought about the other alpha sons and how they'd not only decided to keep our secret, but actively helped us through it. I thought I'd be up all night, reliving my first time and tasting the earthy warmth of magic on the back of my tongue. How Nick and I had conjured it, and why we were able to do that in the first place were mysteries for another day, it seemed, because I was asleep before the numbers on my digital clock had ticked forward more than 5 minutes. The next thing I knew, the alarm on my cell phone was going off, and Faith was smacking me mercilessly in the side of the face. I almost growled at her, but managed to regain my common sense just in time. "I'm getting it," I barked at her instead, climbing out of bed with sticky eyes and stumbling over to my phone. I put it all the way across my room on the desk, so I'd be forced to get up before I could hit snooze. The bright white of the screen blinded my sticky eyes as I struggled to turn off the alarm. "No sane human being gets up at dawn, Zara," Faith mumbled, rolling over and using her braid to protect her eyes from the white light. I smiled. Good thing I wasn't a human being then. "Where are you going, anyway?" she asked, as I stood there and debated climbing back into bed for just 10 more minutes. Between my thighs, there was a slightly sore spot, making me bite my lower lip as my skin flushed with heat, and I remembered that not only had I claimed Nick as a mate, but I'd managed to wrangle him into the pairing, and summoned up some long-dormant pack magic. I had to seriously lock down on my self-control to keep from squealing and hopping up and down. "Majka and I need to leave early to get to the hospital on time. All those tests, remember?" Faith was already snoring again. Nicolina had been pissed at the fact that Faith had been staying at the house, but I'd placated her by spilling a tiny bit of information about the contribution, admitting that I'd scented vampires around Faith's place and that I was worried for her. I didn't mention the vampire blood in her mother's bathroom or Daya's disappearance, but I phrased the information in such a way that Nicolina seemed to think I was insinuating the vampires were following my best friend because of me. She'd decided to let her stay until Saturday. As I was resetting the alarm for those extra 10 precious minutes of sleep that I felt like I'd die without, the door cracked open and my younger sister, Evita, popped her head in. Luckily for her, she gave me a proper amount of respect by averting her eyes and dipping her chin. "Mashka and Mom just left. They told me to make sure you were up and getting ready. For whatever reason, they sent a new guard over to replace Nick." Evita paused for a moment and then lifted her eyes briefly. "Where is he anyway?" I smiled, but decided it was best if I didn't say anything yet. Last night, Nicolina had personally escorted Nick to a guest room on the first floor and locked him in with an iron key. As of now, he and the other alpha sons, including the 2 I hadn't met yet, would be at the hall, going through the long, laborious rituals of the pairing. Good thing Nick had spent weeks helping me practice. He'd know exactly what he needed to do. Thank you, Avita, I said, ignoring her question completely. I'll be down shortly. The look she threw me was pure hate. In just over 24 hours, Coyote Creek would be filled with spectators, and I'd be open for challenges against my position. I knew without a doubt that my little sister would be first in line. She nodded at me in a mock gesture of respect and slammed my bedroom door hard enough to wake Faith. Tell your creepy, weird old grandma that I hope she passes all her tests. I'll tell her, I said, moving over and giving Faith a chaste kiss on the forehead. Remember, no Owen until Saturday, okay? And text me ASAP if your mom gets in touch with you. I got it, Square Bear, she grumbled, yanking a pillow over her head and scooting away from me. Once I was positive that Faith had fallen back asleep again, I opened one of the drawers on my vanity table and pulled out an iron key. Inside my bathroom, there was a locked door that I told Faith was just a closet for a water heater. In all actuality, it's where I kept all of my werewolf stuff that I didn't want her to see. After unlocking it, I stepped inside the walk-in closet and moved to the back where all my pairing outfits were kept, hanging nice and neat on wooden hangers. You might think that we'd do this entire thing in the nude, but nope. Instead, everyone had fancy shifter-friendly outfits to wear for each portion of the ceremony. I grabbed a black belt from a hook on the wall first, running my fingers across the blades tucked into the leather. It was basically a mini toolkit to facilitate being a total badass. Knives in various flavors, just like Montgomery wore, as well as a few ready-to-cast spells that had been purchased from various covens over the years, and assorted other useful things that I might need if a war really did erupt between Pack and Bloods, Pack and Witches. I gathered up the outfits and draped them over one arm, laying them on the bathroom counter so I could turn the closet light off, close, and lock the door. After putting the key away, I slipped my feet into some cozy slippers and picked the clothes and the belt back up before heading down to the kitchen. If I was going to do this today, I was going to need coffee. Gallons of it. After 2 healthy mugs of caffeine, I loaded my stuff into one of the black Yukon SUVs and let my guard, who just happened to be Nick's mother, drive me to the hall while excitedly describing how, in the good old days, there was that phrase again, alpha daughters and sons used to arrive at their pairing ceremonies in fine horse-drawn carriages. I'm pretty sure that was before even you were born, I told her, and got a wolfy smile in return. Where her son was dark and brooding and way too serious all the time, Lana was bright and bubbly and always in a good mood. Sometimes it was hard to believe they were related. I still remember your mother's pairing, she said dreamily, purple-black eyes glazing over in remembrance. She was so beautiful the first time she sat on that throne, dressed in her fresh silver, all of that brightly colored hair draped over her shoulders. I yawned, but tried to stop myself with a hand over the mouth. It wasn't that Lana's stories were boring. I was just exhausted. Something about losing my virginity and blowing up a TV, a computer, and a wall had really sucked the life out of me. My lips twitched into a goofy smile. Hey, Lana said, softly, almost a whisper. In an instant, her face had gone from a smile to a frown. Do you know where Nick is? I think he's having a really hard time adjusting to all of this. The smile faded from my face, but then popped right back. Lana cringed a little when she glanced my direction. Like maybe she was misinterpreting my grin as something cruel, like I was mocking her son's pain. As the alpha daughter, she wouldn't say a thing to me, even if I were. But I liked Lana. I kind of considered her a friend of sorts. Do you mind me asking why Nicolina relieved him from duty last night? Lana, I started, paused, considered. He's being included in the pairing. The SUV swerved suddenly, and Lena let out a whoop of excitement, throwing her fist in the air and then blushing furiously. My apologies, alpha daughter, she said, bowing her head in submission. Didn't matter. She couldn't hide the smile dancing across her lips. How did you swing that one? She asked after a moment, flicking her eyes in my direction. Careful political maneuvering, I said cryptically, and she just laughed. When we got to the hall, the entire length of the gravel road was lined with cars and SUVs on either side, all the way up to the front doors. Assorted members of all the major packs, and a few minor ones too, milled around outside, on the steps, crowded in the lobby of the old hotel building. About half of them were in human form, dressed up and ready to go for the first of the day's rituals, while the other half were in wolf form. Some of them also dressed up in fancy collars or golden gauntlets. As soon as they saw my SUV rambling by, a good portion of them threw back their heads and howled. I found myself smiling, and then yawning again. I can't believe I slept with Nick last night, I thought, as Lena pulled us past the hotel's front entrance and around to the back, where food deliveries used to be made when the place was still operational. Mashka was waiting for me in a long black dress that fell to the floor in silken puddles, the sleeves hooking over her middle fingers with tiny loops of fabric. As soon as she saw me climbing out in my slippers and pajamas, she scowled and spit at me. My mouth twitched with an inappropriate smile as I thought of the movie Mulan, that part when the main character's mother and grandmother meet her in town to get her all dolled up for a matchmaking ceremony so she can find a husband. When they first lay eyes on her, they start singing about how awful she looks. That's how I felt in that moment, like Mulan. At the very least, unlike the ancient China Mulan lived in, the society and time period I called home weren't sexist, a concept I could barely even grasp, so I counted myself lucky. "You look like a fool," Mashka said aloud, her strong, clear voice most likely carrying to the ears of any were outside the front of the hall or in the forest around us. She cursed at me in Croatian, some really awful things that I didn't care to repeat, and grabbed my hand to drag me inside. Unlike Lena, my grandmother did not regale me with beautiful, enchanting stories of times past. Instead, as she used a strength that was surprising for such frail hands to shove me into a chair, she started to tell me about all the pairings she'd been to in her life, where the alpha daughter or son had been crippled, bloodied, and beaten into submission by those seeking to take their place as leader. I wasn't worried. Mashka, the alpha mother of Pack Ebon Red, swept my hair into an intricate braid around the crown of my head and straightened my waist-length red locks with a pair of heated iron blades, not a flat iron, but actual metal knives, until it shone like fresh blood. Then she used coal to draw thick, dark lines around my eyes so that they looked less eggplant purple and more like they were simply shiny pools of black. Ebon Red. The name of our pack, the colors of our eyes and hair. Skin color was literally irrelevant to werewolves. There were wolves in each pack with skin ranging from snow white to darkest ebony and everything in between. No matter what shade their flesh was, they'd still get the eye color and hair color of their pack. Like I said, it was magic, not genetics. And anyway, it was used only as a pack identifier. Pigmentation did not dictate worth, intelligence, or anything else of import. Only humans would be stupid enough to judge others for dumb shit like the shape of a person's genitals, the consenting adults they like to sleep with, and the shade of their skin. My grandmother slathered my lips with bright red paste that I think in her time was considered lipstick. She took extra care to make sure my hair and makeup were perfect for the first ritual. After that, there'd be too much shifting between forms to bother with anything except a quick outfit change. Without shoes or accessories of any kind, barring Alpha Silver. When a werewolf shifted forms, their hairdo and their makeup were inevitably lost in the transformation, so there was no point in bothering with it, except for special social occasions. Like the pairing. Once she was finished, she shooed me out of the old wooden chair with the rose vines crawling all over it, and gave me a once-over that was at least half approving. On her head was the silver crown, drawing tiny beads of blood from her scalp. They slid down the brick-red strands of her hair and dripped to the floor, reminding me that I still hadn't decided on my silver, and that I had to now add an extra piece for Nick. "Since you felt little need to practice the rituals with me, let's hope you don't trip," Mashka said, tottering past me with yet another frustrated curl of her lips. "If I don't like what I see, I can make this year a living hell for you and those pathetic alpha sons you'll be courting." "Yes, Alpha Mashka," I said simply, waiting as she disappeared through a curtain made of ivy. It hung across a doorway that used to lead the hotel's restaurant staff from the kitchen to the dining room. Now it would take me to an antechamber whose carpeted floor was now covered in soft, green grass, the limbs of a young maple curling through one of the broken windows. As I turned to head for the old, rusted pot rack where my clothes were hanging, I heard the creak of an old door and spun to find Nick's face peeking through the crack, his eyes rimmed in just as much liner as my own, his dark red bangs pinned back. The second I saw him, I felt a physical reaction that was impossible to ignore. My heart soared on wild wings, lifted by the swirling heat of a lusty breeze. And it wasn't just because we'd had sex last night. No, it was because he was in the pairing. He was in. He stepped into the room and I ran to him, throwing my arms around his neck. I pressed our foreheads together, but I didn't kiss him. Touching like this was risky enough. Even a small touch could leave enough scent for another werewolf to pick up on. I figured with all the visitors, all the activity, the makeup, and the clothes that my mother would probably miss something this small. It only occurred to me after I'd leapt into his arms that there was a chance of another magical explosion. But all I felt was a small swirling breeze that tasted like wet earth on the back of my tongue. I had no idea how Nick and I summoned that magic, but it was right up there on my list of top priorities to figure out. Right after, finding Faith's mom, determining why she had vampire blood, deciding if Owen was really a threat or just a douche, discovering where the witches were getting werewolf meat from, and rescuing all the missing pack members, or at least recovering their remains. No, really, I wasn't overwhelmed at all.
You did it, Zara,
he whispered, his breath feathering against my lips. I wasn't about to say anything just now, but he kind of looked like a pirate with all that coal smeared around his eyes. Oh, and he wasn't wearing a shirt, just a thick, heavy military coat with gold buttons and epaulettes. It was probably 100 years old, maybe older. The stitching was blood red, the color combination signifying that the person wearing it was an ebon red alpha male, or in this case, a hopeful future ebon red alpha male. In the back of my mind, I knew I'd never get away with actually choosing Nick, but that was a problem for another day. I bet you're just excited for that calculus test on Tuesday, I whispered, feeling the beat of his heart against my own.
Oh yeah, that's the reason I'm excited right now. I have a hard-on for finding the radiance of convergence.
I smiled, teasing the hair on the back of Nick's head with my fingers. We weren't supposed to see each other until later this afternoon, at the bonding. Until then, I'd be subjected to a bunch of other silly rituals, and so would the guys. Gender was irrelevant when it came to deciding who did what in the pairing. What mattered was who the higher-ranking wolf was. I was considered the alpha heir in this ceremony, and everyone else, even the alpha sons, were simply my potential mates. You have a heart-on right now? I whispered, slanting my lips to his, hovering just a hair's breadth above them. The way he was looking at me right now, I knew we were both still daydreaming about last night, about the hard thickness of his body sliding into mine. Someone coughed near the back door, and we jumped, separating so rapidly that we both stumbled and I ended up losing a slipper. Thankfully, it was just Lena. Nikolai, she said, with tears in her eyes, clasping her hands together in front of her chest. She was wearing a coat similar to Nick's, but without any of the embellishments, the formal attire for a guard during the ceremony. If Nick hadn't been a part of the pairing, he'd be wearing the same outfit as his mother and acting as a sentry in her place. I was beyond relieved that things had turned out this way. At the same time, I needed to remember that this one small victory was not the be-all, end-all. As soon as this weekend was over, we'd be right back to working on the contribution. Nick, me, and the 6 alpha sons. I would also not forget how 4 of them had come through for us last night in a big way. Or how the magic Nick and I had summoned had flared to life when I'd touched Anubis.
Mom, please don't,
Nick said, as he lifted his hands up and started to back away toward the door. I don't think either his mother or I missed the smile stealing across his lips.
I'm almost 19, not 9 years old, okay?
Oh, baby, she said. And then he really was making a run for it, sending me one last scorching look before he backed out of the room completely and let the old wood swing shut with the creak of rusty hinges. Lena glanced over at me and raised her dark red brows. I won't say a word, she promised, and then pointed to the rack of clothing. But you better hurry up and get dressed. You don't want to keep Mashka waiting. After the severe punishment she'd cooked up for the simple act of checking my phone for texts I really didn't want to see what would happen if I screwed the pairing up. No way in hell I was going to let that happen. The dress I wore for the first part of the ceremony was made of this heavy black brocade that trailed on the floor behind me, leather accents sewn into the hem and used as ties up the front of the bodice. I knew for a fact that all of the leather in this piece, as well as the brown fur collar at the neckline, had come from my grandmother's pairing ceremony during the hunt that took place 2 days after the full moon. If I was lucky enough to have pups who had pups who survived a possible vampire witch war, then one day my own grandchild might be wearing this outfit during their pairing ceremony. If that happened, I'd make sure their potential mate or mates were people they'd picked, that no wolf that came after me would have to fight so hard for a person they loved to be included. This dress was just like the one I'd worn the other day to greet Crimson Dusk, in a deep slit that went all the way to my hip, loose leather ties across the front that could be pulled open in an instant to shift. Underneath it, I wore nothing but my own skin. Beneath my bare feet, an emerald carpet of grass stretched across the length of the decrepit old dining room, my dress shifting as I moved, flashing the pale, creamy curve of my hip. I lifted a hand up and pressed the fur of my collar, I think it was elk, into the side of my cheek. It didn't much smell like the animal it had once belonged to, but more like ebon red, pine and honeysuckle. In the center of the room, I paused at a crumbling stone fountain filled with blood. I had no idea where the fountain had been dragged from, or if it really had been in the middle of the restaurant to begin with. But I knew whose blood sat reflecting the hole in the ceiling like a glossy red mirror. The Alpha's. The smell brought to mind that piece of flesh, sliding cold and awful down my throat, and I almost gagged. But standing near the door that led to the lobby were the ebon red betas. I wouldn't show any weakness in front of them. Dropping my thumb to the still warm liquid, I dipped my finger into the copper-scented pool and then lifted it to my face, drawing a line across each cheek, down the bridge of my nose, and over my lips. And then I knelt low and pulled my hair over my left shoulder, letting the strands coil in the viscous red before tossing them back with a wet slap. Blood dripped down the back of my dress, sneaking droplets beneath the fabric to ease along my spine. It trailed behind me as I walked around the fountain and between Merlia and Charlene, both of whom were dressed in gowns almost as glorious as my own. They fell into line behind me as I continued walking, through a hallway swept clean by my younger sisters and decorated with flowers and branches, and into the lobby. The banquet tables were full, lined with the alphas and their mates, their parents, and their betas, all of whom were as dressed up as I was, although none of them were covered in blood. I approached the table at the head of the room, placed perpendicular to all the others, and bowed my head in submission to Nicolina, the only naked wear in the room, her silver necklace bleeding bright red lines of color down her breasts and belly. Zara of Ebon Red, I announced in the sudden silence. Wolves draped on the half-crumbled remains of decorative pillars, across the decaying stone wall, lounging on the steps. In human or wolf form, they watched me, studied me with the eyes of ebon and frost, gold and crimson, violet and ash. There were far less emerald eyes than there should have been, and that scared me. Really and truly scared me. Zara Wolf, Nicolina said, Majka on her right, an empty seat to her left where my father would have sat had he still been alive. Please, take a seat. As soon as I'd folded my dress beneath me and settled into the high-backed velvet chair with the honeysuckle blossoms curled around the arms, the room got loud again. The unranked wolves moved to the tables pressed against the walls, their polished wooden surfaces heaped with food, roasted pheasant, hearty slices of venison, savory garlic mushroom sauce slathered over elk meat, apricots glazed with honey and brown sugar, and apples that were baked, sliced, and arranged with pastry dough to look like roses. Most, if not all, of the food had been hunted, butchered, or harvested from pack lands. Today we feasted like humans. After the hunt, mouths red and steaming with freshly spilled blood, we'd eat like wolves. Because we were neither human nor wolf. We were werewolves. We were pack. And I was going to be the leader of us all. Chapter 14. After breakfast, there were several more mysterious rituals that were followed simply because they'd been passed down, and not because anyone was particularly certain what they were for anymore. like the smearing of the alpha's blood all over my face and hair. It was just what was done, what had always been done. Now I stood in the middle of the lobby with beams of afternoon sunshine slanting across my face and over the stone floor beneath my feet. The blood I'd covered myself with was now dry and flaking, drifting like red snowflakes in the lazy light as I waited to be officially introduced and bonded to the Alpha Sons and Nick. Already today, I'd led a march through the forest and collected wildflowers, sat on the front porch steps and woven a wreath that was now hanging from colored ribbons from the old rafters, and bathed naked in a stream. Everything but my face and hair, of course. I wouldn't say I was bored. More like I was anxious to get this part of the pairing over with. As soon as I was bonded with the boys, I could do whatever I wanted with them. Like kiss Nick without fear of retribution. Although I'd have to be careful not to show any favoritism. I'd always promised myself that I would give each guy a fair chance at being alpha. And I intended to hold true to that. I kept promises, even ones that I made to myself. Although werewolves were big on ritual, they weren't much for speeches, so at least I knew I wouldn't have to sit through my mother or grandmother standing at the top of those stairs and talking our collective ears off. Beneath my skirt, I felt my cell buzz. I'd strapped it to my thigh, even though I wasn't supposed to, and had to work really hard not to grit my teeth. I didn't have many social connections outside the pack, so if I was getting a text, it was probably from Faith. I lifted my chin as the jeweler moved into the room, dressed in a silver-colored gown that trailed a good 10 feet behind her. She looked beautiful in it, ethereal really, with the soft silver fabric draped across her brown gold skin, a crown of white flowers in her dark red hair. The sight of her terrified me. Fuck. Now I had to pick 8 pieces of jewelry to wear. 8 pieces of burning silver to make me hurt and bleed and scar. I'd be required to wear them to all official meetings between now and the end of the pairing. A whole year of guaranteed pain. Squaring my shoulders, I took a deep breath and made the choice to embrace the moment. Fighting against it would get me nowhere. And Alpha and her silver were ubiquitous amongst the world's packs. There wasn't a single pack I'd ever heard of that didn't wear silver. Werewolves in Europe, Africa, South America, Australia, and Asia all wore silver. Even the infamous ice wolves of Antarctica. Sorry, Homo sapiens, there really is an indigenous humanoid species on the frostbitten continent. Adorned themselves with silver jewelry gifted by packs from other continents. This was one tradition that I was not going to attempt to break. At least not until I'd figured out why it had been started in the first place. For all I knew, there really could be a good reason behind it. Zara Wolf, alpha daughter of Pack Ebon Red, Nicolina began, still naked, standing at the top of the steps with her mother by her side. Are you ready for the bonding? Yes, Alpha. Do you accept responsibility for the males that we will present to you? I took another deep breath to try and still the frantic beating of my heart. Yes, Alpha. And are you and your males willing to give back to the packs? Yes, Alpha. We'd like to make a contribution. The words were scripted, but in my heart, I knew I meant that. I would solve this nightmare of the missing pack members, and I'd work not only my ass off, but the collective asses of the guys too. I hadn't even been able to eat any meat at breakfast. I couldn't stop thinking about that piece of ebon red flesh tucked in Faith's backyard shed. For your contribution, Zara of Ebon Red, you and your mates will be required to find and return the missing wolves to their packs, or deliver verifiable information as to their fates. You have the full resources of the North American Convocation and all the packs they govern at your disposal. If, by the end of 1 year, you have failed to deliver your contribution, you and your chosen mate will be stripped of your status and cast aside so a new alpha can be found. Do you understand? Yes, Alpha. Failure was not an option. I would not fail. It wasn't even something I bothered to consider. Nicolina gave me a wolfish smile, with a flash of teeth, and, as usual, Mashka simply scowled. My mother, the alpha female of Pack Ebon Red, moved over to the throne at the top of the steps and took her seat, my grandmother sitting beside her. With a wave of her hand, She signaled for the bonding to begin. Normally, this part of the pairing was quick, but instead of one mate, I had to be bonded to 7. A thrill of anticipation shot through me, and I ended up biting my lower lip before I could stop myself. Some of the older wolves in the room laughed good-naturedly at my reaction. Now that I knew today was more than just some death knell for my relationship with Nick, I was actually sort of excited. And then, of course, I felt kind of guilty because if I truly loved Nick, why on earth would I be excited to spend time with the rest of the guys? I decided not to spend too much time analyzing that one just yet. As I stood there, heart pounding, pulse thrumming, I waited to see what alpha son would walk around that corner first. I knew he'd be coming from the direction of the stairwell that led up to the 4th floor and the assembly room, and I knew that the order in which the boys would come was completely random. Thing was, the first guy that walked down these stone steps would be my first kiss, for all intents and purposes within the pack. Not that it really mattered. Silas was my first, and Nick my second, but still, I couldn't help the burning sense of curiosity that took over me. Beneath my dress, my stupid cell buzzed again, and I made a note to go for it as soon as the bonding was over. After that, the boys and I would be sent to the pairing house and left until dinner to do whatever. Most werewolves went into that house virgins and came out not so virginal. I had no idea what was going to happen with me and my 7 mates. Whatever we did would probably be dictated by the text messages continually buzzing into my phone. Please let Faith be okay, I begged the universe. Howls and yips of excitement breaking out in random intervals around me. The spectators, the highest-ranking wolves from all the North American packs, both big and small, were supposed to be quiet, but sometimes they just got so excited they couldn't help themselves. Most everyone that was in wolf form was wagging their tail like one of Faith's dogs. This pairing wasn't happening just so I could find a mate, someone to give me guidance and make pups with. This was a gathering of hope, a celebration of unity and togetherness, of pack. Instead of 1,000 scattered small packs and a handful of large packs, we would be one. One heart, one soul, one hope. I let out a sharp breath as a man I didn't recognize came around the corner, but I didn't need to know him to know which pack he was from. The violet eyes and the dark hair gave him away.
Che, a violet shadow,
he said in a voice that sounded like it really was made of shadows, taking a knee in front of Nicolina. Shay Wolf, she said, and he rose to his feet again, coming down the steps in a dark purple coat with black buckles that jingled as he walked, like a chorus of bells. When he came to stand in front of me, I realized that he was huge, the tallest of all the boys I'd met so far. I wasn't short by any means, 5'9" to be exact, but Shay Nocturne of Pack Violet Shadow was a beast. He stood before me in loose black pants that sagged on his muscular hips, smelling like bergamot oil, vanilla, and lavender, and staring at me with an expression that came pretty close to being pissed off. I tried to remember how old he was, 20 or maybe even 21, the oldest of the guys, and if I knew anything else about him. Nothing came to mind. Before me stood an enigma. Shay Wolf, I repeated after my mother, the gears in my mind whirring as I tried to make a split-second decision about his silver. Whatever piece I wore, he'd wear the same. But lucky him, he only had to wear 1 piece, not 8. We stared at each other, my heart leaping up into my throat, and I struggled to remember the words I was supposed to say. Nick and I had practiced them about 1,000 times together, and yet...
I am your alpha, and you are my mate,
Shay murmured huskily into my mind, his lips curving in a sardonic smile. And then he gave a dramatic eye roll and flicked his tongue across his lower lip.
I know, it's fucking stupid. Trust me, I'm not thrilled about these stupid rituals either.
I'm your alpha, and you are my mate, I said before Mashka could notice my hesitation, my voice clear and sharp and strong, echoing through the crowded lobby and escaping through the hole in the roof. I hoped all the werewolves waiting in the woods could hear me too. Thank you, I added, just for Shay's sake. At least he didn't look quite so pissed off now, a sparkle of curiosity making its way into his expression. Do you accept these terms as they've been given?
Yes, Alpha,
Shay said, the sound of his voice giving me chills. It was rich and dark, like the cool dampness of an underground cave, one that was filled with bats. His face was painted with shadows, gray and black makeup above and below his eyes, giving him a ghoulishly sexy look to match. To represent our union, we'll each wear a piece of silver. This is an awful lot like a human wedding, isn't it? I realized, as I thought of Faith trolling engagement ring websites for what she called her someday ring. I'd never made that connection before. If anything, though, the pairing was far more formal and permanent than a white dress, some rings, and a piece of paper filed at the courthouse. There was magic afoot. Will you accept a ring of silver in your lower lip?
Yes, Alpha,
Shay said, his voice as smooth as silk. It would take the jeweler some time to make our actual pieces. She'd also have a private consult with me later to get the designs just right. But for the ritual, she had an entire chest of silver items at her disposal, collected by Pack Ebon Red over literally thousands of years. I don't think there was a single piece of jewelry I could name that wouldn't be in there in some form or another. After a moment, she approached us and bowed her head to acknowledge our higher status in the pack. When she lifted her chin back up, I held very still while her fingers came out and pulled my lower lip down. Which side? The jeweler asked me, her voice stiff and formal and dripping respect. I think it scared her to touch me like this. The left, I said, and braced myself for the pain. Hot fire sliced through my flesh as the jeweler not only pierced me, but scalded my body with poison metal. Oh my God, oh fuck! I felt myself trembling slightly as blood oozed down the side of my face and dripped off my chin onto my breasts. Shay's gaze stayed locked on mine as the jeweler did the same for him. I saw his eyes widen slightly when the metal slid through his lip, perfuming the air with the smell of violet shadow blood. Underneath the scent of copper, there was a unique fragrance of their pack. It mingled with the woodsy smell of ebon red blood as we stood there and waited for Nicolina to bond us. Zara and Shay of Ebon Red, she said from her throne at the top of the steps, and the siren song of wolf howls filled the room, echoing off the walls as I put my hands on Shay's shoulders.
This hurts like a bitch,
he said, making me smile slightly just before I rose on my toes and kissed him. Holy shit. Shay's hands found my hips and pulled me close, his tongue taking control of the kiss before I even realized that's what he was doing. Even with the taste of blood and silver in our mouths, we kissed each other like we were drowning, like this was our last grab at a chest full of oxygen. My heart took flight in my chest, and I found my arms tightening around his neck. Vaguely, I realized the howling and yipping and barking in the background had amped up in volume, prodding us forward, encouraging us to keep going. The heady scent of the pack's excitement ratcheted up my pulse. And even though Shay Nocturne was a complete stranger to me, I let him lift me up and set me on the edge of the jeweler's chest, my knees spreading so he could stand between my thighs, his hands roaming my back, while I kept him pressed against me with my arms around his neck. I wasn't, exactly wearing underwear, and Shay was only wearing a thin pair of black linen pants that were slung extremely low, with a very loose tie at the front. I could feel his hardness pressed right up against me, and despite everything, I just suddenly wanted him with a fierceness I couldn't explain for the life of me. I almost did it, too. Had sex with him right there in front of everyone. I know, it sounds gross and weird, but we weren't just part human. We were part wolf. We were werewolf. It happened a lot. Sex in front of others. We didn't flaunt it or make a mockery of it, and it wasn't a spectacle. It was just a natural biological function. But then my phone buzzed against my thigh and scared the crap out of both me and Shay.
Do you seriously have your phone taped to your leg?
He asked, and then he was pulling away from me and laughing so hard that he almost doubled over. The packs just cheered and howled, tails thumping and furred muzzles licking lips and ears. Someone threw a basket of pale yellow-orange honeysuckle flowers over Shay's head.
You are such the modern-day alpha female, aren't you?
He asked, and even though his voice was only inside my head, I could hear the flirtatious undertones there. Shay folded his long body onto the floor at my left side, one knee propped up, the other leg stretched out in front of him, and licked some of the blood from his lower lip with a tongue that was just slightly too long to be human. Our eyes met one last time before I fixed my skirt and slid off the jeweler's wooden chest. See what I mean? Quick, done, over. Only, I now had to do that 6 more times. I took a deep breath and braced myself, blood continuously dripping down the side of my mouth. Once Nicolina saw that I was ready, she waved her hand again and signaled for the next mate to be sent out. It was Anubis, shirtless and wearing a heavy gold belt and loose flowing red pants that almost looked like a skirt. It was a much older outfit than the style of coat that both Nick and Shay were wearing, used more often by packs in northern Africa than in the States. I knew that Crimson Dusk had deep Egyptian roots. It was even rumored that several pharaohs had been pack. His bronze skin was painted with navy blue ink into floral and leaf designs, vines twining down his arms and over his fingers, across his chest and the sculpted hills and valleys of his tummy. Somebody, probably his grandfather, had slicked his wild hair back from his face. As if he just couldn't help himself, Anubis lifted a hand and ruffled it up a little before speaking.
Anubis of Crimson Dusk,
he announced as he knelt. Anubis Wolf, Nicolina said, and he came down the steps to take his place in front of me. We hadn't had any time to talk after what happened last night, but I owed him a mountain of thanks for handing over that witch hazel. Anubis Wolf, I repeated, breathing in his gardenia jasmine scent, and trying not to smile at the rebellious strands of hair that stuck up every which way from his head. I bet his alpha father was pissed. His crimson eyes burned as he looked at me, and I couldn't help but remember how grounded I'd felt when I'd clung to him and Nick in the witch's lair, and how eager the magic had been to respond to a brief brush of his skin against mine. I went through the ritualistic words again and paused briefly before announcing my choice of silver.
I'm sorry about the panties,
Anubis told me, and I narrowed my eyes slightly. I'd almost completely forgotten about that.
So please don't ask for another piercing. I'm such a goddamn wimp when it comes to pain. I'll yowl like a cub.
Why would you bring up the fact that you went through my underwear drawer in the same sentence that you'd ask me for a favor? Do you really not want to be my alpha male? He cracked a sensual smile and then squinched up one eye.
I did not go through the drawer. I just picked out the only matching set I could find. It was completely innocent.
Sure it was, I said as he raised his dark eyebrows, the crimson shimmer of his eyes, reminding me once again that he'd given me the witch hazel when he didn't have to. He was lucky as hell that he'd done that. Will you accept a silver belt around your waist?
Yes, Alpha,
Anubis said, his words followed by a small sigh of relief. We both waited as the jeweler selected 2 thin chains of silver, Anubis's red eyes watching my hands carefully as I reached down and loosened the ties on the bodice of my dress. More often than not, I'd be completely naked at these functions, but for right now, I had to move my dress so the silver belt could be put right up against my skin. Anubis and I locked eyes, and I could see him pulling in a deep breath for me, just before the jeweler slid her hands inside my dress and hooked the belt around my waist. I growled with pain as it slid down and caught on my hips, searing my flesh and making me bleed. Now there were hot drops of red on my mouth and oozing down my belly and thighs. She moved to the alpha son of Pat Crimson Dusk next, and he cringed as the metal was looped around the flat, painted expanse of his belly. To his credit, he did not yowl like a cub. Zara and Anubis of Ebon Red, Nicolina announced, and I noticed a considerable amount of noise from Anubis's pack. Since we were just about the same height, I decided to put my palms on either side of his face, and was surprised when he did the same. Heat bloomed beneath my hands as we searched each other's gazes. It occurred to me then that this probably really was his first kiss.
Here goes nothing,
I heard Anubis whisper, and then we were both leaning forward at the same time. Our lips met in an explosion of vibrant heat that for a second there made me feel like I was going crazy. How could I have such a strong reaction to Nick, to Silas, to Shay, and to Anubis? In the very back of my mind, I remembered reading about alpha females in the past who had more than one mate, but I pushed that aside to savor the moment of this kiss. My piercing must have been burning his mouth, but Anubis didn't react to it at all, giving me a sensual flick of his tongue across my teeth, across my own tongue, over my lower lip. And then he pulled back and did exactly what he'd done during our meeting with Coven Triad. He cleaned up the blood. Anubis cupped my face harder, even as my own hands dropped away and dug clawed fingertips into his shoulders. His lids slid closed over his cardinal red eyes, and with a slow, deliberate movement, he swept his tongue over and around the silver ring pierced through my lip. Never mind that he was making himself bleed, too. He just kept licking me until my mouth was aching and sore and wanting for his. Between my thighs, I felt the warmth brightening in my core that had started with Shay and was now amped up into this throbbing pulse that was almost impossible to ignore. I had no idea if there was some sort of ancient magic in the air or what, but if this is how all alpha heirs felt after their bonding ritual, no wonder they usually lost their virginity before dinner. With one last peck, Anubis kissed my lips and backed up into a bow, dropping to his knees in front of me to acknowledge my position. The silver belt clanging against his gold one, speckling the floor around him with tiny droplets of blood. And then he put his palms down and moved on all fours to his position on my right. It was about at that point that I realized I'd forgiven his pervy ass for going through my panties. If he did it again, however, I might just rip his throat out. Nicolina waved her hand again, and I swallowed hard, tasting coppery blood and heat that the first two alpha sons had somehow managed to stamp across my lips. I can't possibly have a physical reaction to all of them, can I? Mashka was grinning wickedly down at me from her chair. Wolf teeth firmly shifted between her thin lips. I had a feeling she was laughing at me for the desperate want curling in my belly. No doubt she could smell my desire. They all could. I decided that at least for now, I'd blame my reactions on ancient magic, stealing my shoulders as Nicolina waved her hand yet again. This time it was Montgomery Graves that came around the corner and down the first set of steps, announcing himself as a member of Pack Ivory Emerald, and taking a knee at my mother's feet. I noticed that as soon as he entered the room, the Packs sobered. I spotted the little girl Montgomery had shown up with. I was pretty sure she was his younger sister, standing at the edge of the crowd, her white hair threaded through with flowers and leaves. "Montgomery Wolf," Nicolina said, the commanding strength of her voice softening slightly as the man rose to his full height, white braid hanging down his back, a collar of branches and leaves around his throat. He wore a pair of black leather pants against his pale skin that made my throat feel tight when he moved, the fabric sliding over his muscles like it was painted on. I greeted him with the formal title of Wolf as he paused in front of me, and I tried to decide who was taller, him or Shay. "I'm your alpha, and you are my mate. Do you accept these terms as they've been given?"
"Yes, Alpha,"
he said gravely, all formality and uptight rigidity, the scent of fresh-cut grass and roses clinging to his skin. I noticed one perfect red rose blooming on the handmade collar around his throat, opening up right then and there while I watched. Like I said, Flora sometimes behaved strangely around my people. "To represent our union, we'll each wear a piece of silver. Will you accept a crown of silver atop your head?"
"Yes, Alpha,"
he replied again, studying my face with a certain measure of desperation.
"I don't expect you to pick me as your mate,"
he'd said to me the other night.
"but I do trust you to find the missing, or at least figure out what happened to them and why."
Montgomery was counting on the contribution to find his family members. I hadn't had the chance yet to tell him about the piece of ebon red flesh I'd received from the crone, but I had a feeling it might break his heart in half. Already, I ached for him. The jeweler approached us with a pair of crowns in her bleeding hands, placing one atop my blood-red scalp and the other atop Monty's shock-white hair. "Zara and Montgomery of Ebon Red." The words were like a gong, calling Montgomery to arms. It was in that moment that I understood why he'd helped with last night's cover-up. First and foremost, he was a warrior, and he would do anything to fight for his family, including helping me hide my sins, including bonding to me, kissing me, and it was also in that moment that I realized I wanted him to like me. I didn't often feel like that. I was the white wolf and the alpha daughter. It didn't matter if people liked me. But Montgomery Graves? I felt like gaining his trust was some sort of noble pursuit. "Kiss me," I commanded him softly, just to see if he'd do it. He did. His right hand came up and slid gently into my hair, long fingers curling around the back of my head as he leaned down to search out the soft bloodied warmth of my lips, Just before our mouths touched, he gave a soft sigh, like he was relieved to be standing here, doing this. Maybe because it put him one step closer to finding his family? I'm not sure. As soon as our lips met, the reason why didn't seem to matter so much anymore. Ah, this is the kiss of a prince, I thought, feeling like I'd just dropped into a fairy tale. Montgomery's lips stirred up my emotions like a flock of birds, the wind teasing their feathers as they rose into the sky like a cloud, coming to rest on sun-dappled tree limbs. Even as I was being blinded by blood from the fiery burn of the crown, an idea I'd borrowed from Majka, I kept my eyes open. Monty did the same, viscous red drops collecting on his long lashes as our tongues danced a romantic waltz that did absolutely nothing to quench the thirst growing inside of me. I knew then that sex with Montgomery would be a slow, sensual embrace, a transcendent exploration of bodies, feather-like kisses, and deep, rhythmic thrusts. Whoa, Zara Castile, get a hold of yourself, I scolded as I pressed my palms to Montgomery's warm chest and deepened our kiss. Droplets of red dotted his white scalp like tiny roses and dripped down our foreheads, our noses, sluiced between our lips. I guess all my kisses today were destined to taste of blood. Slowly, as if the separation might kill us, we drew away from each other, and I noticed that it wasn't just my hands that were trembling.
It's an honor, Alpha,
Montgomery said, assuming a very formal and uncomfortable-looking crouch next to Shay. 3 down, I thought, as the piercing in my lip ached, my belt burned, and my crown seared. How the hell was I supposed to survive 5 more pieces? Mashka really was cruel, wasn't she? The next alpha son to reveal himself was Silas, and I swear I almost sagged with relief. At least I actually knew the boy from Pack Obsidian Gold. Once upon a time, we were both curious teenagers with questions about kissing and sex and hormones, questions that we answered by finding each other's lips in the dark one night. And poor Silas, he'd paid the price for it. His father, the alpha male of Obsidian Gold, had almost blinded him in his beautiful golden eye. My own eyes flicked to the left and found Silas's dad, standing amongst the crowd, in an outfit eerily similar to his son's, a chocolate-brown military coat open over a heavily tattooed chest and a pair of matching cargo pants riddled with pockets. As if he could sense me looking at him, the alpha turned his gaze to me and gave a terrifying half-smile that had my hackles raising and my hands clenching into fists. A small growl scraped past my lips as he turned his eyes away and then shifted into wolf form, padding off through the crowd and leaving his clothing behind. I so did not trust that guy. Silas Wolf, I said, as the alpha son paused in front of me. I knew he could tell where my gaze was directed.
Let it go, Zara,
he pleaded as he drew my attention back to his face, making me remember his words from Tuesday night.
I'm afraid of what he's going to do if you don't pick me.
I still wasn't entirely certain that Silas wasn't using his fear of his dad as a ploy to become my mate, but I knew that no matter what happened, I would fight to protect him from Obsidian Gold's ranking members. It wasn't just the alpha male of that pack who was known to be fierce and cruel. The alpha female, beta female, and beta male were all rumored to have heavy hands. We stared at each other for a really long time, my eyes taking in his gold ones, trailing down both of his inked arms, hands, fingers. I redirected my attention to Silas's face, to his espresso brown hair and cocky smile. He smelled like his pack, like vanilla and cherries, but he also had his own unique scent of tobacco and cloves, probably from all the cigarettes he smoked. I still, for the life of me, couldn't understand how he stomached them. But I guess since he was a werewolf, and therefore immune to cancer and lung disease, or rather, our advanced healing abilities addressed those issues without need for treatment. It didn't matter if he smoked them or not. No consequences.
No matter what happens at the end of this, at least I'll be out of that son of a bitch's grasp for the next year.
Silas, stop. I'm not going to just cut you loose at the end of this and let him hurt you. I'll be alpha then. The alpha. What makes you think your dad would lay a hand on you ever again if I ordered him to stop?
Cut me loose?
He asked, and a small dark chuckle escaped the sinful slice of his mouth.
Got it. You've already decided on your alpha male. I mean, come on. You fucked Nick last night. Managed to convince your mom to bring him into the pairing. It's not like we all didn't see this coming.
I gritted my teeth and forced myself through the words of the ritual, fully aware that our conversation was creating a palpable charge in the air that the Pax would pick up on. Will you accept a stud of silver through your tongue? I threw out angrily, and noticed Silas's eyes growing wide. I was probably going to regret this one. I could feel the awe emanating from the werewolves gathered around us, this palpable admiration for me that filtered through our pack bond. Like I said, there was no way I was making the coward's choice here. I needed the Pax to believe in me. If that meant doing something as incredibly stupid as putting poisoned silver through my tongue, then so be it.
Yes, Alpha,
he said, some of the cockiness stripped from his voice as we both realized how damn bad this was going to hurt. The jeweler approached, and I swear I had to stop and rub blood away from my eyes so I could see her clearly. I extended my tongue, my eyes latched to her purple-black ones, as she took a stud with a small silver ball on the end of it, and stabbed it into my flesh. Seriously? Don't try this shit at home. One advantage of being a werewolf is that all the usual necessities of a piercing, an antiseptic, a hollow needle, gloves, aren't important. As soon as I took the silver out, it would start to heal, and as long as it was in my mouth, it'd make a bloody mess of it regardless of how careful we were. The pain was violent and all-consuming. I pulled my tongue back into my mouth and then promptly felt my knees give out. Silas caught me as I fell, and I managed to find my feet, blood bubbling up along the crease of my lips. What the hell was I thinking? Now I'd have to kiss Jax, Nick, and the alpha son of Pack Amber Ash with a fucking silver tongue stud in my mouth. I had not thought that one through completely. I should have saved it for last. It just sort of seemed to fit Silas, though, that tongue stud. Or maybe I was just reluctant to admit that even I made mistakes sometimes. No. No way. I forced myself to stand strong and watch as Silas received the same treatment. He, too, ended up on his knees. I caught him just before he hit the stone floor, easing him carefully to the ground and following him down. Zara and Silas of Ebon Red. Those words boomed over our heads as we knelt together, one of his knees between mine, both of us struggling to breathe past the blood and the pain in our mouths.
I always wanted to be your mate, you know?
He said, and the words were so sincere and so flecked with tiny spots of blood that I smiled. I put a hand on Silas's chest and pushed him back onto his ass, and then I crawled in his lap and let him put the strong bands of his tattooed arms around me. Our second kiss was just as powerful as our first had been all those years ago, reminding me that no matter how frustrating I found him sometimes, I was attracted to him, too. Silas had that edgy, bad boy vibe that I was always warning Faith away from. Damn it. When it came to Silas Fetter, I just couldn't resist. I wiggled in his lap and felt the hard bulge of his cock beneath the fabric of his brown cargo pants. Nick is so going to freak out when he finds out about this. There was no love lost between Nick and Silas, that was for sure. But I was already here, and Silas tasted so damn good. Like more than just blood, like cigarettes and the vibrant heat of lust. Sometime soon, probably, we'd finally get to slake this edgy need that'd been brewing between us since we were 16 years old. I couldn't wait to feel his tattooed hands all over my naked body, see his inked fingers kneading the pale mounds of my breasts. When those hands and fingers I'd just been fantasizing about sneaked beneath my dress and clutched the bareness of my ass, I gasped and came to like I'd been slapped, rising to my feet like a shot. More laughter followed me up as my cheeks flushed, and I wondered yet again what the hell was going on here. Another glance in Mashka and Nicolina's direction wasn't helpful. They were both smirking at me. I thought of the careful way my grandmother had braided my hair and applied my makeup. If she'd wanted to sneak a spell in there, she very well could have. Maybe she'd dropped a love or a lust spell on me without my noticing? Maybe this was just more of her raining hell? I held out a hand to help Silas to his feet, surprised when he paused and took the time to press a bloody kiss to my cheek. Just like the others, he took up a position behind and to the side of me. Next, I wanted to yell jokingly, "At first, this is been kind of fun. Now, I was starting to feel slightly dizzy from pain and blood loss. Oh, and aroused. Very, very aroused. My core clenched tight, throbbing and pulsing and begging me to bed one of these males the first chance I got. My wolf side seemed to growl in agreement. Yep. Mashka definitely spelled me. Either that or losing my virginity last night had awakened something new and fierce and feminine inside of me. Something that demanded to be sated. And why not? I would have 7 mates to slake my thirst, wouldn't I?
Jackson of Azure Frost.
The cool, easy sound of Jax's voice felt like a balm against my heated flesh as I looked up at him, watching as he knelt and was acknowledged by Nicolina before making his way to me. He seemed to prefer wolf form, so seeing his human side, dressed in a long blue robe, open at the front of course, and a pair of cream-colored pants, was a nice change.
You look tired,
he told me, a wry smile on his face and a sparkle in his sharp blue eyes. Now there were a lot of strong males in the pairing, some of who were kind of dickish, but Jax, when I looked at him, I felt a real threat to my dominance, like he could and would push me every chance he got. I wasn't sure if I was excited by the prospect of a challenge or frustrated knowing I'd have to put up with that for at least a year, forever if I chose him as my mate. Exhausted, I admitted, as I realized how quickly all this silver was draining me. I'd been told by both Nicolina and Majka that the first few times I wore it, I'd feel groggy and sluggish, and that the pain would be twice as bad. After a while, they'd assured me, I'd get used to it. Jax pushed some pale blonde hair back from his face, waiting with a bemused twist of his lips for me to continue the ceremony. He smelled like oranges, like lemons, like a breakfast of grapefruit with sugar sprinkled across the top. I licked my bloody lower lip, and he mimicked the motion. Azure Frost is right, I thought as he looked at me with a sardonic expression burning in that blue gaze. He's so cold, but in an intriguing sort of way. It probably would have offended him to no end to hear this, but his expression reminded me more of a fox than a wolf. Sly, cunning, just a tad tricksy. I am your alpha, and you are my mate. Do you accept these terms as they've been given? I said, surprised to hear my clear, strong voice reduced to a husky whisper. I think it was the tongue ring that really did it. It was hard to talk with blood oozing down the back of my throat. At that point, I just wanted the bonding over so I could escape to the pairing house and tear off all my silver.
Yes, Alpha,
Jax said, with a sly smirk. I narrowed my eyes. To represent our union, we'll each wear a piece of silver. Will you accept a pair of silver eyeglasses?
What if I said no?
He said jokingly and grinned at me, a wolfish grin that mimicked that frustrating, smug look he got on his face when he was in wolf form.
Yes, Alpha.
I crossed my arms over my chest, at first because Jax was annoying the shit out of me, and then because I found that if I gripped my own biceps, the position helped brace me a little. The jeweler, who I no longer found ethereally beautiful and was actually starting to kind of hate, slipped a pair of silver frames with no lenses onto my nose. The effect was immediate, like a punch to the face that translated straight into an awful migraine pounding between my temples. Slowly, I tilted my head back and looked up through one of the holes in the ceiling at the twilight kiss of color in the sky. Contrary to popular belief, werewolves were not nocturnal. We were, in fact, crepuscular by nature. Basically, that meant our people were most active during dawn and dusk. I didn't feel particularly active in that moment, standing in a sea of werewolves in a crumbling old hotel decorated with only flowers and vines and branches. I think I might pass out. I dropped my chin just in time to see the jeweler slip the silver glasses onto Jax's face, lines of red welling up and sliding down his cheeks like a macabre painting. Zara and Jackson of Ebon Red, Nicolina announced as Jax reached up and used his thumb to rub some of the blood away from my face. The effect of his touch was instantaneous, this sudden, sharp burst of feeling that made me gasp in surprise. I felt like he'd kissed my skin with a touch of wild frost, so cold that my body registered it as hot. My thighs clenched tight, and I found my breath quickening. a bead of sweat trailing down my spine to mix with the blood from my belt. That was what really sealed the deal for me. I mean, this guy was a complete a-hole, and yet I was reacting to him the same way I'd reacted to Silas. Damn you, Majka, I grumbled to myself, even as I was wondering if there was something else at work here, something inside of me that was responding to all these guys. What if that magic that Nick and I summoned last night was still sitting inside of me, calling out like to like, calling out for pack? I grabbed Jax's wrist and pulled his hand away, leaning forward to press my lips against the arrogant shape of his. I just barely had time to slip my tongue between his lips, and then he was pulling away and planting a kiss on my palm, tossing a cruel wink in my direction before sauntering off to join the others. The shape of his mouth haunted me as I turned and glanced at him over my shoulder, vision slightly blurry, head swimming, headache pounding. That jerk, I thought with a clenching of my jaw. That brief touch of my mouth to his had only made me curious to find out what would happen if he hadn't pulled away, and that infuriated me. Once again, I felt like I had that first day when he'd been staring me down upstairs. He might have looked away, but there was no way in hell he was truly submitting. The urge to put him on his back, make him expose his belly, it was almost too much. White fur rippled around my hands and arms, and I noticed Jax raising his pale blonde brows in surprise. A growl tore from my throat, a clear challenge that was now sitting out there in front of everyone, something I couldn't take back. Jackson stared at me for a long moment, and then he was the one clenching his jaw and looking like he wanted to put me on my belly. Those blue eyes of his stared out at me from inside the silver frames of the glasses, narrowing slightly before he stepped forward and bowed his head.
"Take the kiss,"
he growled in a low, edgy voice.
"Just take it."
"I don't want a kiss from you if you don't want to give it," I told him truthfully. Jackson Kidd lifted his head like he was surprised, and then, without warning, he was stepping forward and kissing me, putting his tongue between my lips. Whatever effect he was having on me, I knew then that he could feel it too. With a sly smile of my own, I pulled back and then grabbed his hand, planting a kiss on his palm and then winking at him, stealing all his tricksy fox moves for myself. The surprise on his face made it all worth it as I turned back to Nicolina and made myself take slow, controlled breaths of air. 2 more, and one of those is Nick. You can do this, Zara. You are strong. For a second there, I'd almost forgotten that there was a boy I hadn't met, had never met. The shock of seeing such an unfamiliar face come around that corner temporarily helped restore me to full consciousness.
"Titus of Amber Ash,"
said the boy with gray eyes and honey-colored hair. His skin was kissed by the sun, and his smile was like a ray of light in the encroaching darkness. Orange beams from the sinking sun filtered through the glass in the ceiling and reflected off his hair, making it shine like, well, amber. "Titus Wolf," Nicolina greeted after he took a knee and came down to see me, completely stark naked. Oh, except for some gold bracelets on his forearms. There were also a few tattoos etched into his muscular body that I was having trouble identifying. The woozy, dizzy feeling was quickly sneaking back up on me. "Titus Wolf," I said, almost like I was surprised to see him standing there. And I don't know if it was because I was quickly losing it or what, but his smell? Oh, God, his smell! It made my nipples tighten and my sacs swell. For a werewolf, scent was a very powerful thing, and this boy smelled like everything I'd ever wanted. Sandalwood and amber, surprise, surprise, and sunshine. I tried really hard not to look down. It shouldn't have mattered. Nudity had never been an issue for me. I'd seen naked men and women pretty much daily for my entire life. But this guy? It was like when I was with Nick, how his nakedness affected me in a way that nobody else's did. Well, apparently nobody else but Titus Hahn, and the other 5 alpha sons. The edges of his eyes crinkled when he smiled at me, and he seemed to be biting his lower lip to hold back a laugh, probably because I was looking down still.
"Nice to meet you, too,"
he whispered aloud, followed by a jovial chuckle. I heard Mashka grumble something about how young people never respected ritual and ceremony and protocol, and then she cursed Titus out by saying, "Fuck your goat father," in Croatian. Don't ask me why. It was just something she said. Often. I cleared my throat and closed my eyes for a moment, just so we could get through the words of the ritual without me passing out. It was bad enough to feel an instant, wild attraction to a ton of guys I'd never met, barely knew, when I'd never been that type of person before in my life. Faith was always getting crushes and flirting and dating and breaking up, but not me. And it was a whole other thing to feel all of these crazy hormones at the same time. I was near certain I might die from silver poisoning. "Will you accept a silver circlet on your arm?" I asked finally, opening my eyes.
"Yes, Alpha,"
Titus said, and I swear there was almost an exclamation point at the end of that phrase. The alpha son of Pack Amber Ash actually seemed thrilled to be standing here. The jeweler came toward us again, and I had to fight with everything I had inside of me not to growl at her. I held up my right arm and let her slip an intricate silver cuff onto my bicep. The thing that scared me the most about that was that I hardly even felt it, watching rivulets of blood pool in my inner elbow without even registering the heat or the wetness of it. Titus accepted his arm cuff with grace, allowing the jeweler to mold it to his generously curved bicep, right over a black and gray tattoo of something. I had to swipe blood out of my eyes to get a better look at it, and by the time I did, he was bleeding profusely and obscuring his own ink. "Zara and Titus of Ebon Red."
"That is a nice ring to it, don't you think?"
he asked, just before he scooped me up in his arms and kissed me smack on the lips. The warmth of his personality shone through in the way he moved his mouth, letting me part his lips with my tongue and take control, following my lead, and letting me suck his bottom lip into my mouth. At least one of my potential mates isn't a dick, right? I'd known this guy for all of 2 seconds, and I was pretty sure he'd pass the friend test with Faith right away. Hell, she'd probably fall in love with him before the week was out. If it got her to dump Owen, I was sort of okay with that.
"Holy crap, you taste nice,"
Titus whispered against my mouth, and it occurred to me then that I was lying in a stranger's arms and letting him lick and suck my lips. "So do you," I admitted as he set me down, and I realized that the ground was rocking like the deck of a boat. Titus held onto my hips for a moment, and I found that I enjoyed the warmth of his palms against me, even if it was all part of some magically induced lust haze. He seemed to recognize when I was ready for him to let go, taking the second-to-last spot behind me. When Nicolina waved her hand once again, and the last of the boys appeared at the top of the stairs, the entire room went silent. Nick Hallett stood there in the same coat and pants I'd seen him in that morning, eyes rimmed with kohl and focused on my unstable, bloody form with a certain level of alarm that I found comforting. He was always there looking out for me, always, and at the very least, for a year he was mine.
"Nikolai of Ebon Red,"
he said, his voice echoing throughout the lobby. As the alpha female of Ebon Red, Nicolina had no need to explain herself or justify her decisions. The other packs would not like Nick participating in the pairing, but what were they going to do? I imagined that if at the end of this I chose him, they'd rebel, the alliance would crumble, the witches or the vampires or whoever was responsible for spiriting my people away would get exactly what they wanted, a fractured, broken people to pick apart. But I wouldn't let that happen. "Nikolai Wolf," my mother said with an evil smirk on her reddened lips, her own black eyes draped with kohl. Seemingly in slow motion, I watched as Nick made his way to me. I was so happy to see him that I could barely contain the tears of pain and fatigue that wanted to fall in fat droplets down my face. He was here, with me, part of the pairing. The thing I'd wanted most in the world was right here in front of me, and I was finding it almost impossible to enjoy it. My vision was going wide at the edges, and I was starting to hear a very distinct ringing in my ears. "Nikolai Wolf," I repeated, my voice a husky scrape of sound.
"Zara, are you okay?"
Nick asked, and I could tell he was on the verge of panicking. His hands curled into tight fists at his sides as he fought the urge to touch me. "I am your alpha, and you are my mate. Do you accept these terms as they've been given?
Yes, Alpha.
Nick whispered fiercely.
Of course. Forever and always. I've been yours from birth, Zara. I swear it.
To represent our union, we'll each wear a piece of... I closed my eyes to try and still the rocking of the room. Silver, will you accept a ring pierced through your navel?
Yes, Alpha.
Nick growled, clenching his teeth.
Do you need me to get you out of here?
Finish the ritual. Then we run. I can't collapse in front of them. I pleaded, and Nick pursed his lips so tight they turned white. When I reached down to try and unlace my dress, my fingers were shaking so badly that I couldn't manage it. Even though it was definitely not protocol for Nick to reach out and do it for me, he did it anyway. His hands tugged the laces so hard that the whole thing came undone, and the dress seemed to just slide off my shoulders off its own accord, pulling in a heap of brocade, leather, and fur on the floor at my feet. Packed Ebon Red went completely insane, howling and cheering and somehow managing to encourage the rest of the room to join them in their revelry.
Just look at me, Zara, and we'll get through this. Just keep watching my face.
I barely felt the silver pierce my belly button, barely felt the blood run down my tummy and through the patch of red hair above my cunt, down the insides of my thighs. Nick held my gaze through his own piercing, his face tightening only slightly at the pain. Zara and Nikolai of Ebon Red. My vision blurred, and I fell forward into Nick's arms.
We're almost there,
he assured me as he lifted my chin with his fingertips.
Hold on a little longer, okay?
When Nick kissed me, I almost passed out. His kiss was so perfect, so full of feeling and romance and need, that I felt like I was safe there in his arms, like I was wrapped up and hidden away from the world, from my obligations, from the contribution. It'd be so easy to just let go and slip into blackness, I thought. But Nick didn't let me stumble. He kissed me until my toes curled against the stone floor beneath our bare feet, and then he set me upright and took his usual spot, behind and to my left, like he was still a guard. I was okay with that. I felt secure with him there. Ebon Red daughter, Nikolina said, as both she and Majka rose to their feet and came down the steps to greet me. At that point, I could hardly even see them through the haze and blood running down my face. You have been gifted mates. Use them and love them well. Yes, Alpha. To represent yourself as the leader of this pack, you'll wear a piece of silver that belongs to you, and only you. What piece of silver will you accept? Both my mother and grandmother stared at me from aubergine eyes, awaiting my final answer. Once I donned this last piece of jewelry, the bonding ritual would be over. The boys would belong to me, and I could finally have a moment to close my eyes and rest. The boots, I said without a moment's hesitation. Once again, the room went silent. Silver boots. It had been centuries since an alpha was stupid enough to choose those. It was the kind of 2-for-1 deal that did not give the buyer the upper hand. But, as the story goes, there was once an alpha female with 7 mates. On the day of her bonding ritual, she slayed an enemy of the pack and removed the solid silver armor they'd donned to fight her people. Putting the boots on her feet and the helmet on her head, she managed to walk herself to the pairing house before she collapsed. Since then, the helmet had been banned from use as Alpha Silver. It was far too much for one person to endure on a regular basis, but the boots had remained an option. I chose them now to prove my strength. Mashka cursed under her breath as Nikolina's eyes went wide, and the jeweler brought a pair of ankle-high boots over and set them on the floor at my feet. Before I could question my own judgment, I slipped my feet inside one and then the other. The pain was excruciating, and I found myself gasping for breath. Howling echoed all around me, crashed into my skull, and turned my migraine into a hurricane that ripped my thoughts from my head and shattered them into pieces. Zara of Ebon Red, I am proud to call you my heir, Nikolina said, taking my face in her hands, pressing a chaste kiss to my bloody mouth. The words were scripted, but in my dazed and hallucinatory state, I told myself that she meant them. I suppose even alpha daughters want their mothers to love them. That kiss signaled the end of the bonding, and the room erupted into chaos. "Good girl, my little Zara wolf," Mashka said, and then whispered something in Croatian against my ear that I couldn't even remotely understand. Then she, too, kissed me flat on the mouth and patted my cheek with a wrinkled hand.
"My apologies, Alpha Machka,"
Nick said respectfully, scooping me up the same way Titus had just a few minutes prior. Or had it been longer than a few minutes? Gauging time seemed impossible in that moment. She scoffed at him and spit near his feet. "Rushing off to consummate your bond, are you?" Mashka asked, and then grabbed Nick by the ear before he could take a single step. "I think you've already done that, though, haven't you?" She growled into both our heads. And then, to make the moment just that much more memorable, she bit him and said something so profane I didn't want to admit to myself that I'd heard it before. "Now get out of my sight, ill-bred dogs." Mashka patted my bloody cheek once more, and then scowled at all of my mates except for Anubis. I guess when she told me to pick a strong ebon red male, she hadn't meant Nick. Or maybe she just hadn't meant for me to sleep with him the night before the pairing. Nick carried me quickly through the crowd, people scooting out of our way to avoid coming into contact with my silver. I was making him bleed all over, but he didn't seem to mind, easing me outside and into the sweet-smelling navy dusk, the forest rustling overhead, the full moon creeping up into the sky. Before I knew it, we were running, Nick and me and the 6 alpha sons. Zara Wolf and her 7 mates. Montgomery raced ahead of us, up the steps of the deck, and held the door open so Nick could carry my nearly comatose body through the door.
"Take off all the silver,"
Nick was saying as my vision blurred, flickered, went dark. The last thing I remember is someone putting their fingers in my mouth and removing the tongue stud. Bloody pieces of silver landed in the white basin of the sink, clattering against the porcelain and flecking the bathroom with crimson spots. Chapter 15. A short time later, I awoke to find my head in Nick's lap, his fingers tangled in my hair. The first thing I noticed when I cracked my lids was that the front door of the pairing house was wide open. Night had laid her star-studded navy shroud across the sky, and beams of light from the full moon turned the blades of grass outside a bright silver white. Groaning, I raised myself into a sitting position with Nick's help, noticing as I did that I was not only clean of blood and dressed in some of my own pajamas, but also completely healed. Nothing hurt. Nothing.
"Full moon light,"
Nick explained, but even he didn't sound convinced. Yes, the light of a full moon sped up a werewolf's natural healing powers, but how long had I been out?
"Less than an hour,"
Jack said from a chair across the room, its high wood back carved to look like a rose-covered trellis. I hadn't spoken aloud, or via wolf speak, the official name for pack telepathy, but he'd figured out my question anyway. I saw his lips curve into an annoyingly arrogant little grin.
"You healed fast, faster than any wolf in our generation ever has. It's been decades since a were's recovered from that much silver poisoning in such a short time."
I put my feet on the floor and saw Nick cringe.
"You picked the boots, Zara?"
He asked me, closing his eyes and rubbing the bridge of his nose with his fingers. The house was pitch dark, but in the distance, I could see lit torches, smell freshly butchered meat and baked pears, hear the sounds of laughter and howling, yips and shouts. The evening banquet was in full swing. Technically, my mates and I were supposed to make an appearance, but this was one of the most casual parts of the pairing, and nobody would much care if we didn't show up. Sometimes alpha heirs and their new mates were just too busy screwing to bother with it. I almost smiled. "I made the warrior's choice," I said, and he groaned a little. "Just be glad I didn't pick them for your silver."
"I would have worn them with pride,"
Nick growled, flicking his eyes up to the doorway as Anubis sauntered in with a large turkey drumstick in his hands. Although I could tell that his skin was still painted underneath, he traded in the old-fashioned gold belt and flowing pants for a red wife-beater and some jeans. Still barefoot, though. He gave me a warm smile when he noticed that I was awake.
"They're starting to call you Silver Wolf now instead of White Wolf,"
he joked, and I really did smile that time, raking my fingers through my wet hair. Somebody had had the foresight to brush it out after bathing me. I wasn't sure it was Nick. Creaking on the staircase drew my attention to Montgomery as he came down dressed in his usual trench coat and supernatural arsenal of blades, Shay Nocturne following right behind him. As his violet eyes met mine, I had no idea what to do or say, no way to explain my behavior in the bonding ritual, or even if I owed anyone an explanation. Cleaned off, healed up, dressed in PJs, and I was still warm and swollen between the thighs, ready to mate. Shittiest part of dating a werewolf? Of dating 7 werewolves. They can smell arousal. I knew without a doubt that every guy in that room was honed in on my scent. It was a little weird. Faith was always jokingly referring to me as 1 kiss, no date, since as of last week, I'd had exactly 1 kiss with Silas and no dates. I didn't go out with guys, hit on guys, have crushes on guys. Except for Nick and Silas, I'd never even really felt the urge. Until now. And even with my head starting to clear, I still couldn't decide if I'd been spelled or not. I'd have to ask Moshka later.
Nice to see that you're awake,
Shay said in a voice that reminded me of shadowed mountains and forest clearings speckled in starlight. He paused behind the couch and looked down at me, planting his hands on his hips. Unlike the rest of the guys, he hadn't bothered to change and was still wearing the jacket and the ghoulish gray-black makeup around his eyes.
And nice to, meet you in a more casual sort of capacity. One where we're not making out and almost having sex. You almost had sex?
Nick asked, his ebon eyes flicking to mine in surprise. And hurt. Yeah, he definitely looked a little hurt, and I couldn't blame him. Almost, I admitted, as Shay came around the back of the sofa and sat in another one of the chairs. This one a dark green velvet piece that was older than Moshka's Moshka. His purple jacket fluttered around him as he settled in on the edge of the cushion and parked his elbows on his knees. His eyes, they were nowhere near human, far too vibrant in color to even play at being natural like mine and Nick's. These weren't Elizabeth Taylor purple eyes. They were the color of amethysts, a shade brighter than the lavender bushes blooming on either side of the pairing house porch steps. I could smell them from here, as fragrant as if it were late summer instead of a cold, lingering winter spring. In that same breath of outside air, I could smell the bitter kiss of snow. It might have been April, but I had a feeling we were going to see one last dusting of white before winter finally released her cruel grip on the weather. Not like it mattered. There were few things in life as magical as racing through the cruel quiet of a snow-drenched forest. And anyway, with my people living on the land, plants bloomed and matured and produced food, with or without the cooperation of the seasons.
I hate all that stupid shit. All those empty, meaningless rituals. They don't make any sense. I hope that when you become Alpha, you do away with all that crap.
Shay said, the disdain in his voice making it pretty clear that to him, the pairing was about as magical and meaningful as a birthday party with cake and balloons. There were things that people just did, like blow out candles and wear pointy hats, but they didn't mean anything. I was on the fence about all of it. I wasn't quite sure what to think.
I'm sorry,
Nick said, rubbing his palm down his face.
But can we please go back to the sex thing?
Shay flashed him a smile that I just knew would drive him up the wall.
Honestly, I've been dreading the day of my pairing since I was 10 years old. I'm just glad we have chemistry, me and Zara.
Nick growled at him, and I saw Shay's dark brows go up in surprise. He was new, but he'd figure out Nikolai Hallett pretty quick, and probably hear about what happened between us the night before the pairing ceremony from one of the other Alpha Sons.
Whoa there, down boy.
Nick rose to his feet, and I followed him up, putting a hand on his chest. Don't, please, I told him. It wasn't a request. I tapped my fingers against the hard planes of his muscles as he stood there and glared at Shay like he was now his new least favorite person in the room. That was saying a lot, considering how he felt about Jax and Silas. The other 3 guys in the room just waited quietly to see how this would play out. I think I was spelled, I said, loudly enough that it was obvious I was addressing the entire room. As if in response to that thought, my nipples pebbled, and I felt my sex clench tight. Holy crap. I was as wound up now as I'd been during the bonding. I might still be spelled.
Spelled?
Nick asked, like he was struggling to hold himself back from a freak-out. His dark purple eyes bored into mine, searching for the truth. I seemed to have an equally strong physical reaction to everyone.
I see,
he said, and he sounded like he wanted to break something. I thought of last night, of having him move above me, our bodies rocking together to the edge of pleasure. I didn't want to lose that connection between us, but I had to be honest with these guys. For the next year, we'd be together basically every day. They were my investigative team, my soldiers, my partners, like my own miniature pack.
A lust spell from the witches?
Majka? I guessed, because although I had basically jumped Nick's bones last night, I knew for a fact that that was no spell. I was in love with him. No matter who I chose at the end of the pairing, I knew nothing would ever change that. I was not under the influence of magic last night.
Well,
Shay said, slapping his palms on his thighs.
If it was a spell, then it hit me too, like a freight train. Don't you dare disrespect your alpha female.
Nick snarled, and then we both paused as a buzzing sound came from one of the small tables next to the couch. Shit. The text messages. I practically dove onto the couch on my knees and snatched my phone up, the tiny wolf charm flopping around as I turned on the screen. Just like I'd thought, all the messages were from Faith. Hey, hope Gma's not as cranky as usual. How are the tests going? Innocuous enough. I scrolled down as the guys waited in tense silence around me, like they could sense my sudden anxiety. Mom called. She's home and wants to have dinner at the house tonight. Still no Owen though, I promise. I almost puked all over the couch. My fear was so overwhelming. The guys smelled the shift in my mood and started to get agitated. Montgomery was right there in his trench coat and all his swords, putting his hands on the couch and leaning down to look at me.
Alpha?
He asked, emerald eyes flashing. He looked ready for battle.
Is it Faith?
Nick asked, moving so he could read the screen over my shoulder.
Who the hell is Faith?
Shay asked, but I ignored them all. There were still 2 more messages after that. At home with my mom now, but I'm worried. Call me if you get this. And then there was the last message, sent 3 minutes ago. The words I read turned my blood to ice. Zara, I'm scared. I stood up suddenly, my heart pounding and my pulse thundering so loud I could hardly hear Silas's footsteps as he came up the porch steps and into the house, the scent of tobacco trailing along behind him. I tried calling Faith's phone, but there was no answer. I even thought about texting her, but there was no way for me to know if she was still in control of her phone, and I didn't want to give away my plan to her mom or Owen, or any vampires that happened to be lurking around. Find Titus and follow me. We need to take the SUV into town. If you prefer to use weapons, bring them. Otherwise, be prepared to shift and to fight. I didn't waste any time heading for the stairs and moving up to the single bedroom at the top of them. I knew that Lana would have already moved the rest of my pairing outfits to the closet, and I needed my badass toolkit and something better to fight in than soft red flannel PJs. I had a bad feeling about what I might find at Faith's house. On the way over, I sat in the passenger seat while Nick drove and simultaneously filled in the others about as much as he could. Who Faith was, the vials of vamp blood in her mother's bathroom, the map of the warring Ironbound and Crown Aurora kingdoms, our visit with the witches, minus the bit of ebon red flesh I'd swallowed. I knew I had to tell them, tell Montgomery about that eventually, but now was not the time. As soon as we got near Faith's neighborhood, all the windows in the SUV were rolled down and I was sticking my head out like a dog, scenting the air with my eyes closed.
Oh shit, do you smell that?
Shay asked, making a choking sound from the back seat. I did. We all did. Mint and apples and blood.
Vampires.
Montgomery confirmed as my heart lurched into my throat. My eyes stung with sudden tears as I dug my newly shifted claws into the leather of my pants. Please be okay, Faith. I don't know what I'd do without you. Vampires, I agreed, as I did my best to get a look at Faith's house from a distance. Everything seemed to be in order. The lights were on. Dia's car was in the driveway, and there were no outward signs that anything was amiss. But then, human blood. The smell was sharp and distinct and fresh. Without waiting for the Yukon to come to a complete stop, I threw my door open and jumped out. No sooner had my feet hit the ground Then I was on my back and my breath was being knocked out of me by the force with which I'd hit the road. Concrete cracked, and I choked on blood just before a hand clamped down around my throat. I heard the SUV squeal to a stop, but I didn't need to wait for any of the boys to fight a vampire off for me. I could do it myself. My fingers found the wooden knife and swung it up and into the shoulder of the girl who had me pinned down. I would have stabbed her straight through the heart if she hadn't slapped my hand away with the force of a Mack truck. Blood spurted out and splattered across my face, red and black liquid that smelled way too much like a fruit salad for comfort. That heavy copper stink was there, too. But God, I could choke on the smell of mint and apples. The girl released me, and I managed to throw her off, glad that I'd decided to wear the leather pants, boots, and jacket tonight. There's a reason motorcycle enthusiasts wear leather. It makes the sting of cement hurt so much less. Fuck, I hate wolves, she howled, stumbling and pressing her fingers against the still spurting wound. I thought I might have hit her brachial artery, the one that runs up the arm that doctors use to check blood pressure. I must have hit something with the amount of liquid that was gushing from the wound. I'm going to tear your goddamn throat out. Before she could take a single step toward me, a wolf the size of a small pony crashed into her and knocked the vampire girl to the ground, clamping his massive jaws around her pale throat. Without a second's hesitation, he crushed it and shook her body like she was an elk or a deer. He was so dark I could barely see him, black on black on black, with violet eyes. Shay Nocturne even moved like he was made of shadows, dropping the vampire's body to the cement. Of course, that didn't mean she was dead, yet. I'd figure out what to do with her later. For now, she wasn't much of a threat. Don't kill any of them just yet, I said, as I realized most of the boys were engaged in fights of their own. Incapacitate them until we can figure out what's going on. I said that just in time to stop Montgomery from using his wooden sword to stake a dark-haired blood kid through the heart. He adjusted the thrust of his weapon and stabbed him in just about the same place I'd hit the girl. Only one of the vampires in the group was undead, so that was the one I focused on. She was currently locked in a scuffle with Jax, who was also now in wolf form, red blood staining his glorious gold-white pelt. I noticed one silver knife protruding from the wound as he latched onto her right arm and dislodged another from her grip. The undead one, Shay, I said, and he snarled as his claws tore across the pavement, his massive body launching and hitting the silver-haired vampire in the side. The collision was awful to watch, like two semi-trucks crashing into one another. Only one was in motion, and one was parked. The woman crumpled to the ground, but so did Shay, his body flipping up and over her head before he crashed to the pavement on his side. I didn't hesitate, closing the distance between us in a split second and sliding to my knees so that I was level with her when I came in with the knife. Her silver eyes flashed with rage, but I thrust the wooden blade up and under her ribs before she could grab me, or worse, bite me, and buried it deep into her heart. Black blood bubbled up around the wound, just before she slumped to the side. I let her take the knife with her. If I took it out, she'd just heal and come at me again. Rising to my feet, I pulled the silver knife from Jax's wound and put my palm over it to help staunch the bleeding. That's when I felt it, that earthy wind swirling around me, making my blood-red hair flutter around my face. Cool energy seemed to pour from my palm, and then Jax was lurching away from me and whipping his muzzle around to lick at the bloodied wound. It wasn't there anymore.
What the hell?
He asked, snapping his jaws in frustration and shaking out his coat, sending bright red drops of blood everywhere. His fur was still wet with it, and there was a small spot where the hair would need to grow back. But when I stepped forward and ran my finger across his skin, it was whole. A little puckered and pink maybe, but the wound was definitely closed.
You just healed me,
he threw out in an accusatory fashion as I stepped back and tried to blink past my shock. We weren't out of the woods just yet. I'd have to wait until later to deal with yet another surge of strange magic.
They're all down and out,
Nick said from behind me, as I noticed a charcoal gray wolf with amber undertones move over to Shay. He used his head to push the sleek black body over. Is he breathing? I asked Titus, as I jogged over and met Silas and Montgomery by Shay's side.
He's breathing,
he told me, as I dropped to my knees and put both hands on the alpha sun of Pack Violet's shadow. As soon as I touched him, there it was again, that musky scent, like wet earth and decaying leaves. It swirled around us in a cool breeze and filtered through my fingers. A moment later, and he was swinging his head up and around to lick at my hands.
What the hell, Zara?
Nick whispered as I glanced over my shoulder and met his startled gaze. I don't know, I said, my voice just as hollow, but excited too. Something was happening. Something that was awakening the old magic of the packs. It wasn't as important as faith, though. Not even close. 3 of you come with me. The rest will stay here and drag the bodies into Faith's backyard, I commanded as I rose to my feet and looked around the quiet suburban neighborhood. How nobody had heard the fight and come running was a shock, and when I listened carefully, I didn't hear any sirens either. You can thank me later, a voice breathed from the shadows, raising all of my alarm bells. I spun around as quick as I could, heart thundering, my fingers going for the iron knife on my belt. Don't even bother with that, said the Fey girl, as she stepped out of the darkness between 2 houses and smiled at me, with wicked sharp lips carved into an elfin face. Her skin was the lavender-purple cloak of dusk against the mountains, her slow eyes surveying the bodies strewn across the ground with a certain amount of disgust. Glamour, she explained, lifting up a small glass bottle and then tossing it at my feet. It shattered into tiny little pieces that reflected back the light of the full moon. I used it to hide the fight from the sightless. Sightless, another derogatory term for humans. They sort of earned that one, though, because honestly, how could they not see that it wasn't just their species that ruled the earth? Honestly, if the numinous, the non-human, non-animal species of the world, ever stopped fighting with one another, I wasn't sure there'd even be any humans left. The only thing they had on us, or on vampires, fae, witches, demons, angels, whatever, was that they could breed and breed and breed. You're lucky there was only one undead, she said, her voice like an icy river. I watched her with narrowed eyes as she moved into the center of the road, pausing next to the pale-haired vampire girl with a crushed throat. And that they were also young. If they'd had an age list with them, you'd all be dead. The Fey girl paused to look up at the night sky, the silver moonlight playing across her alien features. She was beautiful, but sharp, like she'd been shaped from stone. All of her features were right, but there was just something about her that was scary. I'm sure having the full moon at your backs didn't hurt. What do you want? I asked, the smell of human blood cutting through the strong scent of vampire. Someone was bleeding, and I needed to get in there and make sure it wasn't Faith. This doesn't concern you. Doesn't it? She asked, ink-black hair billowing around her face, the translucent folds of her dress getting caught on her slender calves. I could see right through it, to the patch of dark hair above her thighs, the round spots of her nipples, the shadow of her belly button. When she turned, the small pair of indigo wings between her shoulder blades caught the light from a nearby porch. Whether we like it or not, the court recognizes your people's connection to the earth. Without the wolves, everything comes undone. Her eyes flashed, and she gritted white teeth at me. Everything. As much as I'd love to stand here and figure out what the hell you're talking about, I said, my heart pounding, chest heaving, I need to get inside that house. I threw a finger out to indicate the blue and white 2-story house where Faith had lived since I'd met her, on the first day of 6th grade. The fairy threw her head back and laughed, the sound like claws raking down my spine. Beside me, several of the boys gave warning growls. Go! Rescue the human. Kill the vampires. I don't care. The girl dropped her chin and then reached into an opaque pocket sewn into the side of her dress, producing a small purple and white mushroom. The last thing in the world I wanted to do was take it. The Unseelie Court extends their helping hand, she said, holding it out to me. If I were the next alpha of Pack Ebon Red, I would take it. Unless, of course, you fancy fighting Coven Triad and Ironbound at the same time. She dropped the mushroom on the ground, and several others sprouted up in a circle around it. Without another word, the girl stepped forward and into the fairy ring, dropping out of sight. When I approached the hole in the pavement, I could see all the way through it and down, down, down to somewhere. I didn't know where the hole went, and I didn't want to find out. Bending low, I plucked a mushroom and tucked it inside my jacket pocket. As soon as I'd picked it, the hole closed up with a sickening popping sound, like a knife puncturing flesh. Gather up the rest of these, I instructed the boys. and let's get this done. Crap. Crap, crap, crap. I didn't have enough on my plate? Now I had to deal with a fae on top of everything else? What the hell was going on here? Nick, Silas, and surprisingly Titus fell in with me as I ran toward Faith's place, my leather motorcycle boots loud against the pavement. On the plus side, the fairy girl had unwittingly answered at least one of my questions. The vampires I was dealing with were, in fact, ironbound. Now, I knew the fae hated that blood kingdom with a vengeance. The name Ironbound was a throwback to the days when their members would round up fae and bind them with, obviously, iron. So even if she really was offering up the unseelie court's help, which I was doubtful of, there were ulterior motives at work here. The front door was open when we climbed the single porch step, and the living room was spattered with blood. I clamped my hand over my mouth as my skin rippled with chills and my stomach clenched with nausea. The room was washed in red, glistening pink and trails spread across the floor, like sleeping snakes. I knew from the smell whose bodies were torn apart and scattered from the dining room to the kitchen, and all the way into the living room. Notch and Mila, Faith's dogs. This isn't good, I said, starting to panic. This is not fucking good. I took off toward the stairs and, out of habit, let Nick head up them first. As my guard, that'd been his job. I'd never liked it, but I allowed it because that was what everyone had expected me to do. Let him risk his life for mine. I didn't have to do that anymore. It was too late to stop him, though, so I just followed after with Silas behind me and Titus holding up the rear. Faith? I called, knowing that if there were vamps hiding in there, they'd already know we were coming. Faith! No answer. She wasn't here. Her scent was everywhere, but faint enough that I knew it was just residual. The stink of human blood, however, drew us straight to Daya's room. Nick kicked open the door and we both froze, eyes locked onto the still form of Faith's mom. Her normally red-brown skin was pale and ashy, almost gray, and there was a syringe sticking out of one arm, still half filled with vampire blood. Someone, probably one of the ironbound we'd locked down outside, had quite literally ripped her throat out. The bed was just one big red pool of blood. With my eyes still locked on the body of my friend's mother, I answered the buzzing phone in my pocket. Faith? I said carefully, neutrally. Hey, she said, far too cheerful and upbeat for me to believe she'd seen any of this. I kept texting you, but you never answered. And, I don't mean to pry, but Evita posted a selfie of her with your grandma at some outdoor party thing. Are you back already? Where are you? I asked, backing out of the room and putting my body against the wall. I closed my eyes for a moment, but the stench of so much blood was making me feel sick. At your place. Another pause. Is your mom remodeling Nick's room or something? Because I went in there to borrow a book and it was like total chaos. You said you were worried, I told her, trying not to freak out. You said you were scared. Oh, she said, and then sniffled slightly. Yeah, my mom was... She didn't look so good, Zara. When I confronted her about the drugs, she went completely insane and started screaming at me. I barricaded myself in my room for a while and she was just pounding and pounding on the door. Faith sighed, clearly stressed out. As soon as she stopped, I called an Uber and had them take me to your place. You were right. I shouldn't have gone home without Dad there to back me up. I almost sobbed with a mixture of relief and melancholy. Finding out her mother was dead it would just kill Faith. And those dogs, she loved them like they were her kids. What was I going to do? How was I going to tell her? And how the fuck were we going to clean this all up before someone else stumbled across it?
Zara?
Nick said, his voice wobbly and laced with fear.
You might want to get in here.
I have to go. Do not leave that house without me, okay? I'll give you a ride to see Owen tomorrow. Jeez, okay, Mom. What's wrong with you? You sound a little weird. I have to go. Talk to you later. I hung up before she could get another word out. Opening my eyes, I swung around the corner and found Faith's mom starting to stand up. Shit.
She's a vampire?
Silas asked, but he sounded unsure. No, I said. this awful, sick feeling in my stomach. "She's a revenant. Stop her!" I screamed, as the woman I'd once known lurched up from the bed into a crouching position. She didn't bother to tear the syringe from her arm, and her eyes, they were completely inhuman. When a person is taking steps to become a vampire, a ridiculously stupid process that almost never turns out well, and those steps are not followed exactly, this is what happens. Daya had been killed in the middle of a change, and now her undead body was like a net for restless spirits. The real Daya was already dead, her soul gone, bound for the next life. Titus lunged at the bloody bed, but he wasn't quick enough. The revenant leapt through the window and crashed in a sea of shattered glass to the pavement below. She didn't make it 10 steps before a wooden sword severed her head from her shoulders. But it wasn't Montgomery that was wielding it. It was another vampire. As soon as I stepped outside, I knew that I was looking at the Crown Aurora Blood Queen. There was no doubt about it in my mind. She stood next to a gleaming black limo, her pale fingers dancing across the roof, her red lips twisted into an awful mimicry of a smile. "Zara Wolf of Ebon Red," I said, because how else was I supposed to greet an undead queen? "Aurora Blood of Crown Aurora," she replied easily, tilting her head to the side. A sea of white blonde hair cascaded over her shoulder, her pale blue eyes locked onto my face. I tore my gaze from hers to check on my new mates. We'd been bonded for all of 2 hours, and this is the crap I was putting them through? I counted 7 of them gathered around me, standing just in front of the SUV that had been pulled carefully into the driveway. I looked back at the queen and the pile of vampire bodies at her feet. She'd rounded up and killed all the iron-bound vamps that we disabled, removed their hearts and their heads so the living vampires wouldn't come back as undead. The undead one was nowhere to be seen, just dust on the wind. Like every other species on the planet, vampires are born from a womb, alive and breathing, and warm to the touch. Unlike every other species, when they die, they come back as an undead killing machine. It takes a hell of a lot more to get rid of an undead vampire than it does a living one. "Did we stumble on a turf war?" I asked carefully, fully aware that if she wanted to, Aurora could kill me and all my mates without so much as breaking a sweat. Well, if she were still capable of breaking a sweat, that is. "It seems that you've been taking quite a lot of ironbound territory lately." Aurora frowned at me, and the effect was instant. I felt chilled to the bone. "We're here because they killed a convert," she said, referring to Faith's mom. The sound of her voice was mellifluous, otherworldly and inviting. I scooted closer to Nick and curled my fingers through his. The grounding effect of his touch was instantaneous. "Get close," I warned the boys, hoping the strength of the pack and of our recent bonding would protect us from getting rolled, basically hypnotized by the older vampires, the ageless, i.e., any vamp that was over 100 years old. Titus pressed up against my leg, and I dug my fingers into his fur. I might not know him personally yet, but like with Anubis in the witch's lair, the touch of another pack member was enough to soothe, to protect, to ground. We were connected, like all werewolves are. Our species was one of sociability and closeness. We were never meant to fight alone. "I'll admit," she continued, folding her arms atop the car door and smiling at me over them, flashing fangs. Her dress was long and black and sleek. It hugged her curves in shimmering satin and pulled around her feet. "I did not expect to see the alpha heir running around town killing vampires." "You'll notice we didn't actually kill a single one," I responded carefully. "No?" she asked, and then paused as one of her companions moved from the bushes and tossed another body to the ground next to the pile. This one had purple skin, ink black hair, and a pair of small indigo wings. The fairy girl was as dead as the ironbound vamps, her head no longer attached to her body. "Just here to cut deals with the fae? Or is it simply witches you're interested in?" "I'm just trying to answer some questions about certain members of my pack," I said, trying not to look at the fae girl's corpse. Maybe she was just a messenger. Maybe she was something more. As soon as the Unseelie court found out that she'd been killed, they'd be looking for answers. And if that girl had been sent here specifically to talk to me, I'd be the first one they'd come to question. A living vampire in black jeans and boots, dragged the revenant's corpse around the corner, and added it to the growing pile of death. I imagine if I killed you right now, your pack would not be pleased. I imagine you are correct, I said, feeling my heart rate pick up, my tongue slide across my lower lip. Subconsciously, my body was getting ready for a fight. I knew I would lose if one started, but I'd fight like hell to protect my mates. I could probably create enough of a hassle that they could escape, although I doubted Nick would ever leave my side. The Blood Queen stood up and stared at me from ice-blue eyes for several long minutes, taking my measure, maybe even trying to roll me. Like I said, werewolves aren't particularly susceptible to ambient magic. Her red-painted nails clicked against the glass of the car window as several more vampires exited the house. I noticed that one of them was carrying a box of black vials under his arm. "Enjoy the full moon," she said finally, her painted mouth mimicking the shape of a smile. Thing was, there was no warmth there, just the cold, calculating sense of threat. The Queen of the Crown Aurora Vamps climbed back into her limo and slammed the door. The boys and I waited while the remaining Bloods loaded up the bodies into the back of a pickup and used big blue barrels of industrial bleach to spray off the stains on the road. It was so routine. I felt sick to my stomach, just fucking sick. Either the dead Fae's glamour was holding strong, or the vampires had used a trick of their own to keep the neighbors at bay. Nobody drove down the street. Nobody came outside to investigate or let the dog out. Still, no sirens. The remaining vamps didn't talk to us, didn't even look at us, and they made sure to keep their distance. When they were finished, they loaded up into their respective vehicles and left. "We need to clean up the house," I said, my voice hollow. Crown Aurora may have shown up because Ironbound killed Daya, but how did Daya get involved with vampires in the first place? And why had Ironbound shown up here tonight? Because of Daya? Or because of me? I couldn't think about that right now. Instead, I let myself in the back gate and retrieved the piece of ebon red flesh from the shed, tucking it into my jacket pocket next to the fairy mushroom. I could still use it to call on the Fae. It would probably be to my benefit to contact them before they came after me.
"Are you okay?"
Montgomery asked, standing at the door to the shed and watching as I leaned against the wall, dead-eyed and empty inside. I'd just had my bonding, and Nick had been a part of it. Last night, I'd lost my virginity. By Monday morning, I'd be able to go back to school and pretend everything was okay. But it wasn't. Daya was dead, and somehow, some way, I knew it was my fault. I want to be perfect all the time, I said, my voice a near whisper. I didn't want Nick to hear me crying. He worried enough as it was. I knew, though, that he'd be inside the house, trying to clean up as much of the mess as he could before I joined in. But this all could have been avoided if I'd just, done something different. I knew Daya was an eternity chaser days ago. If I'd put more effort into finding her.
"You and I are actually pretty similar,"
Montgomery interrupted with a long sigh, his trench coat blowing in the cool night breeze. He crossed his arms over his chest. After what I'd been through tonight, the fact that he walked around almost daily with an arsenal strapped to his body didn't seem so ridiculous. I touched my badass toolkit and felt the empty spot where the wooden knife had been. I'd have to get a new one made.
"You feel like the whole world is relying on you to make things right, to fix things, to keep life running smoothly."
The whole world is, I said, feeling tired, wishing I could just throw off my clothes, shift into wolf form, and take off through the woods behind Faith's house. I thought about going for a run when we got back to the pairing house, but I knew without a doubt that I'd be too tired to do much of anything except fall asleep. I'm the alpha female, and not just of ebon red, ivory emerald, amber ash, violet shadow, crimson dusk, obsidian gold, azure frost. They're all going to look to me for guidance.
"You don't have to do it alone,"
he told me, stepping forward, his boots scuffing against the rough poured cement floor. I remembered when Faith's dad had built this shed, Googling each step on his phone as sweat poured down the sides of his face, and Daya yelled at him in Hindi.
"That's what we're here for, to help."
I laughed, and the sound was not a pleasant one. I scrubbed a hand down my face and realized that I was covered in vampire blood. Speckles of it tainted my lips, and I had to be very, very careful not to ingest too much of it. For a werewolf, vampire blood was pure poison. Tell me when you learn to accept help, I said, because I could sense he was right, that we were the same. Perfectionists. Leaders. Montgomery said he didn't want to be an alpha male, but he had all the makings of one. Tell me when you learned you couldn't do everything by yourself.
When I woke up in a cage in the back of a truck,
He admitted, his green eyes dark in the shadows of the shed. His grassy floral smell swept over me and helped keep me calm in a moment of near panic. Pack, wolf, safety, his scent told my subconscious. I lifted my head to meet his gaze.
I came to the pairing because I knew I couldn't find my family on my own. I need your help.
Montgomery glanced back at the house. From here, warm gold light glowed from every window, making it look homey and lived in and normal. You'd never know it was a bloodbath inside.
And it seems like you could use mine just as much.
I took a deep breath and reached into an inner pocket of my jacket for a hair tie. I used it to bundle my long red hair into a ponytail. Usually, I liked that my hair was red, so bright that there wasn't a human being alive, not even Faith, that believed it was natural. Tonight, I hated that it looked so much like freshly spilled blood. What's the little girl's name? I asked after a moment, because I just knew that I had to show the flesh to Montgomery. But first, I wanted to hear something normal, something that would give me strength to fight through the rest of the night, scrubbing blood from the walls of Faith's home. The one you brought with you to the hall?
Patience,
Monty said, his long white braid hanging over one shoulder. He smiled when I raised my brows at him.
My little sister,
he explained with a small laugh.
Her name is Patience. She's just one in a litter of 7. I think my parents named her that in the hopes that hearing it enough would give them a little patience.
Let me guess. Your Omega is a nervous wreck? I asked, because no matter what pack a wolf was from, one thing remained consistent. Either the Omega male or the Omega female was used as a nanny.
My parents caved and let both Omegas work in the main house, just so they could get away from their pups.
I laughed, but the sound quickly died away, stolen by the wind sweeping through the trees and curling into the open door of the shed. Before I could think twice about it, I slipped my fingers into my jacket and extracted the blue plastic bag. Since it had been sitting out since yesterday, the smell was rancid. Even with all the competing scents, dog and human blood from inside the house, the Douglas firs lining the backyard, the vampire blood splattered across both of us, it was easy to recognize that something awful was in the shed. Montgomery, I started, taking a long, deep breath. There's something I need to tell you. His face was pale as he stared at the small package sitting in my hand. When I visited Coven Triad, I began, feeling my heartbeat start to pick back up. They tricked me into eating something. I looked up at him and saw that his eyes were wide, his jaw clenched tight. But he was a leader, and he was ready to hear whatever it was that I had to say, ready to face it. I thought of his kiss to get through the moment, how soft and romantic it had been. Did that really just happen a few short hours ago? It feels like days. This is the flesh of a missing ebon red wolf. I put my palm on top of the rotten meat, knowing that when I got back to the pairing house tonight, that I would spray it with Anubis's witch hazel and bury it deep in the roots of a tree. That was where it belonged, back home with our pack. Now all I had to do was figure out if the werewolf it had come from was still alive or long dead. I couldn't quite decide which fate was worse.
Thank you for telling me, Alpha,
he said, his voice ice cold and deadly. I knew that if any member of Coven Triad had been around in that moment, that he would have killed them. Montgomery started to move away as I tucked the blue plastic back in my pocket, but I stopped him by reaching out and grabbing his wrist. He paused and looked down at the spot where my pale white fingers curled around the sleeve of his trench coat. Like you said, I told him, sniffling back the last of my tears and steeling myself for whatever it was that would come next. We need each other's help. Do you want to try starting with a hug? I think we could both use one of those too. Montgomery spun in a swirl of black leather, wrapping his arms around me and pulling me close, squeezing me so tight I couldn't help but close my eyes and relax into him. He hugged me the way I was sure he wished he could hug the missing members of Pack Ivory Emerald. I hugged him right back, trying to embrace the idea that this man was now my mate. I curled my fingers in his coat and breathed in his smell, smiling as I realized he was doing the same to me. When we finally pulled apart, I wished I'd clung on for just a few more seconds. Already, I missed Montgomery's warmth, but we had a ton of work to do tonight, and a ton more ahead of us. The idea that we were still in the middle of the pairing ceremony did not escape my notice. Today, I fought vampires. Tomorrow, I'd fight wolves. Chapter 16. Cleaning that house took the 8 of us all night long. And it was awful. So freaking awful. We buried what was left of Notch and Mila in a grave with the ebon red flesh, dousing the hole with the last of Anubis's witch hazel and covering it up with cold, damp earth. Mother Nature took our offering into her embrace and sunk it beneath the dirt, tangled it up in gnarled roots, and hid the evidence of last night's horror in a shady spot about 100 feet from the pairing house. I vowed that even if I eventually told Faith the truth about what happened, I would not share the gruesome details. When I closed my eyes, I saw it all over again. The red walls, the sopping bed, that syringe sticking out of Daya's arm. If I could have buried her body here, too, I would have. But getting a revenant's corpse back from Crown Aurora would be virtually impossible. If it wasn't properly disposed of, even worse things could happen. I knew it was in the kingdom's best interest to make it disappear for good, so I decided to let them have it. Trudging back to the house in the early morning light, I paused, looking up at the sunlight sparkling on the limbs of the evergreen trees, dripping like crystals to the quiet forest floor. The pairing house was settled in a natural clearing, far enough from the hall that it felt private, but close enough that a wolf could run the distance in minutes. Last night's horror aside, it really was beautiful. The home my mates and I would be living in for the next year. The trees, the mountains, the sun, the sky. I closed my eyes and breathed in the scent of earth and wild things, letting it soothe away whatever personal demons I'd picked up last night.
If we talk to Nicolina...
Nick started, but when I opened my eyes, he stopped abruptly. Our ebon eyes met and held each other. I'd rather spend all day in Coyote Creek than sit around in a convocation explaining everything that happened last night. And anyway, we still don't quite know what's going on. If we investigate it, we can take our time, move in slowly. My mother will round up the cavalry and go charging in to burn Coven Triad and Ironbound off the face of the earth. Even if we're right about all of this, how many wolves will die? Nick sighed and ruffled up his dark red hair. I still couldn't quite believe we'd had sex the other night. The idea that I was no longer a virgin hadn't quite caught up with me yet. I think I'd need a squealing, "Oh my God, you didn't!" from Faith before it would really sink in. Faith. I had no idea how I was supposed to face her today, what I was going to say, if I was going to say anything at all. If I told her that her mom was dead, then I'd have to explain how I knew, and why she couldn't call the cops or have a funeral. Anyway, wasn't it kinder to let her think Daya had simply run off and taken the dogs with her? Would that make it hurt less? Nick stepped forward and wrapped me in his arms. It was nice to be able to stand out in the open and hold him like that, let him tuck my head under his chin and rock me slightly in the sunshine.
Hey.
We both paused, and I glanced over my shoulder to find Titus holding several pink boxes. I'd noticed him slipping off just after the burial was over, but I guess I hadn't realized how long I'd sat by the grave, staring at a tree and doing nothing. Long enough, apparently, for the Amber Ash Alpha Sun to go out and get fresh donuts.
I thought you could use a little normalcy in your day,
he said, spinning one of the boxes around on his right hand.
And I figured since we'd never met, but, are supposed to be lovers and whatnot, then maybe I could charm you with some, glazed donuts?
He raised his eyebrows and blinked those ash-gray eyes innocently. Keep trying, I said with a small smile curving my mouth.
Damn, okay,
Titus said, walking over and trying to hand one of the boxes to Nick. He refused to take it, so Titus just sat it back on the stack, peering in the flimsy plastic peephole for inspiration.
Chocolate?
Not even close, I told him, crossing my arms over my chest as I studied his amber-colored hair and the generously curved shape of his biceps. Now that I wasn't bleeding profusely into my own eyes, I could see that the tattoo on his upper arm was actually some sort of stylized keyhole with a heavy gray skeleton key lying next to it. casting a long, dark shadow. Interesting.
Maple?
You're getting warm, I told him, pulling the top box back off the stack and starting toward the house with Nick on one side and Titus on the other. I could still smell that sandalwood, amber, sweet sunshine scent on him. Whatever spell Majka had cast, or maybe not cast, on me, to make me so hot and bothered during the bonding, had worn off during the horror of collecting the dogs' heads from Faith's living room floor. Still, Titus smelled warm and yummy and inviting anyway. Or maybe that was just the donuts?
Ah,
He said, like he had it all figured out already. I watched those gray eyes flash triumphantly.
you're werewolves, so maple bar with a slice of crispy bacon on the top?
Damn, you're good, I said, thoroughly impressed. Nick growled, but Titus just laughed.
Delivery, boys.
He said, as we walked into the living room and turned left toward the dining area. It had been furnished with a table similar to the ones used during the banquet breakfast, a nice, thick, knotted piece of wood that had been sanded and polished and varnished until it shone.
I can't remember, any of your names, but here you go. Breakfast. You can thank me later. Thank God, I'm starving.
Anubis said, appearing in the archway between the kitchen and some back hallway that I'd forgotten about. I think it led to the garage? I had no idea. The house wasn't very big. Remember, most alphas that stayed here only had one mate, so it wouldn't take long to get reacquainted with the floor plan.
Milk?
He asked, peering into the stainless steel fridge and emerging with a pair of glass milk bottles. Yes, Ebon Red was that old-fashioned. There were a few families on the property that raised cows and thus milk and bottles. It was also unpasteurized, totally raw, delivered fresh to my mother's house every morning on the porch, like it was the 50s or something. I imagined we'd be getting deliveries here, too. At the very least, the fridge and cabinets were currently stocked with food, the house furnished, and the Wi-Fi ready to go. Should I reintroduce you guys? I asked as Titus pulled out a chair and offered me a seat. I politely took it and let him push me in, kicking my slippers off and tucking my bare foot up against the inside of my thigh. As soon as we'd gotten back, the downstairs shower, this massive tiled area with several shower heads and tons of body jets, had been turned on, and we'd all crowded naked in there together, desperate to be clean, but also at risk from poisoning via vampire blood. Maybe it sounds weird, but we were all wolves, raised in the pack, accustomed to nudity. Trust me, I could see all the guys in full detail, and not a single one of them was aroused after what we'd been through. Afterwards, I'd shifted into wolf form and taken turns digging with the guys before heading inside to change into the pajamas. Then I'd gone back out and sat by the grave for, at least an hour.
He remembers,
Anubis assured me, sitting down on my right and opening the box of donuts to grab a round chocolate one from the edge.
He's just being a dick. I'm just teasing,
Titus said as Nick sat down on my left and looked like he was about 10 seconds away from falling asleep. I didn't blame him. Right now, all I really wanted to do was sleep. Unfortunately, my choices were either fight my challengers in the Coyote Creek Amphitheater or explain why I was breaking a centuries-old tradition to take a nap. So, fight it was.
Anubis and I used to play together as pups,
Titus said, offering me a maple bacon donut and then popping the top on the milk. He looked at me for a second as if asking permission. Go for it, I said, and watched as he tipped the glass bottle back to take a long drink, the sun-kissed skin of his throat moving as he swallowed several gulps and then passed it to me, smiling briefly through a milk mustache before he licked it off with a wolf's tongue. Of course, that move reminded me of Anubis, licking the blood off my lip during the bonding, and I shivered. I took the milk and sipped the cool, creamy liquid before handing it over to Nick. Surprisingly enough, he took it. Our eyes met and the corner of his mouth lifted in a brief, almost sad sort of smile.
Last night was fucking awful,
He told me as I took a bite of my food and studied his face, that proud, straight nose of his, those high sculpted cheeks.
but I'm just glad I was able to be there with you. If this hadn't happened, if I hadn't been allowed into the pairing, I think I might have died of a broken heart.
Nick took a long drink and finished off the first bottle of milk before reaching for a donut. We smiled at each other, and I poked his foot with my toes. I love you, Nick, I told him, and his smile turned into one of his rare, private grins, just for me.
So, I hear you guys broke all the rules and made it the night before the pairing?
Titus said, almost like it was a question. For whatever reason, I ended up kicking Anubis under the table, and he cringed before flashing a seductive smile.
It wasn't me. I'm a gentleman,
Anubis said, blinking red eyes at me, his navy-colored hair twisted up into wild spikes that I think were natural. Every time he ran his hand through it, it just sort of readjusted itself into crazy new shapes.
A gentleman who goes through his alpha's underwear drawer?
Titus's gray eyes widened in shock, and Nick ended up lifting his lip in a small snarl.
I told you I was looking for a matching set. I have a whole litter of 15-year-old sisters who told me that girls feel prettiest in matching bras and panties. I was just trying to be helpful.
So chivalrous, I said, taking another bite of my donut and wishing this moment could go on forever, that I could invite Faith over here to eat and gossip with us, that I could have saved her dogs and her mother. I closed my eyes and took another bite of donut.
So you did do it then? Made it and all that?
Titus asked. Tell me who told you and I'll answer your question, I supplied, cracking my lids and noticing Lena making her way across the grass of the clearing. I pulled myself from my pocket, the wolf and moon charms on it dancing as I stared at the screen. Lana was right on time to gather me for the Coyote Creek Challenge.
I did,
Jack said simply, appearing in the living room archway, his blue eyes cool and calculating, watching me as I sat eating my breakfast.
I told Shay, too. Pretty ballsy move, Ebon read,
Shay said, just after I heard his footsteps on the stairs. He swung around the corner and draped himself against the doorway, staring at Nick with those violet eyes of his.
Mating the alpha daughter as a way to steal a spot in the pairing. If you think that's what I was doing, then you and I are going to have a really hard time getting along,
Nick said, his voice low and dangerous.
That means it's true, right?
Titus asked, piping up, trying to break the tension in the room with a smile. It's true, I admitted, and then, heads up, I gestured at the window with my chin, bringing the controversial discussion to a halt. Lena had already figured it out, obviously, but I didn't want to casually discuss this sort of thing today, in case one of my little sisters was lurking around. I didn't trust Evita as far as I could throw her. Maybe once the white wolf had pinned her throat to the floor and forced her to expose her belly, she'd stop acting like such a cruel little shit all the time.
I can't wait to have sex,
Titus said, and once again Nick growled. He was going to have to stop letting every little comment bother him, or he was going to get tired of living here, and fast. I squeezed his knee under the table.
Neither can I,
Shay drawled, in a voice dripping with shadows. He cracked a wolfish leer and slouched so that his already low-slung pants inched even further down his muscular hips. I could see a slight dusting of dark hair leading from his belly button and into his sweats. I shifted uncomfortably in my chair as I remembered my mother's words from Thursday night. You will mate with one of the others after the bonding ritual is complete, and ensure that his identity becomes common knowledge through the packs. If you're a smart girl, you'll make it Crimson Dusk or Violet Shadow. I glanced at Anubis and found him watching me with half-lidded eyes.
Zara isn't here for you to experiment on,
Nick spat, and Shay just laughed.
Obviously not. Look, if you don't want to mate with me, Zara, don't. We'll just lie to the alphas and tell them we did.
Shay paused and stood up fully from the wall.
But if you are interested, just know that I am too.
Nick rose from his chair and I followed him up, putting a hand on his shoulder. I've got this, I said, making eye contact with him. I'm the alpha female, remember?
I never forget,
Nick said, and I smiled. Knock knock, Lena said, breaking about 100 different traditional rules all at once as she sauntered in, saw the donuts, and probably picked one out for herself. God, Nick's mom was awesome. Hi, honey, she said, looking over at Nick. You doing okay?
Just fine,
he said, his voice carefully reserved. Didn't matter. He always sounded like that anyway. Well, to everyone but me. I got to see the hidden, secret parts of him that nobody else did. Good, Lena said, nodding her head and finishing her bite of donut. You should all think about getting dressed. We're due in Coyote Creek in about half an hour. She looked me straight in the face then and sobered up a little. Are you ready, Zara? The white wolf is always ready, I said, and I told myself that no matter what happened, I wouldn't forget that. The Coyote Creek Amphitheater had 3 levels of balcony seating that surrounded a circular stage. During the hotel's heyday, it had earned local prestige for its views of the water, through curved glass windows along the upper levels and a domed glass roof that gave it the appearance of being outdoors with all the comforts of being in. Well, once upon a time. Now, blankets of vines covered the walls, draped over intricate white and gold molding that was slowly crumbling to pieces in Mother Nature's fingers. A good 24 trees had sprouted from the central part of the arena over the years, jutting up through the wooden boards and exposing the cement subfloor underneath. Most of the loose floorboards had been cleaned up. Most of them. But tripping was still a hazard during a Coyote Creek battle. My dress today was blood red, an almost perfect match for my hair, with black bear fur trimming the hem and the edges of the plunging neckline. It made a deep V, dipping all the way down to my navel and leaving a good portion of my breasts exposed. I just barely managed to arrange it so that my nipples were covered. Stupid human puritanical nonsense, Mashka had said, although it was really just an aesthetic thing for me. My badass toolkit hung around my waist, the deadly arsenal inside, replaced with stainless steel knives that would be almost impossible to inflict an actual mortal wound on a werewolf with. I'd have to actually try to kill my opponent with them, and even then, it'd be questionable. Dipping my hands into the large fur-trimmed pockets on the sides of my dress, I waited for the challenge to begin, surreptitiously sneaking my phone out to peek for any texts from Faith. I didn't see any, but I wasn't worried. If Faith liked to sleep in, then Owen lived for it. They probably wouldn't get together until late. "Watch this for me," I told Nick, slipping the phone into his hand. He eased it into one of his coat pockets just before Majka glanced in our direction and narrowed her eyes at him. Thankfully, with all the other cell phones in use around the room, I doubted she would be able to sniff mine out specifically. Avita had already had hers taken away and received 3 lashes from a stripped willow branch. "If it buzzes, check it. It's probably Faith."
I can't believe you promised to drive her to meet the douchebag,
he said, glancing over at me from kohl-rimmed eyes. Mine had the same treatment. And so did all 6 of the Alpha Sons. In fact, they were all wearing matching outfits today. Black leather pants under heavy hooded fur cloaks, with red silk lining and silver chains that latched across their chests, a crescent moon in the center. Blood rivulets dripped down their chests, making me glad that at least for today, nobody was required to wear alpha silver. Shifting between human and wolf form happened too often during the battles for it to make any sense. I studied Nick's exposed midsection and felt my mouth twitching in a slight smile. The outfits we were wearing today had been my choice, made special for the occasion. I knew Mashka wanted to throttle me for the leather pants and silver-buckled boots, but the only requirements I'd been given were that I had to include silver, and I had to include Ebon Red's colors. That was it. I was enjoying the view, at least. "I like your pants," I teased, and he narrowed his purple eyes on me. Still, he couldn't stop his own smile from surfacing.
Don't change the subject. Do you really think Owen has something to do with the contribution?
"I have no idea," I said, my mind flickering with images of pink-tinged water and yellow sponges turning red, the smell of bleach, and a fairy girl with no head. But I'm not risking Faith to find out. I paused and sucked in a sharp breath, trying to push the bad memories aside. I wasn't actually worried about any of these battles, not even the one against my mother. I didn't have to win that one. But that didn't mean this was a risk-free venture. If I lost to one of my sisters, either of the betas, or any other eligible female challenger, I'd be forfeiting everything. My alpha status, my mates, Nick, the chance to complete the contribution and get to the bottom of this bullshit.
"Who's a douche under discussion?"
Titus said as he scooted up next to us and peered out from beneath the stone awning we were standing under, right at about the spot where an employee would have stood and collected tickets from patrons. The crowd above and around us was already wild with the heat of battle, their howls raising the fine hair along my spine. If I'd been in wolf form, I'd have a full fur mohawk going on. "Faith's boyfriend," I said, glancing over at the sandy-haired boy with the black furred hood pulled up over his head. The darkness of it made his gray eyes just that much more striking. Or maybe it was the genuine hint of curiosity dancing in them. Of all the guys, I felt like I knew him the least, and yet he seemed to be going out of his way to try and get to know me. He disappeared around the same time as her mother. I don't know how he's involved, but he's back in town now, and she's got a date planned.
I hate him.
Nick inserted, and I could tell from even that small amount of conversation that he might actually like Titus.
He's a dick.
If she texts while I'm in the middle of a battle, I'll need at least 2 of you to go and check him out. Make sure she's safe. Nick has to go since she's comfortable with him. But maybe you could tag along too?
Oh yeah.
Titus said, furrowing his brow a little and giving me a serious thumbs up.
I specialize in terrorizing douchebag boyfriends. My 17-year-old brother seems to have a penchant for picking them out. Plus, he likes to date humans, so I know how bad those kinds of relationships can get. Humans are the absolute worst. Right? God, I hate humans.
Nick mumbled, and I rolled my eyes. You hate everything, I said, pausing as my mother entered the room. Dressed in actual clothing today. Her curvy figure was draped in a crimson silk dress that fell in panels from her waist, making her look like a flower in bloom. For once, she wasn't wearing her silver. Somehow, that made her look more naked to me than she had when she was completely nude yesterday. Our eyes met through the small crowd, and I shivered when she smiled wickedly in my direction. I knew there was a good chance I was going to get my ass kicked today.
Be careful out there,
Silas said, drawing my attention over to his gold eyes and the ragged scar on his face. Seeing his tattooed form wrapped in that cloak and those pants did all sorts of strange things to my insides. The expression on his face was trying for cocky confidence and ending up somewhere in the area of desperately concerned instead. I knew he was thinking of his dad and all the cruel things that man could do during a challenge match. But Nicolina, while fiercely strict and wildly powerful, wasn't quite a sadist. I'll be fine, I said, noticing that the room had gone quiet all around us. Tiny drops of water were falling from the sky and catching on the ragged edges of glass that were all that was left of the domed roof. I threw up the hood of my own cloak, one that had a stainless steel chain instead of a silver one, and took a deep breath. Wish me luck, boys, I said, letting my ebon eyes sweep across 7 distinct gazes. 7 distinct gazes that belonged to me. I'd have been lying if I said there was nothing about that thrilled me. 7 alpha males, all bonded to me, all mine. All I had to do to keep them was kick some serious ass. I stepped out from under the awning to stand on my mother's left, Mashka on her right. I felt sad for them both that they no longer had mates. Do they ever get lonely? I wondered as all 7 boys took up their assigned positions behind me. Knowing Nicolina and Mashka, I highly doubted it. Their names were probably written in the dictionary under the word independent. Zara Wolf, alpha daughter of Pack Ebon Red, my mother said, her voice booming through the open space, defying the rain for control of the amphitheater. Even as big, thick drops started to pour from the gray sky, she was easy to hear. No matter what I thought of Nicolina, she was born to be an alpha. Are you ready for the challenge? Yes, Alpha, I said, lifting my chin and trying to get my voice to project as far as hers had. I came close. Maybe I still had some years to go before I could command that kind of presence. Do you accept responsibility for the challengers that we will present to you? The sky cracked and the rain briefly turned to hail, tiny white balls bouncing off the stone floor and pinging off the branches of the trees. Good thing werewolves rarely, if ever, felt the cold. Yes, Alpha. And are you willing to give up your mates and your position within the pack should you fail today? Yes, Alpha. We're here to prove my worth as a warrior. I started down the stone steps and strode across the moss-covered subfloor, between trees that varied in height from 5-foot stick-thin saplings to decades-old towering giants. Who challenges this wolf? For control of Ebon Red? Nicolina asked. And you might think this next part was scripted too. It wasn't, but it may as well have been. I do. My sister Avita rose from her seat on the first-floor balcony. Avita of Ebon Red, she said, and I was surprised to hear that she, too, was able to project her voice, almost as well as I had. Maybe it ran in the family? I was still going to make her show her belly. This was a showdown that was long overdue. My mother's lip twitched, and Mashka scowled. They both thought my little sister was an idiot. Avita Wolf, I responded as the hail slowed and the rain took back up. Challenge accepted. I tried hard not to smile as I said it. Avita Castile leapt down from the balcony in a flutter of black skirts and blood-red hair, moving to the center of the now soaking wet amphitheater to stare me down. This time, she met my gaze and held it, and she didn't lick her lips to show submission. This was a true challenge of dominance. "Begin," Nicolina said, succinct and simple in her commands. Like I said, werewolves aren't big on long speeches. They did, however, enjoy a little bloodshed every now and again. "Fuck you, Zara," Avita whispered, and I felt my brows raise up. "That was uncalled for," I replied as she lunged at me, pulling a knife from her own belt and swinging it in my direction. I stepped nimbly out of the way and reached up to unhook the clasp of my cloak at the same time. The heavy black fur pooled on the wet ground at my feet as I drew my own knife and lifted it up to parry Avita's next attack. After fighting vampires last night, this was cake. Still, I tried to be respectful and give my sister a fair chance. She slashed her knife back and forth in these wild, rapid swipes that looked more like she was fighting for her life than simply challenging me. I let her wear herself out for a bit, backing up in loose strides until we were between a pair of large trees. Abruptly, I jammed my knife into one of the trunks, right there at waist level, and hopped up on it, leaping over my sister's head and landing in a pool of blood-red skirts on the opposite side. As I turned back, I threw my booted foot out and hit Avita right in the stomach. Her knife fell from her fingers and clattered to the pavement as she doubled over with an angry snarl, using the involuntary motion as a chance to shift. Her body liquefied beneath the pouring rain and oozed into the sleek brown-red shape of a small wolf, fangs bared, front legs splayed in an aggressive stance. I stood back up and pulled another knife from my belt, spinning it around in my fingers and waiting for Avita to come at me. She was too angry to be a patient fighter, too worked up, or at least that's what I thought. "What are you doing this for?" I asked her as she lifted her head and surprised me by making a slow, predatory circle through the driving rain. Her coloring was exactly what one would expect from a member of Pack Ebon Red, auburn with hints of cream, gray, and black. I don't know what the hell had happened to turn me white, but at least I'd gotten a nickname out of it. "None of your damn business," Avita said right before she threw herself at me. I let her hit me, using the motion to rock back and throw her over, sending her body sliding across the pavement as I rolled to my belly and pulled back into a crouch. Fighting was something I was good at. As the alpha daughter of Pack Ebon Red, I'd been training for years. In human form or wolf form, it didn't matter. Most wearers preferred one or the other, but I had no preference. What I did do was try to stick to human form as much as possible. That way, when I did go wolf, it had this effect. I rose to my feet and took a few steps back, reaching down to unhook my belt and tossed both it and the knife aside. The metal clattered as it skidded across the pavement, and I disrobed, shedding the beautiful blood-red dress by pulling it over my shoulders and letting it fall to my feet. I kicked my boots off next, all the while watching as Avita struggled to get to her feet in the pouring rain. My outfit had been designed to fall right off when I shifted, but getting naked like this made it seem so dramatic. I shook out my hands, tossed heaps of sopping wet red hair over my shoulder, and summoned up the change as easily as I drew in breath. My body reshaped itself like a sculpture, like an earth goddess was turning my essence to clay and molding me to fit her selfish designs. My mouth extended out into a bone-white muzzle full of razor-sharp teeth, and my nose exploded with new scents, ones that were undetectable even in my souped-up human form. Claws protruded from the tips of my fingers, and my spine stretched out into a feathered white tail. It all happened so quick that by the time my palms hit the ground, they were paws. Shaking out my winter-thick coat, I listened to the packs respond to my presence with excited howling and small puppyish yips that denoted their submission to me. Even from down here, I felt them acquiesce to my ranking. I wondered briefly what they thought of my bizarre markings from up there. The black and red coloring started at my spine and dripped down my sides, staining my body with instantly recognizable color, causing me to stand out in a crowd. A good thing for an alpha, but still, I couldn't help but be curious about how and why I turned out like this. I didn't look like Mashka or Nicolina, not like my father or grandfather. At the same time, there was no doubting my, at the very least maternal, parentage. In human form, I did look like Mashka and Nicolina, almost eerily so. But my sister, Avita, looked like them in both forms. She came at me again, but I was easily a good 50 pounds heavier than her, so I let her hit me. It was like she'd slammed into a brick wall. My sister stumbled off course and slipped on the wet pavement, giving me the opening I needed to grab her by the throat with my jaws. I didn't squeeze hard. I would have killed her if I had, and threw her to the ground. Instead of tucking her tail and submitting, possibly urinating, licking my mouth as an apology, she continued to fight. Her teeth snapped at the air, paws scrambling to push me off as I towered over her, and pushed her harder into the ground, clamping my teeth tighter, ignoring her back legs as they raked over my belly. After several minutes of her snarling and whimpering and yelping, I heard Nicolina's voice tear through Coyote Creek like a storm. "Avita, enough!" she snarled, loud enough that my little sister was startled into stillness. "In a real fight, Zara would have killed you by now. Get up and stop shaming your pack." I released Avita and she bit me hard on the throat, drawing blood. In an instant, Anubis was there in wolf form, crimson eyes flashing as he knocked my sister off her feet and towered over her, lips pulled back over his teeth. It was then, and only then, that she submitted, dropping to her belly and licking his mouth, the way a puppy does to its parents. All subordinate wolves did it to their superiors when they became adults. Nobody stopped him or even cared about what he was doing. Avita was way, way, way out of line, and he was putting her in her place as punishment for disrespecting his mate. But the way she reacted to him, I knew instantly that he was at least one of the reasons why she'd fought me. Avita had a thing for Anubis. "Do you two know each other?" I asked him privately, as he stepped back and let her up, red eyes lifting to meet mine.
"We met briefly last year, when your mother first invited us in to discuss the alliance and the pairing. We hung out for maybe a half a day. Nothing happened,"
he added, lowering his head and sneaking forward to lick my mouth. I lifted my head and my tail and wagged it fiercely, announcing with my body language that I was accepting his submission. I realized then that Anubis liked protocol and rules and rituals, even if he was willing to break them. It seemed like he maybe found some sort of comfort in them. At least that's what it looked like to me.
"We split a Coke and talked on the hall steps. That's about it."
"I think she's in love with you anyway," I said, knowing my sister well enough to understand how she worked. She was cruel and selfish, and maybe that was just because she was young, but I would never let her be alpha. Not just for my own sake, but for the pack's.
"I'm pretty easy to love, don't you think?"
Anubis joked, shaking rainwater off his black and gray coat. Even though I didn't need it, it was cute, him coming to my rescue like that. And then throwing out a flirty line on top of it all. It occurred to me that if you counted the witch hazel incident, this wasn't the first time he'd saved my ass. If I'd been human, I would have smiled. Instead, I relaxed the stance of my head and tail. That was close enough. Anubis rose to his feet, gave me a low, easy wag of his ashy black tail, and then absently licked the bleeding wound on my neck. Earth magic snapped out along with his tongue, sealed the hot, achy pain of the bite, and cracked what was left of the ceiling in half. Chapter 17. Pieces of debris crashed into the center of the amphitheater, crushing a few of the saplings, splashing rainwater on the crowd all the way up to the third floor. But thankfully, Anubis and I were the only ones standing in the open, and we managed to dodge the falling pieces of glass, rotted wood, and steel without much trouble. It was only after the rain settled the dust and debris that I realized how quiet it had gotten. And then it was thunderous. The sounds my people made as Nicolina came down the steps to stand beside me. I noticed then that Nick and Titus were already missing, which sort of scared the crap out of me. First off, someone was now bound to notice their absence. And second, if Owen and Faith were meeting this early in the day, then something was probably wrong. I thought of my promise to her that I'd find her mom. I had, but she'd already been dead, lying in a pool of blood with her throat torn out. I couldn't let anything else happen to my best friend. I realized for the first time in my life that I felt like I'd broken a promise. Technically, I hadn't, but in my heart, I hurt like I had. I did not want to break another one like, say, promising my people that I would bring our old magic back. Zara, Nicolina began as she looked down at me, ebon eyes framed with long, thick lashes. I shifted into human form and stood naked in the pouring rain, my fingers curling automatically in Anubis's thick fur. I know, I said, my heart thundering with fear. I know. They howled with joy, flooded the amphitheater floor, surrounded us. In that moment, I was a reluctant hero, standing there with mouths licking my right palm, furred bodies rubbing against my legs, as everyone fought for the chance to touch me. For a long time, I just stood stone still and I let them touch me and think that maybe, just maybe, they might get a little bit of what I had. What we had, really, because the magic was clearly somehow linked to these guys I'd been bonded to. 1 hour, 2. I swear I stood naked in that rain until every wolf that had attended the pairing had come up and at least touched their nose to my calf, trailed their human fingers down my shoulder, or pressed a chaste kiss to one of my cheeks. Afterward, nobody wanted to challenge me, not even my mother's sadistic betas. I guess the promise of what they saw in me was worth more than a slim shot at power. I knew that to get their magic back, my people would do anything. Unfortunately for me, my mother was not as amused by my show of magical prowess. If there are no more challengers, she said, finally, after the last wolf had left the arena floor and Anubis had loped back to join the other males, still minus Titus and Nick. I felt my jaw clench slightly. All I wanted to do was call them, text them, go out and find them. Instead, I was about to get my face smashed into the pavement. Then Zara of Ebon Red, I am proud to call you my successor. Nicolina's lips curved into a vicious smile that made the hair on the back of my neck stand straight up. As with all things, however, the young must learn from the old. Zara Wolf, you have bested the challenge, but to understand victory, a leader must first learn the bitter taste of defeat. I took several deep breaths and met my mother's eyes through the silver rain, the words of the scripted ritual running through my head. I was so flustered in that moment, from both my people's reaction to the magic, as well as the boy's absence, that if I hadn't practiced this part literally hundreds of times with Nick, I wouldn't have been able to do it. Who offers this wolf a lesson? I asked, proud that at least my voice was still echoing around Coyote Creek. I do, the alpha said in a violence-hungry whisper, reaching back to twist her hair up onto her head. Nicolina of Ebon Red. Mashka laughed at me from beneath the stone awning. Nicolina Wolf, I breathed, heart racing, blood pumping fiercely through my veins, my hands curled into tight fists. Lesson accepted. My mother waited for me to dress myself in the heavy wet cloak, dress, and belt, watching with hungry eyes as I collected my knives from the ground and the tree trunk and slipped them back into place. When I took my spot across from her, I already knew I was in for a world of hurt. Begin! Mashka snapped from behind me, and I swear I blinked and Nicolina was on me. It was in that split second that I knew, when the Crown Aurora Blood Queen had said, I imagine if I killed you right now, your pack would not be pleased. What she really meant was, I imagine if I killed you right now, your mother would not be pleased. Just as I'd understood at the time that the Vampire Queen could kill me if she wanted, the same could be said for Nicolina Castile. The alpha female of Pack Ebon Red grabbed me by the hair and dragged me forward, dropping me hard onto the pavement. So hard that the shock of pain in my knees made my vision flicker white. I let instinct take over then, sliding a knife from my belt and cutting off the bottom 6 inches of my hair. In the same breath, I threw myself to the side and narrowly missed her hand as it dove for my throat. Nicolina's claws smashed into the pavement right where I'd be kneeling, blood-red hair fluttering around like discarded rose petals. I was still in the process of turning to face her when she was just right there in front of me again, knocking the knife from my hand and tearing the leather belt from my waist. She tossed it aside with a not-so-friendly smile. On your toes, Alpha Air, she growled as I dropped low and rolled, coming back to my feet at the same moment I shifted. My dress opened at the loose leather ties around my waist. My boots sloughed off, and the cloak slipped harmlessly over my neck. With Evita, undressing dramatically had been fun. Nicolina didn't play games. I took off as fast as I could, trying to put some space between us. It didn't work. She was on my back in wolf form before I got halfway across the arena. Talk about a reality check. When that Fae girl had told me how lucky we were that the ironbound vamps we'd been fighting had been young, she was right. I did fine during that battle. I was getting my ass handed to me during this one. Nicolina wrestled me to the ground. Her jaws clamped on my neck, and for a second there, I thought it was over. But no. I was supposed to lose this battle, not give up. With a violent thrash of my muscles, I managed to shake her off, slipping and sliding on the wet cement, and knocking chunks of bright green moss off in the process. It floated like lily pads in the puddle near my paws. If I'd known how to summon magic on my own, I would have used it in that moment, cast some sort of spell to knock my mother off her feet. Since that wasn't an option, I tried something else, backing up slowly until I was standing close to my badass toolkit. For most werewolves, even if they favored their human form, when they went wolf, it was to play for keeps. Not me. I knew how deceivingly useful opposable thumbs could be. Nicolina circled slowly, and I followed her, keeping our faces level, locking aubergine eyes with one another. That glossy red coat of hers was the color of blood beneath the deluge of rain. I wondered what mine looked like. And then, even though she was still circling, looking for an opening, I shifted again. The timing was almost perfect. Nicolina was so goddamn fast that she'd already been moving by the time my hands found the belt and withdrew a knife. I plunged it into her back at just about the same second she knocked me on mine. My head hit the pavement hard, stars clouding my vision as I struggled to blink through the rain, using the second knife I'd grabbed to swing for Nicolina's face. This time, I cut her across the top of the muzzle, and she snarled in rage, clamping down on my wrist and forcing my arm to the ground above my head. Once again, I shifted abruptly, and the force of the change pushed her off of me, giving me a chance to back up and regroup once again. Am I winning? I wondered briefly, but no. I was just getting lucky. As soon as I ran out of tricks, she would pin me, force me to show my belly, and let me have that lick of defeat she'd promised. Nicolina didn't even bother waiting for an opening this time, coming at me in a flash of red and black, but that was what I had expected. I shifted back to human and jumped at the same time, grabbing a branch and swinging myself up on it. As soon as I landed in a crouch on the wood, I noticed Nick and Titus slipping back into the room. The look on Nick's face was not good. Nicolina grabbed my ankle with her jaw, dragged me from the branch, and threw me so hard to the ground that for several seconds, I couldn't even remember how to breathe. Her teeth clamped over my neck, cutting off my air supply just long enough that I had to remind myself that this was not a real fight. In a real fight, I'd have been dead. I went completely still, unable to shift, but still attempting to show my submission. Although she released the hold on my throat and let me suck in several gasping breaths, Nicolina held me there for the better part of 5 minutes, until she was satisfied that she'd accomplished what she set out to do. As soon as she released me, it seemed, the rain stopped, and I found myself blinking up at her outstretched hand. "Stand up," she commanded me, as I struggled to reach out and take it. I stood on shaky legs and sucked in several more long, quivering breaths as my mother studied me with her ebon eyes. "Zara of Ebon Red, keep this lesson close and remember it well." She kissed me on either cheek and stepped back. "Tomorrow," Nicolina began, retrieving her crimson dress from the wet ground, "we hunt." I stood there, bleeding just long enough for her to disappear through the archway beneath a stone awning, and then I took off to see why Nick looked like he was about to puke. "Please tell me Faith is okay," I breathed, grabbing onto Nick's arm outside the pairing house. We'd had to walk all the way over here just to get some space. Because of my little magic stunt with Anubis, everyone and their alpha Mashka wanted to talk to me, squeeze my hand, tell me how the future of our entire species was riding on my ability to figure the old magic out. I'd really had to give Montgomery a look at that one.
"On our ability,"
he'd whispered against my ear, making me shiver with delight at the feel of his breath stirring my hair.
"We're in this together."
So, I dragged the guys back over here to get some peace since besides us, only alphas, betas, and guards with specifically ordained tasks were allowed to get within 20 feet of the house. And by within 20 feet, I meant they'd best just steer clear of it altogether, because wolves didn't like to see subordinates testing the rules. If a crowd had formed exactly 20 feet and 1 inch away from the outer walls of the house, they'd have gotten their asses kicked as bad as I just had mine.
Zara,
Nick said, and the way he said my name like that scared the crap out of me. Nick? I snarled, the heavy fur cloak hanging wet and sopping around my neck. His and Titus's were dry since they'd had to ditch them for normal clothes to go out with Faith, and now the rain was gone and weak yellow beams of sunshine were starting to peek through the clouds. He sighed dramatically, and Titus grinned. That must mean she's okay then, I said, and it wasn't a question. If Nick was sighing like that and the alpha son of Amber Ash was smiling, then my best friend had not turned into a revenant and leapt out an upstairs window. Last night, even though Titus seemed like one of those upbeat all the time sort of dudes, he hadn't been smiling. And Nick, I had definitely caught Nick crying once, in the downstairs bathroom as he washed the dog's blood off his hands.
Define okay,
Nick said, lifting his hands up, palms out. I noticed Silas, Shay, and Anubis hovering nearby so they could listen in. I think Montgomery had gone upstairs to change, and Jax was lying on the porch of the pairing house in wolf form, tongue lolling in a wry grin, also probably listening in, but pretending like he didn't give a shit, because he was just too damn cool to care. The lavender bushes near the porch steps swayed in the late afternoon breeze and perfumed the air with their sweet scent. Just tell me why you look like you're about to puke, I said, noticing that Nick, who usually tried so hard not to get caught up on the way I looked, was checking me out. I realized with a small amount of shock that we were free, almost encouraged, to do that as much as we wanted now. That is, until the pairing ceremony ended at the close of the 12-month period, and I was forced to pick a mate for life. I wouldn't think about that yet.
Get this.
Nick started as the trees danced in the gray-blue sky above his head.
I didn't just have to drop Faith off somewhere, sniff Owen out, and check for vampires. Fuck, I would have fought a frickin' vampire if it would have gotten me out of that mess sooner.
And what mess would that be? I asked, breathing out a strong sigh of relief. Now I knew why Nick looked like he was about to throw up. He'd had to spend more than 5 minutes with Owen TFA.
So we get there.
Nick started, and Titus's grin ratcheted up a notch. The two of them exchanged a knowing look that made me hopeful they'd actually be able to become friends with one another. I wasn't sure that Nick had any friends, except for me and Faith, if you could even count either of us.
And the guy has no car. Faith begs me to take them to that creepy check-cashing place downtown. Even as a werewolf, I was afraid I was going to get mugged down there.
Why'd you take them there? I asked, raising one red brow and shivering as Nick reached out to play with the sharp ends of my freshly shorn hair. It was so long that it didn't make much visible difference, but I kept telling myself that my scalp felt lighter.
Because Owen wanted Faith to cash a check from her grandma so she could load it onto his prepaid debit card,
Nick said, clenching his jaw and following me toward the house as I started to walk backward. After a moment, he reached into the tight leather pocket of his pants and handed me my phone, charm swinging as he passed it over. Our hands touched and a spark of heat flared between our fingers, dancing across my skin and forcing some of the bad memories from the forefront of my thoughts so they could be replaced with good ones.
Zara, you know I love you too. I always have. Always.
Hearing Nick finally say it out loud the other night, that was better than the sex.
No offense to your friend or anything,
Titus said as I stepped over Jax's long white form and into the house.
but her boyfriend is like a serious piece of shit. I mean, I know you were worried about blood or witch involvement, but you don't really need to be.
I flipped open one of the donut boxes we'd left on the table and grabbed a slightly less good than it was this morning maple bar from inside. My head was still bleeding, so I headed into the living room and flopped down on the couch to rest. Theoretically, I could have had one of the boys touch it, see if it healed, and hopefully start figuring out ways to understand the magic. But I decided to let my natural healing abilities take care of it over the next hour or so instead.
No self-respecting vamp, witch, fairy, angel, demon, street gang, public library, or frequent diners club would let Owen TFA become a member,
Nick said sarcastically, punctuating the words with an eye roll.
After that, Faith confided in me that they had nowhere to go, since her dad was back in town and had called the police about her mom.
Nick trailed off for a second as a few of the other guys joined us inside. collecting donuts of their own and then taking various seats around the living room. Maybe having to clean that house, to see so intimately into Faith's life, had made them all feel connected to her somehow. I hoped so, because if any of these guys decided he didn't like Faith Cassidy, he was done. I would not choose him as my alpha male. I wouldn't even let him sleep in this house.
She told her dad about the drugs.
Nick continued, raking his fingers through his red hair and looking down at me with eyes clouded by sympathy. He had a good heart. Nick Hallett did.
And they'd both obviously noticed Notch and Mila were missing.
He licked his lower lip and took a deep breath.
Anyway, surprise, surprise, Faith's dad hates Owen and didn't want him at the house when the detectives were there. Since my parents are spending the night at the hall to mingle...
You didn't, I said, kicking him lightly in the boot. Now that I knew Faith was okay, I kind of didn't want to know what else she'd done or might do with Owen. No, thank you. But I also sort of wanted to string the conversation along so the guys would stay here. Wearing their leather pants and not wearing shirts, it was a beautiful sight. All those abs and chests and nipples. Looking at the sea of males around me, I didn't have to think about the other issues in my life. For just a split second there, I got to pretend I was a normal 18-year-old girl. With 7 boyfriends? Close enough. You let them stay at your place? Nick, you'll have to burn your sheets.
I'm burning my bed, Zara.
He told me, and Titus laughed.
Basically, the whole time we were in the SUV, they sat in the far back and made out, cried, or fought with each other. Faye seems like a cool chick, but her taste in men is actually worse than my brother's. At least we know that Silas isn't the biggest douche on Pack property right now. Hey,
Silas said from the carved wooden rose chair.
Fuck you, Nick.
He lifted his tattooed hands up and lit a cigarette, effectively clearing the room.
Never mind,
Nick said as he wrinkled up his nose and shook his head in disgust.
I take it back. Screw you, Silas. I'd rather hang out with Owen.
I stood up from the couch, stopping him on his way out of the room to plant a kiss on his mouth, one that felt like it was lighting an ember under my tongue, scalding me and prepping me for a bonfire at the same time. In a strange way, his lips tasted both comfortingly familiar and startlingly new at the same time, probably because I'd been staring at them for years, wishing they were mine and knowing they never could be. Until now. I can actually get some sleep knowing that Faith's safe tonight, Nick. Thank you. I kissed him again, closing my eyes and savoring the splendor of a mouth I'd wanted for a long, long time. Now that I had it, it was better than I'd ever dreamed.
I used my new alpha powers to put a guard on Craig, too,
he added, referencing Faith's dad. I smiled against his lips and gave him another lingering kiss with my tongue. It felt weird to kiss Nick, so casually, like this was our new normal. The best part about it was that it was our new normal. In the back of my mind, I tried to calculate exactly what numbered kiss I was on. 12? 13? I don't think I'd be used to it until I was at a point where it was almost impossible to count. You're the best, Nick. And when I said that, I meant it. I pulled away from him, tangling our fingers together and watching them slide apart as he headed for the stairs, walking backward and yawning 2, 3, 4 times in a row. I swear I could see wolf teeth in there when he did that. I smiled.
I'm gonna put some sweats on and take a nap. You want to come?
He asked softly, resting his hand on the newel post. I could hear a certain sense of longing in his voice, a deep-seated desire that I felt mirrored inside my own chest. Between my thighs, the slick, slippery warmth of longing bloomed. That, too, was a weird sensation, one that made my heart beat as fast as the rapid flutter of a hummingbird's wings. The spell. Before I did anything else, I needed to ask Mashka about it, find out if she'd spelled me into dry-humping Shay and straddling Silas and all the other wild, crazy, lusty things that had happened during the bonding. Toss me jeans and a cami, I said, staying safely positioned at the bottom of the stairs. I had a feeling that if I went up there, I wouldn't come back down again. I'd take Nick's leather pants and peel them over his muscular hips, pull him into that giant-ass bed, and encourage him to ride me until the sun set and rose all over again. I bit my lower lip absently. I need to go see Mashka. He waited a moment, breath hitching, eyes taking in the plunging neckline of my dress and landing on my navel. I hadn't forgotten our silver, how I'd chosen the belly button piercing just for him. He'd inspired it, by flicking his tongue in there the other day. Really, it was all his fault.
Okay.
Nick said finally, and then he disappeared up the stairs. A moment later, some clean clothes came tumbling down over the railing, and he peered over to make sure I'd caught them.
See you soon?
He asked, and I nodded. I didn't intend for this to take long. I just felt like it was time to get some answers from my grandmother. Or maybe I was avoiding the upstairs room for a reason? The whole floor was just one big room, and a huge bed that had been built on site for me and my mates to sleep in, together. When I thought of it with my wolf brain, it didn't seem weird at all. Sleeping in big, warm, cozy piles was what we did. It was natural. When I thought of it with my human brain, I thought of 7 guys, most of whom I didn't know, all of whom were hot, and all the, penises that went with them. I mean, I just lost my virginity, and that was a lot of dick. I ducked into the downstairs bathroom, changed my clothes, and headed out to ask my most likely naked grandmother if she'd cast a lust love spell on me during my pseudo-wedding to 7 werewolves. Just another normal afternoon in Pack Ebon Red. Mashka was indeed naked, sitting in a massive red brocade throne with her hair frothing, like dark blood, over her thin shoulders. She had a crown and anklet on, as she usually did, and was enjoying some of the wine that seemed to be flowing like water across Pack property. "What do you want, Zara Wolf?" she asked me when I approached her chair. It was sitting atop a grassy knoll near the hall, overlooking a sea of banquet tables piled with food. I could smell the sweetness of cherry tarts and the sour bite of fresh lemonade from here. Tiny purple flowers were blooming in the grass near my grandmother's feet. "Shouldn't you be at the pairing house mating with all those strapping young men?" "Yes, Mashka," I said, kneeling down next to one arm of the chair, wondering if her cheeks were pink because she was simply enjoying the afternoon or because she was drunk. I was betting on the latter and decided it was probably just better to agree with everything she said, lest I get cursed out in Croatian or some other language I didn't know. "But I'd like to ask you something." "Make it quick," she said, bringing the heavy gold goblet to her lips. The wine she was drinking smelled like spring rain and peaches. "Did you cast a spell on me the day of the bonding?" She snorted, but didn't answer right away, her purple-black eyes gazing out over the celebration with interest, probably gathering up things to gossip about with my great-aunt. "Why would you think that?" she said finally, casting that sharp stare in my direction. "Because I felt things for men I'd never met. Because all I wanted was more, more, more. One kiss didn't feel like enough when I was standing there. Even near the end, when I was getting weak, I couldn't stop the feelings." Mashka's thin mouth twisted up in a wolfish grin. "That's what those rituals do, Zara. Stir up the blood like that. Your generation scoffs at them, but they're not just games made up by some moon-mad wolf. They have purpose. The purpose of the bonding rituals is to make sure you want your mates. Don't make the mistake of thinking it forces feelings that aren't there. It just amplifies natural attraction. If you had such strong reactions," she continued, and I sort of got the idea that she was laughing at me, "then you must like your males. Good for you. Now go." Mashka waved her hand to shoo me off. "Go mate with someone other than that ebon red guard you're so obsessed with." "There was no spell then?" I asked, my heart fluttering wildly. I had felt spelled, drunk almost with lust and want and need. "There's always a spell, Zara Wolf. The universe weaves them daily. The forest casts them in shadows, and the moon spins them out of stars at night. I thought the old magic was dead. Lucky for you, it looks like it's not." She thrust her goblet out at me, and I held back a careful sigh, rising to my feet and moving to one of the banquet tables to refill it. If she'd cursed me to bleed to death for answering a text, I did not want to know what tipsy Mashka might do if I neglected to pour her more wine. The idea that the bonding ritual itself had called up some sort of magic to, almost quite literally, bond me to my mates wasn't exactly surprising. I had had some indication strange magic was at work, but I paused outside the pairing house and narrowed my eyes on Jackson Kidd. I'd have liked to blame my grandmother for my attraction to this guy, this a-hole, but I guess that wasn't going to happen. Either the magic was inside of me, part of the ritual, or it wasn't magic at all, just biology. Did it matter?
Have a nice talk?
He asked as I moved past him, stepping right over his back and pausing, straddling his lean, muscular form. Since he was already lying on his back, it looked like he was exposing his belly to me, and I smiled. Thanks for telling Shay and Titus about me and Nick, I said sarcastically, and he let his tongue loll out the side of his mouth.
You're welcome.
Dick, I said, and went inside to find Silas sitting alone on the old sofa. It still reeked of tobacco in here, but at least he wasn't smoking currently. Everything okay? I took a seat next to him and studied his muscular right arm, the elbow propped up on the knee of his leather pants. He'd shed the boots and the cloak, but hadn't bothered to change out of those yet. They looked like second skin on him. All of that slick leather molded against his long legs. The scar on his face caught some of the dying rays of the afternoon sun when he turned his head to look at me.
Zara.
He started, paused, rethought whatever it was he was going to say. Silas narrowed his golden eyes and tilted his head back, chocolate dark hair sliding across his forehead.
Should we just save ourselves a year of trouble and say you're gonna pick Nick as your mate? Wouldn't that just be easier?
Who said I'm picking just one? I joked, but Silas didn't smile. There was something else on his mind. Something besides my relationship with Nick. I figured it was probably the hell that was last night, or maybe even his dad, but I wasn't sure. I mean, we'd shared a stolen kiss together once, but if I was honest with myself, I had no idea. It had been a while since we'd spent any significant amount of time together, since I'd cost him the unmarred perfection of that beautiful face. I decided not to say anything aloud, but I kind of liked the scar. He tapped his inked fingers against the leather of his pants and stared at the sleeping darkness of the stone fireplace. Outside on the porch, Jackson yawned and flopped his head down on the wood. If you don't want to talk about whatever's bothering you, we can discuss sports instead.
I hate sports,
he said, and then glanced my direction.
So do you.
There was a ghost of a smile threatening his perfect lips. Then we'll talk about the hunt tomorrow.
No ritualistic stuff,
he said, and I sat up on my knees, giving him a look in those gold eyes of his. Then you decide on the topic. You have 5 seconds to come up with something. 1.
Zara,
Silas said, turning to face me, putting a leather-clad leg on either side of me. 2. 3.
I think I should maybe tell you something.
4. Just before I got to 5, he reached up and took me by the shoulders, tattooed hands curving over my bare skin, leaving flames in their wake. In the span of an instant, Silas was leaning forward and kissing me. It was almost an exact replica of our first kiss, except then it had been me that was the instigator. Silas's sharp tongue split my lips and I groaned, leaning into him, falling into him, ending up lying across his chest as he wrapped his colorful inked arms around me. Our hearts beat in tandem as we stirred our tongues together, summoned some of that teenage attraction that had beckoned us into taking such a huge risk. We'd both known the volatile anger of the obsidian gold alpha, and yet, even that fear couldn't stop us. Just like with Nick, I knew my attraction to Silas was definitely not magic-induced. I think I was just going to have to accept that the whole theory had been debunked. I dug my fingers into Silas's bare chest, into the designs that bled from his shoulders to his pecs. He tasted like cherries and cloves and tobacco as he romanced my lips with his own. No, he didn't romance my mouth. He sexed it. Silas put all that cocky swagger and bad boy sprawl into the movement of his lips against mine, sliding his hands down to cup my ass. I let myself go completely, letting come what may. My mother's warning was still sharp in my mind, but there was no way I was going to force a mating either. I'd just relax and see what happened instead. After a while, Silas and I rolled over so we were lying on our sides, front to front, and kissed some more. We ended up making out for so long that the sky was dark out by the time our breathing settled and our lips stilled. We both drifted off with our mouths just a hair's breadth apart. Sometime later, I awoke and found Silas dead asleep, with one tattooed hand pillowed beneath his head. I very carefully untangled myself from his other arm and stood up, covering his half-naked body with a blanket from the back of the couch, even though I knew it was unlikely he was cold. Outside, the revelry of the pairing continued, but these guys and me, we'd been through hell and back last night and deserved some fucking sleep. As I stood at the window looking out at the stars, Nick actually managed to sneak up on me, wrapping his arms around my waist from behind.
I've wanted to do this every day since 6th grade,
he whispered, nuzzling the side of my neck and giving me goosebumps. 6th graders do not dream of holding each other like this. No way. You'd have had to be in at least 8th.
It was 6th.
8th.
Yes, Alpha.
I turned around in Nick's arms and hopped up onto the windowsill, pulling him between my legs for a kiss. I knew he could smell Silas on me, but for once, he didn't make a fuss. Nick just kissed me like I really was magic woven from starlight. When I reached down to unbutton my jeans, he helped me out of them, and I had my second time right there in the window with moonlight streaming across my face. Chapter 18.
Holy shit. It's snowing,
Titus said, stepping outside on Sunday morning to a thin layer of white, stretching across the clearing and frosting all the trees. Winter had kissed the forest with her last dying breath, and it was beautiful. The snow glistening like diamonds from every blade of grass, every frozen drop of water, every spring-bloomed flower.
Amber Ash is from California, right?
Nick asked Titus, sounding suspiciously like he might be in a good mood. He flicked his eyes in my direction, and I swear, my body became a sun, radiating heat and light from deep inside my belly. Last night, when Nick had slid his hardened cock into the slick warmth between my thighs, the pleasure had been so intense, I'd wondered yet again if there was magic at work. I guess I just really liked sex. Tapping my cell against my thigh, the little moon and wolf charms jangled. I'd texted Faith to find out her plans, but she said she'd be in bed with Owen all day and wasn't going anywhere. Gross. But in a way, I was kind of relieved, since that meant I could hunt with the boys, polish off the last day of the pairing, and then focus all my energy on the contribution. As beautiful as it was out here, as much as I liked kissing Silas and fucking Nick, there were witches eating werewolves and vampires turning humans into revenants. There were fairies getting their necks snapped and old magic cracking sleepy eyes. I needed to puzzle it all out.
Yep, SoCal. We don't exactly get a lot of snow in San Diego.
Titus tore his tank top over his head and dropped his PJ pants, giving me a nice, long, uninterrupted view of his golden body before he shifted into wolf form and went bounding out into the snow, tail wagging, paws tapping the ground in an invitation to play. Jax was sitting on the porch again and bared his teeth when Titus came up and licked his mouth, essentially begging for a playmate. After several stupid moments of this, he finally acquiesced and joined the stormy-eyed gray-gold wolf in the snow.
What are we hunting today, Alpha?
Montgomery asked, already fully dressed and covered in swords, even though the day was just barely winking its way past sunrise. As the alpha heir, I got to choose today's prey, the animal the boys and I would hunt together, feast on, and then take a trophy from. For example, my crazy mother had dragged my father into a fight with a full-grown black bear, whose fur had provided the trim for the dress I'd worn yesterday. And with that in mind, I had to remember that I had 7 mates to help me hunt. Not one, like most alphas. Whatever we took down had to be big and mean and impressive enough to appease Mashka, Nicolina, and the other alphas. Too bad humans had driven the grizzlies in this area to extinction in the 30s. I set my phone on the windowsill, where Nick and I had made love last night, and took a deep breath, fogging up the glass so I could use my finger to write a single word. Moose.
That's pretty gutsy of you, Alpha Red,
Shay said, using a seriously antiquated term for alpha female. A long time ago, before Mashka was even born, alpha males would be referred to using the eye color from their pack name, and alpha females with the hair color. So, whichever boy I chose as my mate would be Alpha Ebon. I would be Alpha Red. I had a feeling Shay was mocking tradition again. A large herd migrated onto pack lands a few years ago. I said as I watched Jax chase Titus in circles through the trees, their tongues lolling, their hot breath turning to clouds in the icy morning air. There's a big bull about 1,000 pounds. I scouted him out several weeks ago.
We'd be better off fighting a bear,
Nick said, and he was right. An adult moose was about 10 times as dangerous as a black bear. If we were regular wolves, we'd only hunt a moose in extreme situations of starvation, or if we'd found one that was sick, injured, or young. Hunting a healthy adult male was likely to get several pack members killed. But we weren't just wolves. We were werewolves. Moose, I said aloud, smearing my hand across the frosty window. I name our hunt. Today's pairing ritual was much less dramatic than the others, much more casual. Basically, all the attending pack members dressed up in their finest and lounged around eating from the banquet tables while they waited for us to complete our hunt. After the kill, we'd have to drag what was left of the carcass back to the hall, get all dolled up again, and officially present it to the alpha. It was a test of independence, a way to gauge the strength of the future alpha pair, or in my case, the strength of my own miniature pack. Since I'd last seen the moose herd near the edge of the pack's land, up by the national park, where my wildflower professor often took our class, the place where Julian had found me standing next to Nick's discarded boxers, that's where we started. Miles and miles of untamed snow-swept forest stretched out before us, this blanket of glistening white and brown and green, beckoning the wild spirit inside of me, calling to the part of me that was wolf. I stood on the edge of a small crest, 7 lupine bodies arranged around me in a random assortment of colors, and lifted my muzzle to scent the air. We'd started in the right spot. Already I was picking up that faint, musky, muddy odor that I'd been hoping for. Bingo, I said, using wolf speak to address all my mates at once.
You may be the first alpha ever to start a hunt with the word bingo,
Shay said, stalking forward on liquid black paws, smoothing across the forest floor like he was made of shadows.
How very modern of you.
I try, I told him, doing my best to affect a sarcastic, snooty lilt without actually speaking aloud. All I ever hear from my alpha mother is how useless and unremarkable I am. I had to come up with something to define our generation. Shay Nocturne opened his mouth in a wolfy grin, and then kicked up tufts of snow as he hopped from one rock to another, pausing with his dark head held high, violet eyes scanning the thick spindles of trunks that took up most of our view. I padded along between the rocks, almost silent on thick pads that took to the frosty landscape like snowshoes. Nick was in his usual spot, behind and to the left of me, his auburn form much more conspicuous in the whitened landscape than Jax's or Montgomery's or mine, even if I did have blood-red speckles that gave me away. Putting my nose to the ground, I tried to pick up the moose's scent, but found that it was too far off to track like that just yet. Instead, I let Silas scent the wind and guide us west, through a copse of trees with such thick, needle-heavy branches that the ground was dark and moist and brown beneath them, completely bereft of snow. Large green ferns dotted the earth around us, their fronds swaying gently in the breeze. In the distance, I could hear one of the curved portions of Coyote Creek swinging toward us before it ventured back into pack lands, the water bubbling melodically over rocks. Right now, we were technically in the national park, but those were arbitrary human boundaries. For us, the land simply was out here, and we did as we pleased.
It's on the move,
Montgomery declared after a few moments of Silas trying to pinpoint the source of the smell, his gray-brown form launching up off the ground to join Shay on a nearby rock.
And it's moving quick,
he added, just before he took off, and I followed, Nick and Titus on my heels, Anubis taking up the rear. The other boys ran in front of me, spreading out through the trees and putting some space between us. To take down the moose, we'd need to come at it from all sides.
Straight ahead,
Shay told us, his voice getting rough with the excitement of the hunt. As soon as we broke through the next dense thicket of trees, I saw it and let out a sharp yip to alert the others, veering abruptly off to the left to flank the massive, hulking animal. I didn't think most humans even knew how large a moose really was. I mean, the one I was looking at now was technically a smaller subspecies. The big ones live in Alaska, and yet it quite literally towered above us. As soon as it saw me, it raised its massive brown head and let out a bellow, a rack of antlers perched atop its skull like a chandelier. And then it took off, plowing through the snow like it was no trouble at all, cutting across a large clearing that was so heavily compacted with ice and frost that if I'd been a normal wolf, I'm not sure that I could have kept up. Lucky for me that I wasn't. I flew after our prey, and for a brief moment, I was alone in the clearing, just me and the cold blue sky above. As soon as I hit the tree line, I ran into Shay. Our strides matched up until we were running side by side, kicking up powdery clouds of snow in our wake, listening to the not-so-distant howl of one of our packmates. It was Anubis.
"Where are you?"
That sound asked, without words, without wolf speak, just the haunting echoes of an ancient song.
"Right here,"
came another howl, this one even closer. Titus. Shay and I didn't stop to signal the others. We just kept running. "We're gaining on him," I said, as we hit a portion of the icy creek and followed the moose right over it. At that point, my blood was pumping hot and fierce in my veins, my heart thundering so hard inside my chest that I felt almost dizzy, lightheaded.
"The cliffs, Zara,"
Shay said, slamming his massive body against my shoulder and pushing me off track, keeping me from going down the side of a rocky incline that would have hurt like hell had I plunged off it. The moose, however, had no such problems, skidding down a steep, snowy incline and releasing a low, gruff bellow when he discovered that Nick, Titus, and Anubis were already down there waiting for him. Titus, for all his bubbly, bright-eyed energy, went in for the kill with a vicious baring of teeth, grabbing for the moose's left rear leg and nearly getting nailed in the throat when he missed. Shay and I continued running, weaving through the trees with our shoulders touching, breath panting as we followed the chase from up above. He moved like a dark ghost beside me, so silent and fluid in the environment that it looked like he wasn't quite a part of it, just a restless spirit paying a brief visit. His violet gaze met mine, and that initial shock I'd felt when I'd first laid eyes on him came rushing back to me, this surging fire in my belly, this desperate curiosity. Who was this hulking enigma of a man that had gotten me this close to mating with him at our very first meeting?
"I'm still interested,"
he whispered in my mind, knocking his shoulder into mine again. This time it was a playful, flirtatious gesture. We kept running, rubbing our heaving, panting bodies together as we sprinted through the trees, tasting the bloodlust in the air, the nearness of the kill. I could feel through our pack bond that it was close, close, close. Hot, fresh blood would spill, stain our lips with red, fill our bellies with meat. It was about as primal a feeling as there was, the most basic of urges. Or at least very close to it. There was one other basic urge that was sweeping over me during that hunt. This strange need that Nick had awakened, that the bonding had peaked, that Shay was teasing as he rubbed his muscles against mine and then knocked me over. As I rolled, I shifted into human form, ending up on my back with Shay on top of me. But he damn well knew that submission was not the name of the game. My arms wrapped around the thick dark fur of his neck, his pelt as black as a starless night, rippling away into the pale softness of his human skin.
"Alpha,"
he grated, just before I spread my thighs for him, and he entered me with one long, deep thrust. I threw my head back into the frostbitten leaves beneath us, my breath steaming in the cool air, blood-red hair coiled in the snow. Shay lowered his lips to my throat and kissed the most vulnerable spot on my body, with just a hint of teeth hiding behind that sensual touch of his. I had no idea who he was as a person, but Mashka had been right about one thing. I did have a natural attraction to Shay. It was this deep, dark, bestial thing inside of me that rose to the surface the night of the bonding. I didn't quite understand it yet, but I liked it. My lids were heavy and hooded, ebony eyes staring up at the canopy of trees as Shay thrust his powerful hips into me, over and over and over again. The sounds he made were less than human. But we weren't human now, were we? I moaned, too, tainting the quiet forest air with lust and need, raising my pelvis to meet him. Our naked bodies were cupped in soft, cool earth, leaves rustling with every sinful movement, the distant howl of wolves echoing around us. The pack. My pack. I needed to check in with them. They were looking for me. But first, I needed to finish mating. And there was no doubt in my mind that that was exactly what we were doing. This was Zara Wolf, not Zara Castile, the girl Nick had made love to. I was thinking with all of my wolf brain right now, squeezing Shay's naked muscular body between my thighs, digging my fingers into his raven dark hair, and letting him suck and kiss and bite my throat. I did not kiss him on the mouth. Not yet. That was a human thing, and there were no humans here. Shay's body pressed mine into the dirt, rubbed along the length of me, touching everywhere, claiming everything. He really did feel like my alpha male in that moment, my alpha Ebon, and I felt like his alpha female, his alpha red. My breasts, my clit, my cunt, all of it responded to his strong, deep thrusts, to the sweat that beaded on his skin, the growls that scraped past his throat. His wicked wild rhythm is what drove me over the edge, and we came together, my thighs locked tight around him. At the same moment, I felt this instinctual flutter of muscles inside my core. My body urged his to finish, to give me pups, which thankfully would not happen because of the buttercup birth control I'd been taking. And then we both shuddered, cried out, clung to one another, and then went still. Shay slid off of me and rolled onto his back, panting harshly. As I sat up and stared down at him, he cracked his amethyst eyes to look back up at me. Neither of us said anything. We just stared at each other. What was there to say with words that our bodies hadn't already said for us?
Zara.
It was Nick, this awful, tight strain to his wolf-speak voice that made me feel sick to my stomach. At first, I thought he'd seen or heard or somehow felt what I'd just done with Shay. Not that I was going to hide it from him, because I wasn't. But then I felt a ripple of wild, confused fear hit him first. Then Anubis, Silas, Montgomery, Jax, Titus. I was on my feet in an instant. "Where are you?" I asked, as Shay stood up beside me, still panting and sweating. I ignored the warm wetness between my legs, the vibrant pulsing of my body, the frantic flutter of his heartbeat. Something was happening. Something bad.
Don't howl. Don't make any sound at all. Just get down the incline and follow the game trail.
I didn't hesitate to shift back, and neither did Shay. We let our bodies melt into wolf form and carefully, slowly picked our way down the cliff. As soon as we were safely on the ground, we loped along the small cleared path through the foliage, an obvious game trail used by deer, elk, moose, and we found 6 wolves crouched at the edge of another incline. "What is it?" I asked, trying not to let my imagination get the best of me. Images of Daya's blood-soaked bed would not stop flashing through my mind. God damn it, Nick. I scooted forward until I was close enough to see what they were all looking at. My mind paused, mentally rewound the image, watched it again. I shifted carefully back to human form and curled my fingers around the edge of the cliff, pulling myself forward as much as I could, blinking in shock at the sight that greeted me down below, buried in a patch of pink and purple wildflowers that were frosted in the snow. It was Julian, the Julian from my science class, the Julian that I was supposed to work on my final project with, that always smelt like vampires, and who we'd planned to follow come Monday morning. His mouth was buried in the throat of a man I recognized from his passionate and often whimsical depictions of native Oregon wildflowers. Mr. Heath, my professor. Rivulets of red blood ran down his neck as he clutched helplessly at Julian's dishwasher blonde hair. Most vampires rolled their prey before they fed, as in basically hypnotized them, so they weren't aware of anything but the pleasant rush of pheromones from the bite. But Julian hadn't even bothered. Mr. Heath was terrified, and his eyes, they were going glassy. He was losing too much blood. Sunlight was streaming across Julian's pale face. Sunlight. Sun. Vampire. I felt this awful, nauseous twist in my stomach. "I told you that you might want my help," a semi-familiar voice said from the tree to my right. A quick flick of my eyes in that direction showed me a fey woman with skin that glittered like the freshly fallen snow, and the hair color of Shay's eyes, but that icy voice, like a cold Antarctic river, and those slow eyes, those both belonged to the Fae girl I'd met on Friday night. The Fae girl that was now missing her head. It was then that I realized I might not have been speaking to a guard or a messenger or an emissary from the Unseelie court. I might have been speaking to the Queen. She held up another small glass bottle and then tossed it over the edge of the cliff where it shattered and rained tiny shards down on Julian's head. He didn't pay any attention to it. There's a day-walking vampire drinking my Intro to Wildflowers professor's blood, I said as calmly as I was able, rising to my feet and trying not to scream. But I could if I wanted to. An Unseelie Queen's glamour was virtually unbreakable and impossible to detect. So there is, she told me as the boys slowly shifted to human form around me. Nick grabbed my arm and tried to get my attention.
Zara, we have to help him,
he said, but I knew we couldn't. There was no way in hell we could let Julian know what we'd seen. We had to follow him and find out where he was staying, who he was staying with, and what the fuck he was. After a moment, Nick paused and released my arm, his nostrils flaring as he took in my aroused scent and the distinct smell of Shay's seed. He took 3 slow, careful steps back from me, ebon eyes flashing with betrayal. Shit. Shit. Why did everything always have to hit me all at once? How did he hide his fangs? I asked the Unseelie Queen. Because what other fae could traipse around in another's body, cast it aside once its head had been severed, and then pick up a new one just for fun? Coven Triad magic, she told me, giving the information freely. But her help? That would surely come at a cost. They finally bartered with Kingdom Ironbound and handed over the witch hazel too. You'll notice, he no longer smells like vampires.
How the hell is a vampire walking around in broad daylight without a scratch or a mark on him?
Anubis asked, blinking crimson eyes up at the Fairy Queen. Her long glittering legs hung over the tree branch, crossed at the ankles. She smiled at us like we were stupid. Don't you get it? She said, and just then, the gears in my mind started to turn, shift, click into place. Those idiot Bloods have finally discovered what the werewolves have been hiding so carefully from them for millennia. Before I knew it, I was trembling from head to toe. This was bad. This was very, very bad. When a vampire drinks a werewolf's blood, the Fae Queen continued, hopping down from the tree and holding her hand out to indicate Julian and his red-tinged lips, they take all of that delicious, earthy magic inside of them. Even an ageless undead blood can daywalk with that kind of power.
The vampires drink the blood. The witches eat the flesh,
Jack said, and his normally cool, calm voice was gone, replaced with something darker, something heavy and angry and vengeful. Aye, said the Queen, sitting down hard on a rock. A circle of mushrooms sprouted up around her, some of them growing straight out of the cliff face, their caps big and brown, and teased with a hint of lavender blush at the edges. The witches eat the flesh and gobble up the rest of the wolf's power. What is it that you want from us? I snapped, getting angry and turning on her. Our eyes? Our tongues? Our teeth? I was so frustrated, so upset that for a moment I forgot who I was talking to. Just like Nicolina, she was too fast for me to see move. One moment she was sitting on the rock with her mushrooms, and the next, Titus was being shoved up against a tree by his throat. She'd grabbed one of the males I was supposed to protect, that I'd pledged to keep safe, instead of me. An icy coil of fear grew inside my belly, and I held up a palm to stop my new mates from attacking. A pack would give its life to save an individual. I wouldn't let them start a fight we couldn't win. The universe has checks and balances, she said, keeping Titus pinned, but releasing some of the pressure from his throat when she saw I was backing down. Her slow-eyed gaze dropped to the vampire on the other side of the cliff. If this world loses the wolves, we lose the veil, she said, referring to that paper-thin layer that existed to keep the world of fairy separate from ours. There wasn't a single being on this planet that would want that to come down. The Fae would wreak havoc. They would murder the world. Apparently, they didn't want anyone here to have unfettered access to their side either. It was a lose-lose scenario. The queen finally released Titus and let her gaze pan across Silas, Montgomery, and Anubis. She paused on Nick and smiled, flicked her gaze to Shay and grinned. Jack growled at her, but she ignored him. "Finish your hunt," she said, gesturing back in the direction of the game trail. Just off to the side of it, I realized the boys had taken down the moose while Shay and I were mating. I'd been so wrapped up in the Daywalker and the Fey Queen, I hadn't even noticed the kiss of blood on their lips. "Eat the mushroom. Come find me and we'll talk." She stepped back into the fairy ring and was gone. This time, I let Montgomery kick one of the giant mushrooms away from the ring to close her little rabbit hole. Then we all paused as Julian tossed my professor's body aside like it was trash and raised his face to the sun.
"I knew there was something wrong with that guy from day one,"
Nick growled, throwing me an awful look before he turned and moved through the snow toward the still steaming carcass of the moose. When we'd started this hunt, I'd been hungry, starving, ready for a wolf's feast. Not anymore. Well, I'd promised to find out what had happened to the missing werewolves, and I had. But like with Faith's mom, it felt like a betrayal, a lie. Vampires were harvesting our blood to walk in the sun. Witches were eating our flesh to steal our magic. Dark fairy queens were watching our every move. I was caught in the middle of it with 7 mates I'd sworn with all my heart to protect. I would fight until my last dying breath to make sure that that promise never turned out to be a lie. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Pack Ebon Read, The 7 Mates of Zara Wolf, Book 1. Written by C.M. Stunich. Narrated by Veronica Pace and Connor Goff. This program was produced by Silverton Audio. Text copyright 2017 by C.M. Stunich. Performance and production copyright 2018 by C.M. Stunich. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission of the copyright holder.